Chapter 31. Fuchen succeeded. Li Tianhan and Shen Yuyan looked at each other with surprise. Even though they sacrificed their position as patriarch and their status as the main faction, but at this moment, Li Tianhan and Shen Yuyan felt it was all worth it. Who would have thought that the final winner would be Li Fuchen? Heaven's will is always better than all the calculations. Fate is always unpredictable, and that's why it's so fascinating. At the start, no one thought highly of the Li clan and Li Fuchen. But in the end, it was Li Fuchen who made it to the end. Obtaining first place in the genius contest caused Li Fuchen to be the center of attention. From today onwards, not only within Yinwu City, but also within the borders of Yinwu City, everyone would know of this name. But to be honest, everyone only paid attention to Li Fuchen and didn't have high expectations for him. As a normal bone frame, there were too many innate limitations. He may be glorious during the Qi realm, but would be unknown once he reached the origin realm. Since ancient times, there have been many examples. With the end of the genius contest, Yinwu City Lord Shintu Jianhe began to distribute the prizes. First place, Li Fuchen, a gold card with 10,000 gold coins and 2 bottles of Qi gathering pills. Second place, Yang Kai, a gold card with 5,000 gold coins and 1 bottle of Qi gathering pills. Third place, Shintu Ju, a gold card with 3,000 gold coins and 5 bottles of spirit Qi pills. Fourth place, He Ping, a gold card with 2,000 gold coins and 2 bottles of spirit Qi pills. Fifth place, Zhu Hongxiu, a gold card with 2,000 gold coins and 2 bottles of spirit Qi pills. 6th to 20th place, a gold card with 1,000 gold coins and 1 bottle of spirit Qi pills. A gold card was a voucher that could be exchanged for gold coins at the gold bank. Gold cards came in various denominations, with the lowest denomination being 500 gold coins and the highest being 100,000 gold coins. It was very convenient to carry around. 10,000 gold coins. That's a lot of money. Looking at the 10,000 gold card in his hand, Li Fuchen let out a smile. In general, 10 gold coins was enough for an average household to spend for a year. 10,000 gold coins was enough to buy a large courtyard, hire a few servants, and live a carefree life without having to worry about food or water. And 2 bottles of Qi gathering pills would be enough for him to cultivate for a long time. After the rewards were handed out, Chen Zongming stood up. This old man is the Zanglan sect's outer sect elder, Chen Zongming. I am also the one who will be bringing you to the Zanglan sect. You are very lucky to be able to become a Zanglan sect disciple. But don't be too happy just yet. Zanglan sect disciples are also separated into different grades. If you can't pass the sect trials, you can only become an odd job disciple. Only by passing the trials can you officially become an outer sect disciple. Other than that, I would like to announce something. Due to the Guan clan's Guan Shui's outstanding talent, it attracted the attention of the upper echelons. The Zanglan sect made an exception to grant the Guan clan a spot. After some consideration, it was decided to be Guan Peng from the Guan clan. Chen Zongming's words caused an uproar among the crowd. The Zanglan sect actually gave the Guan clan a special slot. This was a great thing. Everyone thought that the Guan clan wouldn't be able to reap any rewards from this year's genius contest. Who would have thought that the Guan clan would have such a turn of events? Once again, everyone lamented at how unpredictable fate was. Guan Peng was stunned at first, but then he was overjoyed. He had already given up all hope, but he didn't expect happiness to come so quickly. Li Fuchen, I will humiliate you in the Azure Water sect. Thinking about how he almost couldn't become a Zanglan sect disciple, Guan Peng glared at Li Fuchen with an unfriendly gaze. Guan Hao was despondent. Why was it Guan Peng and not him? Guan Yu and the rest of the Guan clan's upper echelons were overjoyed. Guan Yu thought to himself, so what if you are first in the genius contest? Only my daughter, Guan Shui, can attract the attention of the Zanglan sect. They even made an exception to give the Guan clan a slot. Interesting. Li Fuchen raised an eyebrow, but his expression didn't change. Even if Guan Peng entered the Zanglan sect, it had nothing to do with him. Chen Zongming continued, I will give you 3 days to prepare. 3 days later, report to the city lord's residence. Just like that, the genius contest finally came to an end. The next one would be held 2 years later. Back at the Li clan, Li Fuchen felt the atmosphere wasn't right. Everyone looked at his family with a strange expression, with a trace of pity and schadenfreude. Under Li Fuchen's interrogation, Li Tianhan finally revealed the truth. Li Fuchen's expression was cold, he didn't expect himself to be so disliked. Even after obtaining first place for the Li clan, it was still the same. Dad, Mom, this is only temporary. Fuchen swears that one day, I will make the founder and the Elders Guild beg you to return to the main faction and take back the patriarch position. Li Fuchen spoke coldly. Li Tianhan replied, Fuchen, Dad is already satisfied with this outcome. You don't have to feel any pressure, it is just a patriarch position. As for whether it is the main faction or not, Dad doesn't care. Dad is an Origin Realm martial artist, I won't starve myself. Shen Yuyan added, after entering the Zhonglan sect, you have to focus on nothing. You don't have to worry about me and your dad. Li Fuchen nodded, he knew his words carried little weight. Only by working hard in the Zhonglan sect would he be able to get back what belonged to his parents. Yunhai, don't despair. Your uncle is the Zhonglan sect's outer sect deacon. When he was young, he had a good relationship with the outer sect deacon. I have already written a letter to him, asking him to arrange for you to be an odd job disciple in the Zhonglan sect. If you are willing to work hard, becoming an outer sect disciple isn't impossible. In another courtyard, Li Taizhan spoke to Li Yunhai. I have another uncle who is an outer sect deacon, how come I didn't know? Li Yunhai was pleasantly surprised. Li Taizhan laughed, all the major clans have their own secrets. How can our Li clan not have a trump card? Outer sect deacon may sound like an ordinary position, but in the Zhonglan sect, becoming an outer sect deacon isn't an easy task. Zhonglan sect inner sect disciples, if they are unable to break through to the earth realm before the age of 35, they would be demoted from inner sect disciple to inner sect deacon apprentice. Inner sect deacon apprentice would be promoted to outer sect deacon apprentice, and every outer sect deacon position would be watched by a large group of inner sect deacon apprentices. To break through to the earth realm before the age of 35, it was too difficult. Yinwu City's city lord, Shentu Jianhe, only broke through to the earth realm at the age of 36. But he was promoted quickly. After breaking through to the earth realm, he was promoted from inner sect deacon apprentice to outer sect elder, and then became the city lord of Yinwu City. Li Fuchen, wait for me at the Zhonglan sect. Li Yunhai's face glowed with vigor, but quickly turned into a sinister expression. In 3 days, Li Fuchen did all the things he wanted to do. For example, giving the blue crystal ring to Li Xiaodai. This was a hard-working girl, the blue crystal ring should be able to help her a little. With the red jade technique at the 6th rank, Li Fuchen's absorption speed of heaven and earth energy was much faster. The blue crystal ring was no longer of much use. Most importantly, he had a lot of gold coins. Gifting a blue crystal ring wasn't a big deal. 3 days passed quickly. Chapter 32. The distance to the Zhonglan sect was at least 10,000 miles. Even if one rode on a demon blood horse that could travel 1,000 miles in a day, it would still take half a month to reach the Zhonglan sect. On the official road, a dozen handsome demon blood horses galloped. On the horses were Chen Zongming, 7 Zhonglan inner sect disciples, and Li Fuchen's group, including Shentu Liang. The Shentu clan was the city lord's clan and had a quota every 4 years. This was the 4th year. Big Bro Zhan, how many people went to the Zhonglan sect last time? Along the way, everyone chatted casually. The one who spoke was Kai Yang. He turned his head and asked Yang Zhan. Yang Zhan replied, a lot. Around 10,000, 10,000. Yang Kai took a deep breath, there are so many cities in the Zhonglan region. Yang Lai, who was riding alongside Yang Zhan, explained, our Yinwu city is a small city with a population of around 1 million. Some of the bigger cities have a population of 10 million and a quota of a few dozen. Other than that, the Zhanglan region has many martial institutions that are in charge of nurturing talents for the sect. Martial institution. Li Fuchen had heard of martial institutions before. 100 miles away from Yunwu City, there was an elite martial institution in Silver Rich City. Martial institutions mainly recruited commoners. Clans rarely entered. It wasn't because the martial institution wasn't good. In fact, cultivating in a martial institution was able to stimulate one's fighting spirit. But the quota for a martial institution was much harder to obtain than a city's quota. In Yunwu City, there were only about 100 participants in the genius contest. Sometimes it was more, sometimes it was less. But the number of participants in the martial institution contest was many times more. Apart from that, the competition within the martial institutions was too intense. Commoners came from different cities and all of them wanted to change their fate. Hence, they were extremely hard-working. Clans would easily be overshadowed if they entered. Of course, there were plenty of smaller clans that chose to enter a martial institution to temper themselves. At this moment, Outer Sect Elder Chen Zongming spoke. There are fewer martial institutions than cities. Normally, there would only be one martial institution in every 3 to 5 cities. Even though your talents aren't bad, but in terms of combat ability, you might not be able to enter the top 10 of a martial institution. Hence, after entering the sect, don't think that you will be able to ascend to the top. If you don't work hard, you will be eliminated and be at the bottom. Hearing this, no one took it seriously. No one would admit that they were inferior to others, especially those from the major clans. Leaving Yunwu City and arriving at Silver Rich City. Giddy, 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 on the spacious official road, the two groups of people gathered together. Elder Chen, what a coincidence. The elder who spoke was riding on a black demonic blood horse. Behind him was a group of Origin Realm martial artists and 20 youths. Elder Lu, nice to meet you. Chen Zongming smiled. Elder Lu's name was Lu Fengtao. Like him, he was also an outer sect elder. Elder Chen, are there any good seedlings in Cloud Fog City? Lu Fengtao sized up Yang Kai and his group and nodded his head. He had learned some bone physique techniques and could see that Yang Kai and Zhu Hongxiu's bone frames were exceptional. But when his eyes landed on Li Fuchen, he couldn't help but let out a gasp. Li Fuchen's bone frame was ordinary, but he didn't know how he qualified to enter the Zhanglan sect. There are 2 3-star bone frames and the rest are ordinary and not worth mentioning. In Chen Zongming's eyes, besides Kai Yang and Zhu Hongxiu, he didn't care about anyone else. In fact, even if Kai Yang and Zhu Hongxiu didn't enter the top 5, he would still make an exception and recruit them. 2 3-star bone frames, huh? Congratulations, Elder Chen, I only have 5 3-star bone frames on my side. Lu Fengtao glanced at the youths behind him and said. Chen Zongming was moved, Elder Lu sure is humble. 5 3-star bone frames isn't a small number. Lu Fengtao replied, there are more than 1,000 participants from the Hero Martial Institution. 5 3-star bone frames isn't considered a lot. It's normal for commoner children to have a lower chance of producing talents compared to those from clans. Chen Zongming nodded. Clans' descendants had been living a luxurious life since young. Their bodies were nurtured well and this wasn't something commoners could compare to. 5 3-star bone frames. Li Fuchen and his group took in a deep cold breath. 3-star bone frames weren't like cabbages. If 1 out of 5 2-star bone frames could progress to the Earth Realm, then 3-star bone frames had an 80% to 90% chance of progressing to the Earth Realm. They were basically future Earth Realm martial artists. The Hero Martial Institution gathers commoners from 4 cities. It is normal to have 5 3-star bone frames. Seems like within the sect, only 3-star bone frames have a certain status and 2-star bone frames aren't considered much. Li Fuchen had a rough idea in his heart. Among the youths behind Lu Fengtao, a few of them glanced at Li Fuchen and his group. They didn't have the arrogance of the clan's descendants, but had traces of arrogance. On Li Fuchen's side, except for Yang Kai, Zhu Hongxiu, and Li Fuchen who had a normal expression, Shen Tuju, He Ping, Guanpeng, and Shen Tuliang all felt uneasy. This was their first time leaving Yinwu City. The outside world was much more intense than they imagined. As two-star bone frames, this was the first time they didn't have any confidence. There were 3,000 grand daos, all streams returned to the origin. There were many paths towards the Zhonglan sect, but they all converged on a larger path. Gradually, more and more people gathered. There were elites from the cities and martial institutions. The number of people unknowingly rose to a few hundred. With more people, it naturally became lively. Do you know what his bone frame is? Guanpeng unknowingly mingled with a group of unfamiliar youths. What bone frame? Many gazes landed on Li Fuchen. Guanpeng laughed, normal bone frame. After being defeated by Li Fuchen twice, it had always been a thorn in Guanpeng's heart. And Li Fuchen's bone frame was naturally the best target. How rare for a normal bone frame to enter the Zhonglan sect. So what if he enters? Once he passes the test, he will be demoted to an odd job disciple and will have nothing to do with us. That's right, that's right. Out of 1,000 normal bone frames, there might not even be an Earthrealm martial artist. This is a well-known fact. The youths all placed great importance on bone frames. Those with good bone frames would always look down on those with poor bone frames, especially those with normal bone frames. Li Fuchen was a little far away, but the voices of these people still reached his ears. In this regard, Li Fuchen laughed at himself. It seems like for a long time, it would be hard for him to avoid these discussions. But it didn't matter, who would know that even though his bone frame was bad, his spirit soul talent surpassed a normal 3-star bone frame. Half a month passed by in a flash. On this day, on an incomparably wide path, a tide of people rushed in. So this is the Zhonglan sect? From afar, Li Fuchen could see a mountain range. Within the mountain range, there were giant peaks that pierced through the sky, straight like arrows. Some of the peaks were filled with flowers, purple and red. Some of the peaks were shaded by trees, overflowing with greenery and glimmering with light. On some of the peaks, there were waterfalls that looked like white silk, flowing straight down with a majestic aura. These peaks all had one thing in common. Either at the waist of the mountain or at the peak, there were many magnificent palaces built. Chapter 33. As he got closer, Li Fuchen realized that the Zhonglan sect was much grander than he imagined. Things that he couldn't see clearly were gradually revealed to his eyes. The sky was crystal clear and spotless. On top of thousands of mountain peaks, pine trees had their roots and leaves spread out. Countless red-crowned cranes flew around. These red-crowned cranes were massive in size. Some were 10 meters in size and were considered giant birds. Some were brightly colored and were obviously mutated species. There were even some that had the speed of lightning and shot through the clouds like arrows. Other than that, on some of the deeper mountain peaks, there were constant roars of beasts. Li Fuchen could clearly see on one of the outer mountain peaks, there was a giant python with its upper body erect. It was breathing out mist and absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. Legend has it that the sect contain demonic beasts and use a unique pill to refine the demonic chi within the demonic beasts into spirit chi. Seems like it is all true. Li Fuchen didn't think that the Zhonglan sect was filled with demonic beasts. Demonic beasts were bloodthirsty and would never coexist peacefully with humans. Just as the group arrived at the foot of a mountain peak, a red-crowned crane the size of a cow flew down. On the back of the red-crowned crane stood an elder. This elder was naturally an outer sect elder and was here to lead the group up the mountain. The mountain was called Flat Mountain, meaning that it was stable. It was one of the outer sect peaks and was usually used to receive guests or conduct outer sect disciple exams. Many of the outer sect elders and deacons resided on top of it. Flat Mountain wasn't considered high among the mountains in the Zhonglan sect. It was only 600 to 700 meters in height. On the way up, Li Fuchen saw countless houses and courtyards. He also saw a large number of busy outer sect deacons. Those that could become deacons were all Origin Realm martial artists. Along the way, Li Fuchen saw at least 100 outer sect deacons. He couldn't help but lament that the sect was indeed a sect. On a small mountain peak, there were already so many Origin Realm martial artists. What he saw was just a small portion of the deacons on Flat Mountain. There were more than 100 mountains in the Zhanglan sect. The deeper mountain peaks were all hidden in the clouds and couldn't be seen. At the peak of the mountain, Li Fuchen's vision suddenly widened. Flat Mountain. Just like its name, the peak of the mountain was cleaved off by a blade from the heavens. There was a giant flat ground that could fit a few thousand people. At the side of the peak was a grand palace. Line up and enter the grand hall to register your identity. Remember, there must be no mistakes, or you will bear the consequences. Chen Zhongming said sternly. Yes. Li Fuchen and the others nodded. In front of them, there were about 1,000 people. The outer sect disciple examination wasn't conducted in a centralized manner, but continuously. Batches of disciples would be tested one after another. After all, it was too strenuous to test tens of thousands of disciples at once. Furthermore, there would always be people arriving early or late, so they couldn't just sit around and wait. The queue progressed quickly. And after an hour, Li Fuchen's Zong sect, Li Fuchen. The group of the Li Chen Mountain Fuchen Jin clan. The bone frame test required a bone frame stone. The Li clan's bone frame stone was only the size of a human head, but the Zhanglan sect's bone frame stone was a giant boulder that was at least 3 meters tall. It might be called a stone, but it was actually a special type of jade stone that was translucent and white in color. Jia Sangu, TZT, 1 spirit Sangu, 1 friend, Jia Sekdon. Of. Fong Tao, 2-star bone frame, 60 points. Su Gan, 2-star bone frame, 60 points. Su Gan, 2-star bone frame, 60 points. Luo Dei, 3-star bone frame, 70 points. Li Fuchen noticed that most of the people here were 2 or 3-star bone frames. 3-star bone frames were rare. Out of 20 people, there would only be 1 3-star bone frame. Of course, to put it in perspective, 3-star bone frames weren't a small number. After all, there were more than 10,000 people who participated in the previous outer sect disciple exam. This year, even if there were fewer, it would still be around 10,000. If there was 1 3-star bone frame in 20 people, then wouldn't there be 500 3-star bone frames among 10,000 people? This was the first time Li Fuchen felt uncertain. It wasn't that he felt his bone frame was bad, but the sect was too scary. A 2-star bone frame was considered outstanding in any city and 3-star bone frames were rare. But in the sect, 2-star bone frames were like dogs. 3-star bone frames were everywhere. 4-star bone frames might be rare, but there should be quite a number of them in the sect. Of course, 4-star bone frames usually entered the sect in advance and wouldn't be seen in the outer sect exam, unless something was overlooked. Soon enough, it was Li Fuchen's group's turn. Yang Kai, 3-star bone frame, 70 points. Shen Tu Ju, 2-star bone frame, 60 points. Shen Tu Liang, 1-star bone frame, 50 points. Guanpeng, 2-star bone frame, 60 points. He Ping, 2-star bone frame, 60 points. Zhu Hongxiu, 3-star extraordinary bone frame, 75 points. In the center of the grand hall, Zhu Hongxiu placed her palm on the bone frame stone. The stone emitted a faint red glow, which was extremely eye-catching. Before this, when everyone placed their palms on the stone would only emit a faint white glow of varying intensity. 3-star extraordinary bone frame. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. 3-star bone frames were already considered outstanding in the sect. 3-star extraordinary bone frames could barely be compared to 4-star bone frames. Zhu Hongxiu herself was a little surprised. The Zhu clan's bone frame stone was only the size of a palm and couldn't even detect if her bone frame contained extraordinary energy. 3-star blazing flame bone frame, not bad, not bad. Chen Zhongming was in a good mood. To be able to guide a 3-star blazing bone frame disciple, the sect would more or less reward him with some contribution points. Contribution points were extremely precious and could only be obtained by contributing to the sect. Lu Fengtao enviously said, "Congratulations, Elder Chen. Among the outer sect disciples, 3-star extraordinary bone frames are few and far between. There are only a few dozen of them." After Zhu Hongxiu stepped down, Li Fuchen walked up. As expected, the bone frame stone didn't have any changes. This meant that Li Fuchen only had a normal bone frame and wasn't able to cause any changes to the bone frame stone. Li Fuchen, normal bone frame, 40 points. The testing elder frowned and emotionlessly announced. A normal bone frame actually appeared. What a rare sight. The Zhonglan sect hasn't had a normal bone frame disciple for a few consecutive tournaments. I wonder who this kid is. Could he be the descendant of an inner sect elder? No matter whose descendant he is, he will most likely be demoted to an odd job disciple. The Grand Hall was always filled with over 100 disciples. After realizing that Li Fuchen was only a normal bone frame disciple, they all revealed looks of disdain. If a normal bone frame could become an outer sect disciple, the Zhonglan sect would have been filled with disciples. Ha ha. Seeing this scene, Guanpeng and the rest sneered. They were happy to see Li Fuchen embarrass himself in front of everyone. Slowly letting out a breath, Li Fuchen walked away with a composed expression. His bone frame was indeed a normal bone frame, but before obtaining the golden amulet, his cultivation talent wasn't bad at all. It was better than most of the 1-star bone frames and wasn't inferior to a 2-star bone frame. If not, he wouldn't have been able to match up to Li Yunhai. What's more, this was only the first segment of the exam. The second and third segment would truly showcase his talent. Chapter 34. The second segment was a perception test. The perception test was conducted in groups of 10. 10 groups of 10. The content of the test was simple. During the test, everyone would be given a foundation sword arts manual. Within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the more sword moves you comprehend, the higher your score. Opening up the manual, Li Fuchen realized that it was indeed a fundamental sword art. Fundamental sword arts were sword arts that were of a lower tier than low-tier, yellow-class sword arts. The sword moves contained very little essence, only a trace of it. Li Fuchen opened the manual and took a look at it. A total of 14 moves, not a lot. Li Fuchen began to read seriously. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, "Alright, you are the first to start." Every group had a test elder. The test elder in Li Fuchen's group pointed at a youth. The youth tensed up and began to practice his sword arts with his steel sword. 6 moves. In just a short period of time, the youth only comprehended 6 moves. Bai Fei, 60 points. The test elder took Bai Fei's registration information and wrote down his score. Comprehend 6 moves and I pass. Could it be that every additional move will add 5 points? Li Fuchen thought to himself. Just as he expected, 6 moves was 60 points. 7 moves was 65 points, 8 moves was 70 points, and every subsequent move would only add 5 points. Yang Kai, 75 points. Shen Tu Ju, 65 points. Shen Tu Liang, 40 points. Guan Peng, 60 points. He Ping, 70 points. Zhu Hongxiu, 75 points. Among everyone, Yang Kai and Zhu Hongxiu had the highest perception. Within the time it took for an incense stick to burn, they comprehended 9 moves. Shen Tu Liang's perception was the worst, he only comprehended 4 moves. Not only did he not pass, he was 20 points short of 60 points. At this moment, Shen Tu Liang was dumbfounded. It was the complete opposite of his gloating expression during the bone frame test. When it was Li Fuchen's turn, everyone held their breaths. Everyone who participated in the genius contest knew that Li Fuchen's perception was exceptional. If not, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Yang Kai and take first place. Now everyone wanted to know how high Li Fuchen's perception was. The time it took for an incense stick to burn was more than enough for Li Fuchen. He even had time to practice his sword moves. Even though foundation sword arts were the foundation of sword arts, there were more sword moves, which required more consistency. First move, second move, third move, wielding the steel sword, Li Fuchen executed his sword style with a fluid motion. The exam elder's eyes were getting brighter and brighter. Others couldn't see it, but he could see the difference between Li Fuchen and the others. The others simply comprehended the sword moves and didn't link them together. But Li Fuchen did it and did it very well. Only allowed on creative novels. 6 moves, 7 moves, 8 moves, Yang Kai, Guan Peng and the others' expressions changed. 13 moves. 14 moves. Executing 14 moves in a single breath, Li Fuchen remained calm and leisurely sheathed his steel sword. Good, very good. This was the first time the exam elder praised. Li Fuchen, 110 points. On Li Fuchen's registration information, it was written, "This child's sword Dao perception is excellent." Within 30 minutes, not only did he comprehend all the sword moves, but he was also able to execute them perfectly. Special bonus points, 110 points. He Ping and Zhu Hongxiu gasped. They suspected if Li Fuchen's bone frame was an invisible bone frame. If not, how could a normal bone frame have such terrifying sword Dao perception? Damn it! Guan Peng had an ugly expression on his face. Even though Li Fuchen only scored 40 points on the bone frame test, but with the perception score, his total score was 150 points, 30 points higher than him. Yang Kai squinted his eyes, not knowing what to think. Look, there is someone with 110 points. Such a perception is too shocking. 110 points. In all the previous outer sect disciple exams, no one has ever achieved this. At most, 100 points. Yes, only those prodigies who entered the sect earlier could achieve 110 points. 8 years ago, there was a prodigy who obtained 120 points. It was rumored that he comprehended the 15th move from the 14 basic moves. That person was called Sword Maniac, and is now a direct disciple. When Sword Maniac entered the sect, he was already at the 9th level of the Qi realm. He isn't someone we can compare with. The commotion on Li Fuchen's side attracted the attention of many, but no one noticed that this person who obtained 110 points was only a normal bone frame on the bone frame test. Perhaps, he can break through the shackles of a normal bone frame and achieve great heights. Zhu Hongxiu thought to herself. After the perception test was over, it was time for the most important willpower test. Among the 3 tests, the bone frame test was determined innately and couldn't be changed. The perception test was half determined innately and half determined later on. As for the willpower test, it was all determined later on. Which is why the willpower test was the most important. If a martial artist didn't have a strong willpower, even if he had an exceptional bone frame, he wouldn't be able to reach the pinnacle in the future. But for a normal bone frame, even if he had an innate defect, as long as his willpower was strong enough, he would still have the chance to step into a higher realm. Of course, if one had both qualities, as long as they didn't die in the future, they would basically have amazing achievements. The willpower test wasn't held on the flat mountain, but in a valley within the mountains. A wide green path extended from the entrance of the valley all the way to the depths of the valley. It was covered in thick fog and a foul qi was brewing, as if countless demons were hiding within, waiting for an opportunity to strike. What a terrifying path! Li Fuchen's eyes shrunk. He could feel that this path was extremely dangerous. This kind of danger wasn't what he understood, but something that he couldn't comprehend. It was absurd, but it truly existed. This is Art Song Lan Sect's green cloud path. Pass it and you will have a meteoric rise. If you can't, even if you have an exceptional bone frame, you won't be of much use. I will give you a score based on the time you use. There were many elders for the willpower test. The leading elder had an unfathomable qi presence, which was obviously higher than the other elders. If Li Fuchen didn't guess it wrong, this elder should be the outer sect grand elder with the highest authority in the outer sect. Alright, everyone enter. The outer sect grand elder gestured with his hand. Hearing this, everyone, including Li Fuchen, entered in a single file. Before this, there were already quite a number of people who entered the green cloud path. As they walked further away, they entered the thick fog. Once he stepped onto the green cloud path, Li Fuchen immediately felt his body sinking. Such a huge pressure, as if I am carrying a few hundred kilograms of weight. Li Fuchen's expression had a slight change. He still didn't know how long the green cloud path was. If it was longer than he imagined, then a few hundred kilograms of pressure would be enough to crush him alive. In just a short moment, everyone entered the fog. Elder Xiao, do you think anyone will get full marks for the willpower test? Chen Zongming withdrew his gaze and turned to the outer sect Grand Elder, Xiao Changfeng. Xiao Changfeng muttered, I'm afraid it isn't possible. The green cloud path contains both pressure and illusions. In the past 10 years, only 3 people have gotten full marks for the willpower test. Furthermore, they all entered the Zhonglan sect in advance and had 4-star or even 5-star bone frames. Chapter 35. Within the mist, Li Fuchen could feel his mind going into a trance. What was originally a dense crowd of people unknowingly disappeared. On the green cloud path, it was extremely quiet. Even his own footsteps and heartbeats couldn't be heard. Something isn't right. Li Fuchen didn't slow down his pace, but hastened it instead. He needed to get out of the green cloud path while he was still conscious. The pressure of a few hundred kilograms was nothing in the beginning, but the further one went, the more unbearable it became. Apart from the consumption of physical strength and jinqi, the biggest reason was the oppressive feeling brought about by the strange fog. When one's body and spirit were both under heavy pressure, all aspects of one's quality would be severely reduced. Those with a slightly weaker will might even collapse halfway through. Ah! 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 Within the thick mist, there was a sudden loud roar that sounded extremely miserable. Rotten wood cannot be carved. Which one of you will bring him out? Xiao Changfeng said with a cold face. I will go. An outer sect elder soared into the sky, like a huge bird skimming into the mist. After a few blinks of the eye, he carried a youth and flew back. The youth's snot and tears were flowing out, looking extremely miserable and frightened. Elder Wan, I shall hand him over to you. Xiao Changfeng didn't even look at the youth and said to another elder. Elder Wan was one of the elders in charge of odd job disciples. He nodded, those who can't pass the green cloud path will be directly eliminated as an odd job disciple. They should be handed over to me. Gradually, the number of people who were eliminated as odd job disciples increased. From a few to a few dozens. All of them were either ashamed, despondent, or hesitant to speak up. Elder, I scored a total of 135 points in the first 2 rounds. It is higher than most of the people. Just because I didn't pass the green cloud path, I am already eliminated as an odd job disciple. Isn't that too unfair? The youth who spoke with anger. Elder Wan said coldly, if your will isn't strong enough, a total of 150 points from the other 2 rounds would be useless. If you have a 4-star bone frame, you can consider it. If you think the exams are unfair, you don't have to come to the Zhonglan sect. Another elder wasn't as polite as Elder Wan and reprimanded. The youth clenched his fist tightly, but ultimately didn't say anything. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen had an illusion in front of his eyes. The road beneath his feet had turned into a path of white bones. Black and red blood oozed out from the bones and submerged Li Fuchen's ankle. It was sticky. Immediately after, it started to rain snakes. Countless venomous snakes that were the size of chopsticks descended from the sky and tunneled into Li Fuchen's clothes. They even wanted to drill into his ears and nostrils. Pushing away layer after layer of small snakes, Li Fuchen suddenly felt someone blowing on his ear. Turning around, he saw a pale face staring at him, an illusion? Li Fuchen's pupils contracted slightly. This illusion was too real, and it would corrode his main consciousness, causing him to gradually immerse himself in the illusion and treat it as reality. Even though he was trapped in an illusion, Li Fuchen was still walking. His strong willpower allowed him to resist the erosion of the illusion to a certain extent. At the end of the Blue Clouds Road, Xiao Changfeng and the others were already waiting there. There's still less than half a stick of incense left. It looks like no one can get full marks. An outer sect elder shook his head and laughed. Just as Chen Zongming was about to speak, he suddenly pointed at the Blue Clouds Road within the fog. Someone is coming out. Someone is coming out. All the elders quickly looked over. Within the fog, a slender and young-looking figure walked out. If it wasn't Li Fuchen, who else could it be? Li Fuchen. Chen Zongming was extremely shocked. Xiao Changfeng inquired, "Elder Chen, is he led by you?" Chen Zongming nodded. He is a Yunwu City's Li clan's descendant. Normal bone frame, but has an exceptional perception, obtaining 110 points. I didn't expect his willpower to be so outstanding too. At first, Chen Zongming didn't think highly of Li Fuchen, but now he suddenly had some expectations for Li Fuchen. Normal bone frame. Xiao Changfeng frowned, a pity. If it was a 2-star bone frame, this child's achievements wouldn't be inferior to a 4-star bone frame. If it was a 3-star bone frame, he would definitely be heavily groomed by the Zanglan sect. Looking at Li Fuchen who walked out of the fog, Xiao Changfeng still had a face of praise. Li Fuchen, congratulations, full marks for willpower. Passing the Blue Clouds Road within the time it takes for an incense stick to burn was full marks. Afterwards, for every half an incense stick burned, 10 points would be deducted. Among the 7 from Yunwu City, excluding Li Fuchen, He Ping had the highest willpower with 75 points. Yang Kai and Zhu Hongxiu had 70 points, Shen Tuju had 65 points, and Guan Peng had 60 points. Shen Tuliang didn't pass the Blue Clouds Road and was immediately eliminated as an odd job disciple. Once everyone walked out of the Blue Clouds Road, Xiao Changfeng announced, "Those with a total score of less than 180 points will all be eliminated as odd job disciples. Those with a total score between 180 to 210 points will be third-grade outer sect disciples. Those with 210 to 240 points will be second-grade outer sect disciples. Those with 240 points and above will be first-grade outer sect disciples." Outer sect disciples were also separated into different grades. Third-grade outer sect disciples were the lowest and first-grade outer sect disciples were the highest. Different grades meant different treatments. First-grade outer sect disciples lived in individual courtyards, while second-grade and third-grade outer sect disciples lived in large courtyards. First-grade outer sect disciples could purchase 1,000 gold coins worth of sect goods every month. Second-grade outer sect disciples were 300 gold coins, and third-grade outer sect disciples were 200 gold coins. It was a known fact that sect goods couldn't even be seen in the outside world. Who wouldn't want to buy them, but due to their low status, they couldn't even buy them with gold coins. In short, no matter what, first-grade outer sect disciples were treated better than second and third-grade outer sect disciples. Just like this, there was a batch of odd job disciples, third-grade outer sect disciples, second-grade outer sect disciples, and first-grade outer sect disciples. Li Fuchen was the only first-grade outer sect disciple who was the center of attention. Damn it! Shen Tuliang wasn't willing to give up. In his opinion, the test of willpower was useless. So what if you have a strong willpower? With your ability, you can still beat up a person with a strong willpower. But he didn't consider that even if he passed the green cloud path, his total points would only add up to 90 points. His total points would be far less than 180 points and he would still be an odd job disciple. What dogs hit luck, to actually become a first-grade outer sect disciple? Staring at the only first-grade outer sect disciple, Guan Peng was in a bad mood. "Elder, how can a normal bone frame become a first-grade outer sect disciple?" Guan Peng couldn't help but ask. That's right, he is just a normal bone frame and doesn't have the qualifications to become a first-grade outer sect disciple. First-grade outer sect disciples should exclude normal bone frames, 1-star and 2-star bone frames too. Among the second-grade outer sect disciples, there were a few 3-star extraordinary bone frame youths that were unconvinced. Before this, They were always the prodigies of the heavens and couldn't stand others suppressing them. Xiao Changfeng snorted, every family has its own rules, the sect has its own rules. According to the Zhanglan sect's rules, anyone with a total score of over 240 points is a first-grade outer sect disciple. Maybe you can go find the sect patriarch to discuss about changing the rules. Elder must be joking, we are just saying. Chapter 36. Li Fuchen didn't mind. If these people were clamoring, then let them clamor. Only useless people would clamor. People with ambition would only use their actions to prove themselves. As for Guanpeng, to be honest, Li Fuchen didn't even put him in his eyes. He was the same as Li Yunhai, an arrogant and despicable person. Unless he had a miraculous encounter, he wouldn't have a future. Sometimes, a person's breadth of mind determined a person's achievements. Congratulations. Zhu Hongxiu walked over and congratulated him. Li Fuchen laughed, a moment of pride isn't much, a lifetime of pride is the true pride. I really don't know how you train your mental state. This isn't something a youth should say. Zhu Hongxiu looked at Li Fuchen. Even though they didn't know each other for long and didn't speak much, but Li Fuchen left a deep impression on her. He was an extremely introverted and confident person with a contradictory personality. Li Fuchen didn't say anything. Perhaps, after a year of depression, his personality had changed. But it didn't matter, as long as he was still himself. Odd job disciples were brought to the odd job disciple region, while the outer sect disciples were brought to the outer sect region. The outer sect region wasn't on the mountain, but in the middle of a dozen mountain peaks in a vast empty space. This empty space had a radius of about 7 to 8 miles. The buildings were like the scales of a fish, one after another, extending out of sight. Outer Sect Grand Hall. This is your Outer Sect Disciple token. Each of you will get one token with your name on it. Here are the Outer Sect robes, 3 sets for each person and 1 sword for each Outer Sect disciple. Under the command of the elders, the deacons and deacon apprentices began to distribute the Outer Sect disciples' items. The token was a black metal token with the words Li Fuchen engraved on the back. The Outer Sect disciple robes were light blue in color, looking clean and simple. As for the Outer Sect disciple sword, it was a special wooden sword that could withstand a few thousand kg of force. It was mainly used for sparring within the sect and didn't have much killing power. Clearing his throat, the great elder of the Outer Sect, Xiao Changfeng, said, "Now, I will arrange for your accommodations. Gather here tomorrow morning. At that time, I will give you the entry-level secret manuals." Entry-level cultivation technique? Li Fuchen had an idea in his heart. The Zhanglan sect's entry technique was a peak-tier, yellow-class technique that could be cultivated for free. In the future, if one wished to cultivate a higher-tier technique, they would require contribution points to redeem it. But to Li Fuchen, a peak-tier, yellow-class technique was more than enough. The Outer Sect disciple area was split into 3 sections. 3rd-grade disciples, 2nd-grade disciples, and 1st-grade disciples. The 1st-grade disciple area was located in the deepest part of the area. The environment there was beautiful and it was exceptionally quiet. There were many individual courtyards scattered all over the place, and they were separated from each other by large patches of empty land. Li Fuchen was arranged to stay in a rather secluded courtyard. It was obvious that this courtyard hadn't been cleaned for a long time as it was covered in dust. You can get an odd job disciple to help you clean up. This is the privilege of a 1st-grade Outer Sect disciple. The deacon apprentice who brought Li Fuchen reminded. Li Fuchen nodded, "I understand, many thanks." With the help of a few odd job disciples, the courtyard was soon cleaned up. This made Li Fuchen feel that it wasn't an easy task for an odd job disciple to stand out in the sect. There was an endless amount of odd job tasks every day and there wasn't much time left for cultivation. Of course, even though an odd job disciple had to do odd job, it was still better than the outside world. Odd job disciples would receive contribution points every month. After accumulating a certain amount of contribution points, they could redeem sect items or manuals. Outsiders couldn't even become an odd job disciple even if they wanted to. Nearing evening, Li Fuchen changed into his outer sect disciple attire and headed towards one of the dining halls in the outer sect area. The dining hall was located in the second-grade disciple area. It had a total of 3 floors and was already filled to the brim. The first floor provided a free normal meal, the second floor provided a nutritious meal that cost 1 silver coin, and the third floor provided a high-class meal that cost 1 gold coin. The so-called normal meal was better than what the average household had, with 1 meat and 1 vegetable. The nutritious meal was much more sumptuous, similar to what Li Fuchen had at home. As for the high-class meal, Li Fuchen didn't have much of it at home and could only have it during gatherings. Thinking about it, Li Fuchen went to the second floor. Even though the normal meal was free, it lacked nutritious food and was only suitable for the average person. After ordering a meal, Li Fuchen found a seat and sat down. Have you heard? One of the 10 prodigies, Guan Shui, has reached the 5th rank of the White Wave technique. Are you kidding me? She has only been in the Zhanglan sect for 4 months. What's wrong with 4 months? Guan Shui has a 4-star water bone frame. Cultivating a Yin water element technique would only require half the effort. At the next table, a few outer sect disciples were discussing about Guan Shui. 5th rank of the White Wave technique? Li Fuchen was astonished. He remembered that Guan Shui took almost a year to reach the 5th rank of the Water Moon technique. But the Water Moon technique was only a high-tier, yellow class technique, while the White Wave technique was a peak-tier, yellow class technique. Maybe it's because the Water Moon technique and the White Wave technique are both Yin water element techniques and have some similarities. Li Fuchen wasn't too sure about Guan Shui's innate talent and perception. Everyone has their own secrets, just like himself. If it wasn't for the genius contest, no one would know of his cultivation technique rank or sword rank. After finishing his dinner, Li Fuchen returned to his courtyard. Before the sky turned dark, he cultivated the red jade sword style and started on the daily red jade technique. The next morning, Li Fuchen arrived at the Outer Sect Grand Hall. Outer Sect Grand Elder, Xiao Changfeng, looked at the crowd and pointed to the long table at the side. Our Zhanglan sect has a total of 10 entry techniques. You can choose an entry technique to cultivate according to your preferences or the attributes of your previous cultivation technique. Remember, be cautious in your choice, or else you will be wasting your own time. Alright, 10 to a group. Once you have made your choice, you can go to the side hall to get your manuals. Xiao Changfeng stood at the side. After queuing for almost an hour, it was Li Fuchen's group's turn. Purple Qi technique, pure and domineering. Evergreen technique, moderate and gentle. Iron Shell technique, fierce and domineering. White Wave technique, gentle and soft like water. Scarlet Fire technique, fierce and blazing. 10 different techniques, each with their own unique characteristics. If it was brought out to the outside world, it would cause countless clans to fight over it. But in the Zhanglan sect, it was only an entry technique and anyone could cultivate it. After going through each of the 10 techniques, Li Fuchen finally chose the Scarlet Fire technique. There were 2 reasons for choosing the Scarlet Fire technique. Firstly, his Red Jade technique was also a blazing technique, making it much easier to cultivate. Chapter 37. This is a Scarlet Fire pill, a pill unique to our Zhanglan sect. It contains the intent of the Scarlet Fire technique. Remember, don't consume it too quickly. Wait until you feel your technique reaching a bottleneck before consuming it. The elder in charge of distributing the secret manuals handed Li Fuchen a secret manual and a scarlet red elixir and exhorted. This disciple will remember. Li Fuchen bowed and received the manual and pill. This was Li Fuchen's first time witnessing a cultivation technique pill. The so-called cultivation technique pill was a pill that was refined using qi. There were thousands and thousands of types of qi, which meant that there were thousands and thousands of types of pills that could be refined. Pills that were refined using Scarlet Fire qi would naturally contain Scarlet Fire intent. Of course, this intent was usually very shallow and could only help the consumer increase their cultivation level by 1 rank. Not long after exiting the Grand Hall, Li Fuchen was stopped by a few youths. Li Fuchen, you aren't fit to be a first-grade outer sect disciple. But I, Zhao Liahu, will give you a chance. As long as you are willing to be my subordinate and give me a yellow class, mid-tier pill every month, I can guarantee that you will be a first-grade outer sect disciple. Zhao Liahu was a descendant of Gale City's Zhao clan. With a 3-star flame bone frame, he had always been arrogant and had a domineering personality. Li Fuchen sized up his opponent. Based on his Qi presence, Li Fuchen estimated that his opponent was at the 7th level of the Qi realm. His ability shouldn't be any weaker than Yang Kai's, possibly even surpassing him. Do you think that's possible? Li Fuchen asked. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being heavy-handed. Zhao Liahu drew his wooden sword and thrust it at Li Fuchen. Once an expert makes a move, it's obvious. Just from this stab, Li Fuchen knew that Zhao Liahu's ability was above Yang Kai's. Like a burst of flame, Zhao Liahu's stab seemed to contain many variations. Just like a flame, it didn't have a specific shape, only a blazing essence. Facing this stab, Li Fuchen didn't have a better way to deal with it. He could only use the first style of the red jade sword style, touch of red jade. Unsheathing his wooden sword, Li Fuchen pierced into the flame. Zhao Liahu's expression changed. His ever-victorious blazing sword style suddenly went out of control. With the wooden sword absorbing the opponent's wooden sword, Li Fuchen twisted his right hand, causing the suction force to vanish. He then placed his sword at Zhao Liahu's throat. You aren't qualified enough for me to follow you. The sword has a suction force. Good move. Let me, Chen Dahai, have a go at you. Chen Dahai was the same as Zhao Liahu. He also had a 3-star extraordinary bone frame. But he had a 3-star water bone frame and was a in-water martial art. He was adept at using softness to overcome hardness and could also use softness to counter softness. Li Fuchen's sword arts weren't very effective against him. Within a 2-meter radius, there seemed to be a ripple as Chen Dahai's sword shrouded Li Fuchen. Those who are able to come to the Azure Water sect are indeed extraordinary. At this stage, Li Fuchen didn't have the absolute advantage. In the battle with Kai Yang, he had already brought out 90% of his ability. But in the Zhonglan sect, there were many who were much stronger than Kai Yang. Between martial arts, there was always a counter. If Li Fuchen met an opponent who wasn't countered or countered him, Li Fuchen couldn't guarantee that he could win. Of course, he couldn't fully utilize his current level of comprehension. Due to his insufficient cultivation base, he couldn't fully comprehend high-tier yellow-class sword arts. Once his cultivation base reached the 7th level of the Qi realm, his advantage would only increase. Boom! As the two swords clashed, the air rippled and the Qi force became extremely viscous. Let go! Chen Dahai could feel that Li Fuchen's strength was only around 2,000 kilograms, while his was more than 2,000 kilograms. The wooden sword in his hand spun in circles, as if there were countless whirlpools in the air, trying to deflect Li Fuchen's wooden sword. Break! Li Fuchen placed his tongue on the roof of his mouth and released a valiant qi from his palm's Laogong acupoint. The wooden sword suddenly started to spin. Woo 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 woo, the wooden sword spun at an extreme speed. With his palm facing the end of the sword hilt, Li Fuchen ruthlessly pressed down. Boom! A transparent qi force spread out. Li Fuchen's sword pierced through Chen Dahai's sword stance and headed straight for his opponent's chest. Not good. Chen Dahai turned pale with fright. Even though he was wearing leather armor under his clothes, if he got hit by this sword, a few of his ribs would definitely be broken. At the crucial moment, Chen Dahai's left hand slapped on Li Fuchen's thrusting wooden sword, causing it to deviate. Pang! Li Fuchen's eyes were sharp. He kicked at Chen Dahai's wrist that was holding the wooden sword. With a spin of his body, he landed another kick on Chen Dahai's chest, sending him flying. What a terrifying combat ability! Zhao Liahu, who retreated to the side, had his eyes widened. Taking a glance at the spectators, Li Fuchen said, "Whoever wants to challenge me, come. But I can't guarantee that I will be gentle every time." The news of him becoming a first-grade outer sect disciple with a normal bone frame had already spread. Today was the perfect opportunity to establish his dominance. Zhao Liahu and Chen Dehai also helped him out. Such arrogance, a normal bone frame actually dares to be so arrogant. Just wait. At the early stages of the Qi realm, the advantage of a normal bone frame cannot be displayed yet. After a year and a half, he will be left behind. That's right. The bone frame determines the speed of the entry-level technique. The higher the grade of the technique, the higher the requirement for the bone frame. Those with lower bone frames will find it hard to cultivate. Some were angry, some were disdainful, and some were laughing at Li Fuchen. Returning to his courtyard, Li Fuchen immediately started researching the Scarlet Fire technique. The Scarlet Fire technique had a total of 9 ranks. The first 3 ranks were for the foundation, the 4th to 6th ranks would allow one to unleash the blazing heat of the Scarlet Fire technique. The 7th to 9th ranks had a scorching effect that could easily injure the opponent's internal organs. In addition, the Scarlet Fire technique was best cultivated during the day, as the blazing sun gave the best results. But it was also because of this that many who cultivated the Scarlet Fire technique would suffer from internal and external heat, causing damage to their meridians. Some even self-immolated at the 9th rank. It could be said that the Scarlet Fire technique was an extremely domineering technique. Not only would it harm others, it would also harm the user. No wonder it is a sect technique. Li Fuchen praised in his heart. He was sure that this Scarlet Fire technique was even better than the Shintu clan's Xiaoyang Luo Qi. Most importantly, the Scarlet Fire technique was an entry-level technique, which was used to build the foundation. There was still the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique and the True Inferno technique. If he could cultivate the Scarlet Fire technique to the 9th rank, then it would be much easier to cultivate the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique in the future. If not, it would be even more dangerous to cultivate the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique, as well as the risk of self-immolation. As the sun rose, Li Fuchen sat cross-legged on the fake mountain in his courtyard and began to cultivate the Scarlet Fire technique. With the experience from the Red Jade technique, it was much easier for Li Fuchen to cultivate the Scarlet Fire technique. In the afternoon, when the sun was at its hottest, Li Fuchen finally attained the 1st rank of the Scarlet Fire technique. For the next few days, Li Fuchen attained the 2nd rank of the Scarlet Fire technique. Chapter 38. Such a brilliant Qi circulation technique. With the Scarlet Fire technique at the 3rd rank, even though its firepower was inferior to the 6th rank Red Jade technique, Li Fuchen was in awe of the efficiency of Qi utilization. If the Red Jade technique was only at 50% efficiency, then the Scarlet Fire technique was at least at 70% efficiency. That's right, Qi utilization had its own efficiency. The Scarlet Fire technique was like a furnace. It burned more thoroughly and did not leave much residue behind. On the other hand, the Red Jade technique would leave behind a lot of residue. In a situation where their strengths were similar, the Scarlet Fire technique would last longer and be more stable than the Red Jade technique. No wonder it is a peak-tier, yellow-class technique. Li Fuchen was even more interested in the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique, which was the next rank of the Scarlet Fire technique. Entering his mind, Li Fuchen saw the soul spirit that was wrapped around the golden amulet. He noticed that the pale green soul spirit was already 60% green in color. With a quick glance, it was like a dual-colored ball of light. The inside was green while the outside was pale green. It was a beautiful sight, just like a rare treasure. Only 40% left. I wonder how much the green soul spirit will improve my perception. Just the pale green soul spirit alone allowed Li Fuchen's perception to surpass a 3-star bone frame and was on par with a 4-star bone frame. Of course, Li Fuchen knew that the soul spirit could only increase his perception and couldn't improve other aspects. A 4-star bone frame didn't only have exceptional perception, it also had an exceptional body constitution. It might not be apparent at the current stage, but as the cultivation level increased, the importance of the bone frame would increase. This was also the reason why normal bone frames and 1-star bone frames had a hard time reaching the Earth realm. Their physical qualities limited them. It could be said that on the path of martial arts, each realm was a checkpoint. From the Qi realm to the origin realm was the smallest checkpoint. As long as one had enough resources, one could cultivate to the origin realm. From the origin realm to the earth realm was the first hurdle on the path of martial arts. 90% of the people would be stuck at this realm and never break through. Above the earth realm, there were even more daunting challenges. Just like a road, it starts wide but gets narrower as you advance, until only a few people can pass. My body's aptitude can't keep up, but as long as my comprehension is strong enough, the so-called limitations of my body's aptitude are nothing. If one time of comprehension isn't enough, then 5 times, 10 times, or even dozens of times. Those who were able to break through to the earth realm with normal bone frames were all individuals with exceptional perception. Normally speaking, when a normal bone frame broke through to the earth realm, their ability would be much stronger than a normal earth realm martial artist. First-grade outer sect disciples were allowed to purchase 1,000 gold coins worth of items from the sect every month. Li Fuchen didn't want to waste this month's opportunity and took the time to visit the outer sect's resource hall. There were many people in the resource hall and it was bustling with activity. Pills, energy crystals, armor, weapons. With a single glance, Li Fuchen's eyes were dazzled. The items in the resource hall were more abundant than he imagined. Pills ranged from low-tier to high-tier yellow tier, and their value ranged from tens to thousands of gold coins. Essence Qi crystals ranged from low-grade to top-grade, and were worth tens of gold coins to thousands of gold coins. There were only first-tier and second-tier armors. First-tier armors were worth tens of gold coins, while second-tier armors were worth hundreds of gold coins. As for the weapons, most of them were first-tier artifact swords, which were worth tens of gold coins to hundreds of gold coins. Li Fuchen observed and found out they were mostly steel swords. First-grade outer sect disciples can only purchase 1,000 gold coins worth of items. Some items can't even be bought with gold coins. I reckon I have to use contribution points to purchase them. Li Fuchen didn't have a single contribution point and could only stare at the good items. In the end, Li Fuchen spent 1,000 gold coins to purchase 2 mid-tier, yellow-class body tempering pills. Body tempering pills were used to temper the body's impurities and increase one's physical strength. They were rarely seen in the outside world and were considered a priceless resource. With the pills in hand, Li Fuchen swiftly left the resource hall. 90 kg. 2 body tempering pills didn't just temper Li Fuchen's body, it also increased his physical strength by 90 kilograms. The first pill increased his physical strength by 50 kilograms, the second by 40 kilograms. As such, Li Fuchen's physical strength was now around 400 to 500 kilograms. Everyone has their own physical strength limit. Once this limit is reached, no matter how many precious body refinement resources I consume, it won't increase my physical strength by much. But my physical strength hasn't reached its limit yet. I wonder how much more strength I can have. The tempering pool can increase a person's physical strength by at least 500 kilograms. As for the exact increase, it varies from person to person, mainly because everyone has a different physical strength limit. Li Fuchen estimated that his physical strength limit shouldn't be lower than 700 kilograms, only higher and not lower. But to reach 700 kilograms of physical strength was an extremely difficult task. Don't think that 2 body tempering pills could increase his physical strength by 90 kilograms. As the effects of the body tempering pills get weaker, the increase in physical strength would decrease. Perhaps the next 5 or 6 pills would be needed to increase 90 kilograms of physical strength. As time goes on, increasing 90 kilograms of physical strength would require more and more body tempering pills, until the body tempering pills had no effect at all. Unless Li Fuchen's physical strength could reach a new level. A pity that breaking through the physical strength limit wasn't an easy task. Every time a martial artist advanced a level, their physical strength limit would only increase by a little. Under normal circumstances, a regular 9th level Qi realm martial artist's physical strength limit wouldn't exceed 1,000 kilograms. Those who were born with greater physical strength might reach 1,500 kilograms or even 2,000 kilograms, but they were the minority. At the origin realm, a martial artist's physical strength limit would increase by a huge margin. A regular 9th level Origin Realm martial artist's physical strength limit was around 2,000 kilograms. Of course, nothing is absolute. If one had a body refinement technique, it would be easy to break through the limits of one's physical strength. But body refinement techniques were hard to come by and could only be found within the sect. It was rumored that the lowest grade body refinement technique was at least a peak tier, yellow class technique and required a large amount of contribution points to redeem. If there is a chance, I must redeem a body refinement technique. Li Fuchen wanted a body refinement technique, not only to increase his physical strength limit, it was also to cultivate the Scarlet Fire technique. The Scarlet Fire technique had a high requirement for the body. Those with a weak body would never be able to cultivate to the highest level. Forcefully cultivating it would result in damage to meridians or even self-immolation. The Scarlet Fire technique was already so hard to cultivate, let alone the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique and True Inferno technique. I have to find a way to earn some contribution points. After much consideration, Li Fuchen felt that doing sect missions was the more reliable option. Actually, one could also earn contribution points by cultivating the entry-level techniques. If one could cultivate the Scarlet Fire technique to the 7th rank within a year, one could earn 5,000 contribution points. If one could cultivate the Scarlet Fire technique to the 8th rank within a year, one could earn 30,000 contribution points. If one could cultivate the Scarlet Fire technique to the 9th rank within a year, one could earn 100,000 contribution points. In addition, if one could cultivate the Scarlet Fire technique to the 9th rank within 2 years, one could earn 30,000 contribution points. There were many ways to earn contribution points in the sect, but at the current stage, Li Fuchen didn't have many methods. Chapter 39. Outer sect disciple missions were usually easier. Li Fuchen picked a fishing mission. The fishing location was at the Zhanglan Lake in the middle of the Zhanglan Mountains. This was a lake with a circumference of 7 to 8 miles. It was so deep that one couldn't even see the bottom. It was said that deep within the Zhanglan Lake lies a unique treasure. The chi of the treasure caused the fishes in the Zhanglan Lake to mutate from normal fishes or demonic fishes to treasure fish. According to the rarity of the treasure fish, the Zhanglan sect categorized them into different tiers. They were normal treasure fish, level 1, level 2, and level 3 treasure fish. Treasure fish were highly nutritious. If pills and herbs were medicinal supplements, then treasure fish were food supplements. But treasure fish were hard to catch. Even the lowest tier normal treasure fish had the strength of a few dozen kg. Large-sized normal treasure fish had the strength of a few hundred kg or even a few thousand kg. According to weight, normal treasure fish were worth 10 contribution points per kg. First-tier fish were worth 100 contribution points per kg, and so on. Before that, a good fishing rod and precious bait were required. Fishing rods were also categorized into normal, first-tier, and second-tier. Bait was the same. Hardening his heart, Li Fuchen spent 3,000 gold coins to purchase a second-tier fishing rod and another 500 gold coins to purchase 50 boxes of first-tier bait. Following the mountain path, Li Fuchen finally arrived at the lakeside of the Zhanglan Lake after 3 days of walking. Looking into the distance, the blue lake was clear and crystal clear. The surface of the lake shimmered as though it was embedded with rainbow-colored gems, giving off a dazzling radiance. At the Zhanglan Lake, in order to quickly catch fish, choosing a good fishing platform was of utmost importance. If you were to randomly fish by the shore, you wouldn't be able to catch any fish and the efficiency would be very low. 2 hours later, Li Fuchen found a fishing platform that he was satisfied with. The fishing platform was like a stone bridge that extended into the depths of the lake. There were many houses on it for the disciples who came to fish to stay at night. At least there is an empty house. Li Fuchen also had his own fishing platform, but it was a pity that the houses were all occupied. After placing his luggage, Li Fuchen took the fishing rod and bait and walked towards the end of the fishing platform. A fishing platform could accommodate dozens of people fishing at the same time. When Li Fuchen arrived, there was a person sitting at the edge of the platform every 20 meters. "Senior brother Luo, there's a newcomer." The best spots were occupied by a few slightly older youths. The dark-skinned youth said with a grin. Not too far away was a burly youth that looked to be around 17 or 18 years old. He sized up Li Fuchen and grinned, "I hope he can catch a few more treasure fish, then we can draw more water." Sigh, fishing for treasure fish is too difficult. It's already pretty good to catch a few in a week. The swarthy youth no longer paid attention to Li Fuchen and concentrated on fishing. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen waited patiently. When it was almost evening, the fishing rod moved. Li Fuchen raised his eyebrows and quickly lifted the fishing rod. Such great strength! Feeling the force from the fishing rod, Li Fuchen estimated that this fish had at least a few dozen kilograms of force in the water. Don't even mention catching it, an average person would probably be dragged into the water. Voila! A small silver-white fish instantly broke out of the water. This fish was only the size of a palm, and it was covered in silver-white scales that looked like they were made of metal. Silver steel fish, a small-sized treasure fish. It usually weighs 1 or 2 kilograms, but it has great strength and can exert a few dozen kilograms of force in the water. No wonder it's a treasure fish. Li Fuchen found it hard to imagine how a fish the size of a palm could exert a few dozen kilograms of force. My luck isn't bad, catching a treasure fish on the first day. The burly youth laughed coldly. For the next few days, Li Fuchen would catch a normal treasure fish on average every day. The biggest one was 1.8 kilograms and the lightest one was 1.2 kilograms. His luck was exceptional. Even though fishing was for contribution points, Li Fuchen didn't spend all his time fishing. At this stage, he had more important tasks. First was to cultivate the red jade technique to the 7th rank, and second was to increase the rank of the scarlet fire technique. As the pale green soul spirit gradually turned green, Li Fuchen's perception increased as well. Compared to the start, it was at least 10% stronger. If not, he wouldn't have been able to cultivate the red jade technique to the 6th rank in such a short time, catching up to Guan Shui. Of course, he heard that after Guan Shui entered the Zhanglan sect, her talent was even better than before. In just 4 months, she broke through to the 8th level of the Qi realm and the 5th rank of the White Wave technique. It was rumored that her ability was already within the top 500 of the outer sect disciples. The Zhanglan sect had 30,000 outer sect disciples, and at least 5,000 of them were at the 9th level of the Qi realm. Guan Shui was only at the 8th level of the Qi realm and was ranked within the top 500 of the outer sect disciples. Cultivating the red jade technique was different from the scarlet fire technique. Even though the red jade technique was a blazing yang technique, its intent was restrained and could not be cultivated during the day. If not, the intent would easily dissipate, resulting in half the results. Cultivating the scarlet fire technique was the opposite. If the red jade technique was a solidified flame, then the scarlet fire technique was a ferocious blazing flame. The intent was domineering and overbearing. Cultivating it during the day would yield twice the results with half the effort. When the moon rose, Li Fuchen cultivated the red jade technique. When the sun rose, Li Fuchen cultivated the scarlet fire technique. Alternating the two techniques, Li Fuchen comprehended the essence of heaven and earth. Splash! The sound of the surging water could be heard even from 100 meters away. Such vibrant colors, it's a first-tier treasure fish. Look at this fish, it must be at least 7 to 8 kilograms. That's 700 to 800 contribution points. TSK. The one who caught the first-tier treasure fish was Li Fuchen. With a burst of strength and qi, he swung the fishing rod and pulled the 3-colored fish out of the water. Tricolor fish, a small-scale first-tier treasure fish. It had the strength of a few hundred kg in the water. The stalwart youth and tanned youth were in a daze. These past few days, they already knew that Li Fuchen's luck was extremely good, as he was able to catch a treasure fish every day. But they didn't expect him to be this lucky, to actually catch a first-tier treasure fish. Although they were both treasure fish, first-tier treasure fish were much stronger and more cunning than normal treasure fish. Most of the time, when bait disappeared for no reason, it was the work of a first-tier treasure fish. Senior Luo, this new shitty's luck is heaven-defying." The tanned youth couldn't help but comment. The stalwart youth squinted his eyes. "Without ability, no matter how good his luck is, it is useless. I actually hope his luck is better." What the two didn't know was that Li Fuchen didn't rely on luck to fish, but his valiant soul spirit. He realized that his consciousness could be attached to his chi, following the line of the fishing rod to the position of the hook. As such, he could clearly see the situation under the water. Wherever there was a treasure fish, his hook would move towards that location. Chapter 40. The next day, Li Fuchen caught another 20+ kg normal treasure fish. The next day, he caught another 10+ kg first-tier treasure fish. The shocking fishing luck stunned the stalwart youth and the others. At the same time, it triggered the greed in many of them. If they could snatch Li Fuchen's treasure fish, they could save a few months of hard work. Let's fish like crazy. When the time comes, they will all be mine." The stalwart youth's eyes flashed with a terrifying light. In a short span of half a month, Li Fuchen caught 4 first-tier treasure fish and 10 normal treasure fish. At this moment, out of the 50 boxes of first-tier bait, only 20 boxes were used. The reason why he used so much was because after the bait was soaked in water, the effects would weaken and he would have to change the bait frequently. Other than that, some of the more cunning treasure fish would secretly eat the bait without making a sound. Night came. Li Fuchen sat cross-legged in the middle of the house. Revolving the 6th rank red jade technique, a pale red glow appeared on Li Fuchen's abdomen. At the same time, a blazing chi was emitted and rushed to the top of Li Fuchen's head, forming a white-hot mist. After half a month of cultivation, Li Fuchen had already condensed the 6th rank red jade technique intent to the peak. Just one more step and he could break through to the 7th rank. As time passed, the white mist on top of Li Fuchen's head became denser. Vaguely, traces of pale red could be seen within the white mist, as if there was a flame growing. As the pale red color increased, the temperature of the house rose rapidly, as if there was a furnace floating above Li Fuchen's head. Not knowing how much time had passed, the mist on top of Li Fuchen's head turned pale red. A shocking chi presence expanded, making Li Fuchen look like a demon. 7th rank red jade technique, completed. Boom! Clenching his fist, Li Fuchen punched into the air. Visible to the naked eye, the air in the house distorted. This was the result of the fist force being too hot and domineering, causing the air in front of the fist to be compressed and distorted. A total of 9 extra meridians. After the chi is prepared, it is even more domineering and hot. The more meridians one had, the more powerful one's true chi would be. According to legend, a heaven-grade cultivation technique could open up all the meridians and acupoints in one's body. Once one's true chi was activated, it would be enough to burst forth with a power that could destroy heaven and earth. But that was too far away from Li Fuchen. Don't even mention a heaven-class cultivation technique, even an earth-class cultivation technique was already a sect-defining art of each major sect and wouldn't be easily imparted. I wonder what the temperature is like. Li Fuchen caught a 1 kilogram silver steel fish from the pond. He cut open its belly and sprinkled some seasoning on it. Li Fuchen opened his palm and red jade chi flowed into his palm, grilling the silver steel fish. TSS. The skin of the silver iron fish was gradually roasted black, and a rich smell of grilled fish spread out. As expected of the level 7 red jade art. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. Actually, the 6th stage of the red jade art was already very hot. It was completely possible to fry fish with one's palm, but treasure fish were still treasure fish. The flesh contained a strange power, and the density of the flesh was also very high. As time elapsed, traces of pale red chi rose from Li Fuchen's palm and enveloped the silver iron fish. True chi manifesting. This was something only an Origin Realm martial artist could do. When chi was attached to the palm or sword, it could greatly increase the lethality of the attack. When chi was attached to the skin, it could greatly increase the defense. Now that the red jade art was at the 7th rank, Li Fuchen could actually manifest his chi. Li Fuchen was only at the 6th level of the Qi realm, which was a few levels and one realm away from the origin realm. Of course, Li Fuchen's Qi manifestation was different from an origin realm martial artist's Qi manifestation. An origin realm martial artist could manifest their Qi at any time, but Li Fuchen needed a long period of time to manifest his Qi. In a battle, it was useless. After all, the enemy wasn't a target that could just stand there and wait for a beating. I wonder what would happen when the Scarlet Fire technique is at the 9th rank. The Scarlet Fire technique was much more domineering and blazing than the Red Jade technique. The 6th rank was already comparable to or even beyond the 7th rank Red Jade technique. One could only imagine the power of the 7th, 8th, and 9th rank. After about the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the silver steel fish was cooked. Li Fuchen took a bite and felt that the taste wasn't bad. But it wasn't over yet. As the fish entered his stomach, Li Fuchen could feel a warm current spreading throughout his body, nourishing and tempering his body. The meat of the treasure fish was similar to a body-tempering pill. It could temper the body and increase one's strength. But the effects were several folds worse than a body-tempering pill. Regardless, a body-tempering pill was worth 500 gold coins. A silver steel fish was worth at most a few dozen gold coins. Li Fuchen had seen people buying treasure fish before, so he had a rough idea of its price. Perhaps it was because the Red Jade technique was at the 7th rank. On the 2nd day, Li Fuchen smoothly cultivated the Scarlet Fire technique to the 4th rank. Circulating his Qi, a blazing heat spread out. Li Fuchen had a feeling that if he could cultivate the Scarlet Fire technique to the 9th rank, even if he was at the 6th level of the Qi realm, he would be able to manifest Qi from his palms and increase his lethality. "Junior brother, may I know your name?" Just as Li Fuchen pushed open the door and was about to go fishing, a 16 or 17-year-old youth with a smile on his face blocked Li Fuchen's path. Li Fuchen furrowed his brows. Those who came with ill intentions, those who came with good intentions wouldn't come. To be honest, he didn't want to provoke any veteran outer sect disciples, because he didn't have the confidence to go against them. Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen replied indifferently. "Junior Li, I am Huang Shitian. I would like to make a business deal with Junior Li." "What business deal?" "For the past half a month, Junior Li has caught quite a number of treasure fish. Senior is willing to purchase all of your normal treasure fish for 1 gold per kg, and 10 gold per kg for all of your first-tier treasure fish. What do you think, Junior Li?" "Senior Huang, even though Fuchen is a newcomer, he isn't ignorant. From what I know, normal treasure fish are worth at least 20 gold per kg, and first-tier fish are worth at least 200 gold per kg. Huang Shitian laughed. "Even though Senior's price is a little low, but at least it won't make Junior Li's efforts go to waste. Junior Li should know what I mean." Li Fuchen had about 100 plus kg of normal treasure fish and a few dozen kg of first-tier fish. If it was 1 gold per kg for a normal treasure fish and 10 gold per kg for a first-tier fish, he would need to spend at least a few hundred gold. If the price was increased by 20 times, it would be close to 10,000 gold. He didn't even have that much gold. Of course, even if he could afford it, he wouldn't spend so much gold. It wasn't worth it and wasn't necessary. Li Fuchen lifted his head. "Senior Huang, what if I don't sell?" Huang Shitian replied, "I hope Junior Li will think twice before you act. Don't hurt the camaraderie between us. Some words have a price to pay." Chapter 41. Letting out a breath, Li Fuchen slowly said, "These treasure fish, Junior needs them too, so I apologize." Huang Shitian's expression turned cold. "Junior Li, since you insist on hurting our brotherhood, then don't blame me for being merciless." "Who?" Piercing through the air, a giant fist was sent straight at Li Fuchen's face, overbearing and ruthless. Using his palm to counter the fist, Li Fuchen used a mountain-splitting palm to counter Huang Shitian's fist. Crackle! As the fist and palm met, the air exploded and the wind was oppressive. Huang Shitian took 3 steps back. Li Fuchen took 4 steps back. "He actually blocked one of my punches." Huang Shitian squinted his eyes. At the age of 17 this year, he was at the late stage of the 7th level of the Qi realm. His Azure Water Sect's entry technique, Purple Qi technique, was at the 5th rank. Normally speaking, a newcomer at the 6th level of the Qi realm like Li Fuchen wouldn't be able to withstand a single move from him. Take another punch from me. Huang Shitian's strength and Qi burst forth, his fist was like a rock falling from the sky, viciously crashing towards Li Fuchen. Sensing the dominance of Huang Shitian's fist, Li Fuchen didn't wish to clash head-on with his opponent. With a light tap of his feet, he soared into the sky as though he was weightless. In the next moment, the raindrop-like leg shadows poured down at Huang Shitian. Not good. Huang Shitian crossed his arms, trying his best to block. Pang! A kick landed on Huang Shitian's shoulder, sending him flying. No wonder he is a Zhanglan sect disciple. Li Fuchen's right hand was still feeling numb. Huang Shitian's ability was much stronger than he imagined. Had it not been for his red jade technique reaching the 7th rank, he would have needed at least 100 moves to defeat his opponent. His foundation isn't as strong as mine, but his combat ability is terrifying. After taking a kick from Li Fuchen, half of Huang Shitian's body was numb and his qi and blood were clogged. In the world of martial artists, a higher cultivation didn't necessarily equate to strength. Martial arts were used to defeat the strong or to suppress the weak. But martial arts are dead, humans are alive. Only by using martial arts can one exhibit the true potential of martial arts. It was obvious that Li Fuchen's leg arts had reached an extreme level. Senior Huang, pardon me. Li Fuchen brushed past the other party. Huang Shitian clutched his shoulder, his face pale. With his consciousness attached to the hook, the world under the lake seemed to be right in front of him. Soon enough, Li Fuchen's attention landed on a foot-long dark blue fish that was emitting traces of electric currents. This is a level 2 treasure fish, blue electric fish. Li Fuchen's eyes burst with radiance. A caddy of a first-tier treasure fish was worth 100 contribution points, and a caddy of a second-tier treasure fish was worth 1,000 contribution points. It was said that eating a second-tier treasure fish wouldn't be much less effective than soaking in the tempering pool. However, amongst the outer sect disciples, very few were able to catch a second-tier treasure fish. The last time someone managed to catch a second-tier treasure fish was 3 months ago. Carefully, Li Fuchen moved the hook to the side of the blue electric fish. The blue electric fish seemed to dislike the bait and did not bite immediately. Li Fuchen laughed bitterly. Second-tier treasure fish usually preferred bait that was at least second-tier. But second-tier bait was too expensive. A box of second-tier bait cost 50 gold coins, which was 10 times more expensive than gold. Li Fuchen didn't believe it and moved the hook to the mouth of the blue electric fish. Since it was still a first-tier bait, the blue electric fish reluctantly opened its mouth and prepared to swallow the bait. Due to the fast swallowing speed, Li Fuchen's hook didn't react at all. Luckily, Li Fuchen's consciousness was attached to the hook. The moment the blue electric fish swallowed the bait, Li Fuchen suddenly pulled the rod and hooked onto the mouth of the blue electric fish. The indescribable strength of the blue electric fish, Li Fuchen was almost pulled into the lake. I'm afraid it has the strength of 1,000 kilograms. Li Fuchen took a horse stance, leaned back, and pushed his strength and qi to the limit. Walala! The surface of the lake surged with waves, accompanied by the sizzling of the dark blue electric currents. What a huge commotion! Could he have caught another first-tier treasure fish? I'm afraid it isn't a small fish. Everyone's attention was attracted, some even put down their fishing rods and walked behind Li Fuchen. Come up here. Under the two forces, the fishing rod bent into a crescent shape. This was an unprecedented situation, as Li Fuchen's fishing rod was a second-tier fishing rod, worth 3,000 gold coins. Rumble. The water exploded, as a foot-long dark blue fish broke out of the water and flew into the sky. Traces of electric currents came into contact with the air, letting out a crackling sound. Heavens, it's a blue electric fish. Heaven-defying, this is really heaven-defying. Could he be a fishing expert that never appeared before? Everyone was shocked, followed by heavy breaths. All of their eyes were bloodshot as they greedily stared at the blue electric fish in midair. Li Fuchen didn't bother about the people behind him, retracted his fishing rod and reached out to catch the blue electric fish. Crackle! With a flash of electric current, a hand grabbed the blue electric fish, but it wasn't Li Fuchen. It was a stalwart youth. Seemingly underestimating the electric current of the blue electric fish, the stalwart youth was electrocuted stiff, green smoke rising from his palm. Coldly glaring at the stalwart youth, Li Fuchen snatched the blue electric fish from the youth's hand. The blue electric fish was still struggling, but after leaving the lake, its strength was greatly reduced, and the electric current was depleted. How could it escape from Li Fuchen's grasp? Presumptuous! Recovering from the stiffness, the stalwart youth glared at Li Fuchen with murderous intent. Get lost! Li Fuchen didn't need to be courteous to people who took it for granted that they stole others' belongings. Looking for death, how dare you speak to Luo Shixiang in such a manner? The tanned youth beside the stalwart youth spoke. I don't know you guys, so please do not harass me. Throwing the blue electric fish into the specially made basket, Li Fuchen intended to leave. Trying to leave? Not so easy. The tanned youth reached out to grab Li Fuchen's shoulder. Li Fuchen's body swayed, dodging the grab of the tanned youth. He then leapt into the air and in one breath, delivered dozens of kicks at the tanned youth. With the power of a violent storm, many were shocked, thinking that Li Fuchen wasn't as simple as he looked. The tanned youth retreated again and again, his face flushed red. Just as he was about to reach the edge of the platform, the stalwart youth made his move. Just like Li Fuchen, the stalwart youth displayed his leg arts. If Li Fuchen's leg arts were like a violent storm, then the stalwart youth's leg arts were like a thunderbolt, violent to the extreme. With a sweep of his leg, the sky full of leg shadows dissipated. Pang! A chi force exploded, causing Li Fuchen to retreat a dozen steps. 8th level of the chi realm. Li Fuchen's expression turned serious. Standing in front of the tanned youth, the stalwart youth spoke word by word in a cold tone. You have two choices. First, hand over all your treasure fish. Second, let me beat you into a dead dog. These words were filled with killing intent. No one doubted that the stalwart youth was serious. This newcomer is going to be unlucky. Luo Kai is at the 8th level of the Chi realm. 3 months ago, he defeated a senior who was at the 9th level of the Chi realm. Men die for wealth, birds die for food. I don't think this junior is easy to deal with. Everyone spread out, leaving a large space for the two of them. Chapter 42. His strength is close to twice mine. If I go head-on, I will definitely lose. Had it been a regular 8th level Chi realm martial artist, Li Fuchen could have easily defeated him. But of the Zhonglan sect's 8th level Chi realm martial artists, which one of them wasn't a prodigy, a dragon or phoenix amongst men? Wanting to jump levels and defeat them was fraught with difficulties. Don't even mention 2 levels, even in the Zhonglan sect, a single level was already a chasm. But Li Fuchen was very confident in his actual combat ability. Even though Luo Kai was strong, it was impossible for him to surrender without putting up a fight. You have some ability, no wonder you dare to be arrogant in front of me, Luo Kai. Seeing that you are a newcomer, I will not pursue your offense. As long as you hand over all your treasure fish, we can be friends. Luo Kai frowned. He didn't care about the current Li Fuchen, but the future Li Fuchen would definitely be a formidable foe. After all, he had been in the Zhonglan sect for over 2 years, while Li Fuchen had only been here for a month. If it was possible, he didn't want to be enemies with Li Fuchen. But the treasure fish must be in his hands. Trying to steal my treasure fish and still want to be friends with me? Do you think you have that much face? Li Fuchen sneered. If that's the case, you aren't giving me any face. Luo Kai didn't want to waste time with Li Fuchen. He moved his body and launched an attack. He knew all newcomers had the same problem. When they first entered the sect, they would all be extremely arrogant. If he didn't teach them a lesson, they wouldn't know that there is always someone better out there. Tearing the air apart, Luo Kai swept his leg at Li Fuchen, the ferocious force felt like it could split a mountain. Air Rend Kick, the Luo clan's mid-tier, yellow-class kick art. With Luo Kai's 8th level Qi realm cultivation, a single kick could even break a giant boulder. So, Li Fuchen bounced away as if he was weightless, dodging Luo Kai's kick. Luo Kai continued to attack with ferocious vigor. Li Fuchen adopted a guerrilla style of combat. For a martial art, the completion stage wasn't the end. There were differences in the completion stage too. The initial completion stage was the sub-perfection stage, followed by the perfection stage, and finally the trance stage. Li Fuchen had already cultivated the whirlwind leg to the perfection stage. His movements were abnormally fast and his steps were like a shooting star. A regular person wouldn't even be able to touch his dust. With a fast movement technique, Li Fuchen roamed around Luo Kai and launched a fierce attack from time to time, giving people a feeling of not moving, but amazing. Luo Kai felt a little impatient after failing to defeat it for a long time. Eat my sword. Drawing the sect-issued wooden sword, Luo Kai brandished it and a row of sword shadows shrouded Li Fuchen. Cloud-shifting sword art, high-tier yellow-class sword art. Break. Li Fuchen drew his wooden sword and thrusted it forward. Paw! When the two swords collided, Luo Kai's wooden sword paused, revealing a flaw. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed like lightning, the wooden sword slashed at Luo Kai's chest. Scram! The wooden sword in Luo Kai's hand spun and deflected Li Fuchen's wooden sword. Incredible! Li Fuchen didn't clash head-on with Luo Kai earlier, but used a subtle suction force to grab onto Luo Kai's wooden sword for a split second. He intended to use this flaw to defeat Luo Kai in a single blade, but didn't expect Luo Kai to react so quickly and easily resolve the crisis. Like flowing water. Luo Kai was at the 8th level of the Qi realm and had already cultivated the cloud-shifting sword art to sub-completion. With a move like flowing water, the sword shadows were endless. Can't block it? This was the first time Li Fuchen felt strenuous. Even though his combat ability was high, he couldn't defeat his opponent in a single blade. In order to defeat his opponent in a single blade, one must first have absolute insight and speed. He had insight, but speed came from his physical fitness and Qi cultivation, both of which he was at a disadvantage. If he couldn't defeat his opponent in a single blade, his wooden sword would inevitably come into contact with his opponent's wooden sword. Once they came into contact, his sword force would instantly crumble. Even though he used a subtle suction force to deal with his opponent, as time went on, Li Fuchen's right arm still felt numb. This can't go on. Li Fuchen took a deep breath and with a twist of his body, he instantly appeared on the left side of Luo Kai. Clear breeze blade. Li Fuchen thrusted at Luo Kai. This sword was incomparably fast, incomparably graceful, like the wind, formless and omnipresent. Pang! Against this blade, Luo Kai clenched his left fist and punched at the wooden sword. Luo Kai cultivated the Zhonglan sect's entry technique, the White Wave technique, which was at the 6th rank. It was slightly stronger than Li Fuchen's Red Jade technique. With a single punch, Li Fuchen was sent flying along with his sword. Without waiting for Li Fuchen to land, Luo Kai took the initiative and chased after him, brandishing his wooden sword repeatedly. Kill of Red Jade. Right at this moment, Li Fuchen's body came to a halt in midair. At the same time, the wooden sword in his hand was brandished at an extreme speed. The terror of this blade was indescribable. This blade seemed to have caused the air to freeze and an invisible ripple spread out. Red Jade sword style, second move, kill of Red Jade. Break for me. Revolving the purple Qi technique to the limit, Luo Kai swung his wooden sword horizontally and executed the toppling C. Boom! Li Fuchen was sent flying again, spitting out a small mouthful of fresh blood. Luo Kai didn't fare any better either. With a stab to the chest, he staggered backwards with a trail of blood at the edge of his mouth. Luo Kai is injured. This new junior brother is too strong. He's only at the 6th level of the Qi realm and he's already this strong. If we wait until he breaks through to the 7th or 8th level of the Qi realm, he'll be even stronger. It's better not to provoke him. Everyone took in a deep cold breath and looked at each other. Originally, they had some thoughts, but now, they were all gone. It wasn't because of Li Fuchen's ability, but his potential. Within the sect, it was common for people to settle scores after the fall. Some disciples were bullied when their cultivation was low. But once their cultivation caught up, they would retaliate against those who bullied them, and it would be several times the amount. Within the sect, there was a saying, life is full of ups and downs, don't bully the weak. Good, very good. You actually managed to injure me. But I will not give you another chance. Revolving the white wave technique to the limit, Luo Kai's chi presence surged. Unsure if it was an illusion, Li Fuchen could feel traces of light blue chi on the wooden sword in Luo Kai's hand. Chi manifestation. Li Fuchen's eyes widened. Luo Kai was at the 8th level of the chi realm. Normally, he wouldn't be able to manifest his true chi, but with the white wave technique at the 6th level, he was able to manifest his true chi. It was just that he did not know how much of an effect these wisps of Jinchi would have. Defeat. Luo Kai brandished his sword and exploded with a thunderous sound. TFFF. As soon as Li Fuchen's wooden sword came into contact with his opponent's wooden sword, a domineering force was transmitted from the wooden sword to his body. Li Fuchen felt as though he was struck by lightning and spat out a small mouthful of blood. If that is the case, don't blame me. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with a tyrannical light. Revolving the 7th rank red jade technique, a large amount of chi flowed into the wooden sword and he thrust it forward. Whoosh! Halfway through the thrust, the sword suddenly vanished, as though it entered another world. Chapter 43. Luo Kai's eyes widened, unable to react in time. TFFF. The wooden sword appeared and pierced into Luo Kai's chest, causing blood to spurt out. What? What sword move is this? Luo Kai couldn't even react in time. What a fearsome sword move, what a fearsome newcomer. Everyone was stunned. They thought Luo Kai was going to defeat Li Fuchen, but didn't expect the tables to turn. How is this possible? Luo Kai looked at Li Fuchen with disbelief. You are lucky. I just arrived at the Zhonglan sect for a month and didn't want to cause any trouble. If not, this wouldn't have ended so easily. Li Fuchen's motto was not to cause trouble, but he wasn't afraid either. How did you do it? Luo Kai asked in a low voice. You don't have to know. Pulling out the wooden sword, Li Fuchen turned and left. After losing to Li Fuchen, Luo Kai didn't have the face to stay any longer and left the fishing platform on the same day. Li Fuchen thought for a moment and decided to leave the fishing platform as well. As the saying goes, do not have the heart to harm others, but guard against others. Li Fuchen was worried that Luo Kai would expose his whereabouts. It was extremely difficult for an outer sect disciple to earn contribution points. If anyone knew that he had over 10,000 contribution points worth of treasure fish, they would definitely come to rob him. With Li Fuchen's current ability, he wasn't even ranked amongst the outer sect disciples. Any strong outer sect disciple could easily crush him. Before coming here, he came empty-handed. Now that he was back, Li Fuchen was carrying a large fish basket. The fish basket contained 200 kilograms of normal treasure fish, a few dozen kg of first-tier treasure fish, and 10 kilograms of second-tier treasure fish. If converted into contribution points, it would be 10,000 to a few thousand. This was an incomparably terrifying number. One had to know that even outer sect elders would need a long time to earn more than 10,000 contribution points. 10,000 contribution points was enough to redeem a mystic-class martial art. Carrying 200 kilograms of treasure fish, Li Fuchen's speed was much slower. He took 5 days to return to the Zhonglan sect. Of course, he intentionally took a detour in the middle of the journey, afraid of being intercepted. Look, he is back. He must be carrying a bunch of treasure fish on his back. Senior brother Luo was right. This person's talent for fishing is astonishing. In half a month, he managed to catch 1 to 200 pounds of treasure fish. Among them, There was no lack of first-tier fish, and there was even a second-tier fish. Do you guys think that he sensed something? Otherwise, why would he return so early? I heard that there are plenty of seniors who have left the Azure Water sect and are preparing to intercept him along the way. So cautious. Looks like it won't be easy to deal with him. Just as Li Fuchen returned to the outer sect disciple region, there were plenty of outer sect disciples pointing at him with looks of envy and jealousy. As expected, Li Fuchen's expression was cold. He had overestimated Luo Kai's bottom line. If it weren't for his cautious nature, the treasured fish in his basket would have long since been stolen by others. Luo Kai, I will remember this debt. Li Fuchen blacklisted Luo Kai. Quickening his pace, Li Fuchen headed towards the mission hall. Give me the fish basket and I will spare your dog life. A figure stopped Li Fuchen. It's senior brother Zhou Huailong. He's going to be in trouble this time. Senior brother Zhou Huailong is a 9th level Qi realm warrior. The outer sect disciples were happy to watch a good show and whispered to each other. There was no lack of schadenfreude. Li Fuchen, a new outer sect disciple, was able to obtain 20,000 contribution points in a short period of time. This made them unhappy. Since they didn't have the means to obtain so many contribution points, they didn't want Li Fuchen to either. It's Li Fuchen. Within the crowd, Zhu Hongxiu, He Pingshen, Tu Ju, and Guan Peng were also present. The one who caught so many treasured fish is actually him. Shen Tu Ju raised his eyebrows, feeling unsatisfied. Guan Peng sneered, Senior Zhou Huailong is at the 9th level of the Qi realm, his treasured fish cannot be kept. That should be the case. Shen Tu Ju nodded. This person is the center of attention wherever he goes. Zhu Hongxiu shook her head, feeling a little worried for Li Fuchen. Sizing up Zhou Huailong, he asked, This is the Azure Water sect, what do you want? I will say it again, hand over the fish basket. Zhou Huailong said with disdain. Impossible. Li Fuchen flatly rejected. Courting death. Zhou Huailong raised his right hand and a black qi enveloped his palm. Qi manifestation. As a 9th level Qi realm martial artist, Zhou Huailong could already envelop his palm with Qi, greatly increasing his lethality. It wasn't something that a dabbler like Luo Kai could compare with. The sound of air being torn could be heard as Zhou Huailong sent a punch at Li Fuchen. Zhou Huailong's speed was too fast. Li Fuchen's mind could react, but his body couldn't and could only raise his arm. As if struck by a metal pillar, Li Fuchen's left arm was twisted in a weird way. The bones within were forcefully broken and a strong qi force rushed into Li Fuchen's body, causing him to vomit a large mouthful of blood. One punch. Li Fuchen suffered a serious injury. If this wasn't the Azure Water sect, I would have beaten you to death and fed you to the dogs. Zhou Huailong said with contempt. Struggling to get up from the ground, Li Fuchen spoke in a low voice, This punch, I will remember it. What? You still want revenge? See if I don't cripple you. Zhou Huailong was enraged. With a flash of his body, he prepared to attack again. What are you doing? A loud roar could be heard, causing the air to vibrate. Elder Chen. Everyone looked towards the direction of the voice and greeted respectfully. The person who came was the outer sect elder, Chen Zongming. He walked over unhurriedly and sized up Li Fuchen and Zhou Huailong. He snorted, Zhou Huailong, behave yourself. This isn't your home. Elder Chen, this junior here spoke rudely. I was just teaching him a lesson. Zhou Huailong wasn't too fearful of Chen Zongming. Of course, he didn't dare to offend Chen Zongming either. Since you have taught him a lesson, why aren't you leaving? Do you want to go to the enforcement hall? Yes, I will leave now. Before leaving, Zhou Huailong gave Li Fuchen a fierce stare. Disperse. Chen Zongming waved his hand. After everyone left, Chen Zongming said to Li Fuchen, This is the sect. Even though there are rules, but ability is more important. Work hard. Patting on Li Fuchen's shoulder, Chen Zongming turned and left. Elder Chen, many thanks. Li Fuchen was grateful to Chen Zongming. It didn't matter if it was his duty or not, Li Fuchen would remember this favor and repay it tenfold in the future. With a severely injured body, Li Fuchen arduously made his way to the mission hall. Who? Exhaling a deep breath, Li Fuchen thought to himself, I am still too weak now. If I don't want to be bullied, I have to constantly get stronger. These contribution points are my chance to get stronger quickly. Before coming to the Zhonglan sect, Li Fuchen thought that the Zhonglan sect had strict rules. But reality told him that rules weren't that reliable. Personal ability was the most reliable. I want to submit my mission. Li Fuchen placed the fish basket on the mission counter. When the elder opened the fish basket, he was stunned. So many treasure fish, were they all caught by you? The mission elder inquired. Li Fuchen replied, Elder, is this related? Chapter 44. Normal treasure fish, 160 kilograms, first-tier treasure fish, 46 kilograms, second-tier treasure fish, 9 kilograms. A total of 16,000 contribution points. The task elder took a deep breath and spoke. 16,000 contribution points. If it was him, he would need at least a year to gather such a sum. Thank you, elder. Giving a bow to the task elder, Li Fuchen left the task hall. Instead of redeeming a body refinement technique, Li Fuchen went to the resource hall to purchase some recuperation pills to treat his injuries. With the help of the recuperation pills, Li Fuchen's injuries were fully healed within 3 days. The bones in his left forearm were also reconnected. Of course, he couldn't use too much force yet, or else the bones would break again. On this day, Li Fuchen arrived at the Outer Sect Martial Arts Hall. The highest-ranked martial arts manuals here were Peak Tier, Yellow Class. As for Mystic Class martial arts, he would have to redeem them at the Inner Sect. With a cursory glance, Li Fuchen walked past the rows of bookshelves. He found out that low-tier, Yellow Class manuals required at least 30 contribution points. Mid-tier, Yellow Class manuals required at least 100 contribution points. High-tier, Yellow Class manuals required at least 300 contribution points. As for Peak-tier, Yellow Class manuals, they required at least 1,000 contribution points. After some effort, Li Fuchen finally found the bookshelf with Peak-tier, Yellow Class Body Refinement Technique manuals. Tiger Demon Body Refinement Technique, 4,000 contribution points. Steel Clothed Shirt, 3,000 contribution points. Golden Bell Canopy, 3,500 contribution points. 7-Star Forged Body, 4,500 contribution points. Crimson Battle Form, 5,000 contribution points. Scanning through the various body refinement techniques, Li Fuchen frowned. Body refinement techniques were too expensive, several folds more expensive than regular Peak-tier, Yellow Class martial arts. What Li Fuchen didn't know was that at the same tier, cultivation techniques were much more expensive than martial arts. I shall choose the Crimson Battle Form. Either choose nothing, or choose the best. This was Li Fuchen's motto. The manuals on the bookshelves were all empty shells, with only an introduction and no content. Li Fuchen needed to redeem a copy from the martial arts hall elder. You better choose another body refinement technique. This Crimson Battle Form, in the entire Outer Sect, only a few people managed to cultivate it, and they all gave up afterwards. In the past decade, there were only 3 disciples who managed to cultivate the Crimson Battle Form to the highest rank. Do not bite off more than you can chew. When the martial hall elder heard that Li Fuchen wanted to redeem the Crimson Battle Form, he shook his head and advised. Crimson Battle Form is so hard to train? Li Fuchen asked. The Iron-Clothed Shirt is trained to the highest level, and the Golden Bell Shield is almost the same. The Demon Tiger Body Refinement Art is around 2,500 gene, and the 7-Star Body Refinement Art is around 1,500 gene. However, the Crimson Battle Form is trained to the highest level, and the body is almost invulnerable. It is almost comparable to a low-tier Xuanji Body Refinement Art, so it is normal for it to be a little difficult to train. Apart from that, the Crimson Battle Form has a very high requirement for willpower, and very few people can endure it. Since it's hard, I'll choose Crimson Battle form. Li Fuchen didn't intend to give up. Forget it, I am just giving you a piece of advice. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not. The Martial Hall elder shook his head. Many of the outer sect disciples who chose the Crimson Battle form were full of confidence that they could break the record. But if a record was so easily broken, it wouldn't be a record anymore. After obtaining the Crimson Battle form, Li Fuchen left in a hurry and headed towards the resource hall. To cultivate a body refinement technique, it required a large amount of body tempering resources, or else it would be the end of one's life. Fortunately, with 11,000 contribution points, Li Fuchen didn't need to worry about the lack of resources. Body tempering pills cost 500 gold coins per pill, which was 250 contribution points. Li Fuchen redeemed 20 pills in one go. I wonder how hard it is to cultivate the Crimson Battle form. With everything prepared, Li Fuchen began the first step of cultivation. Just like what the Martial Hall elders said, the Crimson Battle form was indeed hard to cultivate. The Crimson Battle form was separated into 3 ranks. First rank completion would allow the user to have 1,000 kilograms of physical strength. Second rank completion would allow the user to have 3,000 kilograms of physical strength. Third rank completion would allow the user to have 5,000 kilograms of physical strength. The first rank required one to cultivate both the inner and outer body. Internally, it was the circulation of qi and blood. Externally, it was the use of hard objects to hit the body. As a first-grade outer sect disciple, Li Fuchen had the privilege to ask the odd job disciples to do things for him. As for the rewards, it was entirely up to the disciple. Peng 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 peng. In the yard, Li Fuchen's upper body was bare and his lower body was only wearing a pair of shorts. 2 odd job disciples stood at the front and back, using wooden rods to whip Li Fuchen's body, leaving red marks on his body. 2 hours later, Li Fuchen's entire body was in pain from swelling, aching, and stinging. The intense pain caused his entire body to break out in cold sweat and his face to turn pale. Alright, you 2 can go back and come back tomorrow. After getting the 2 odd job disciples to leave, Li Fuchen entered the house and started circulating his qi and blood according to the first rank of the Crimson Battle form. After circulating his qi and blood for a dozen times, Li Fuchen consumed a body tempering pill. The body tempering pill melted in his mouth and started to nourish Li Fuchen's body. After circulating his qi and blood for 36 times, Li Fuchen noticed that the bones in his left arm were almost completely healed. Before cultivating the Crimson Battle form, the effects of the body tempering pill gradually weakened. But now, the effects of the body tempering pill was once again at its peak. The human body has its limits, but a body refinement technique can allow a person to break through their limits, and it is a huge breakthrough. For the next few days, Li Fuchen went through the same torment of body refinement every day. 1 week later, Li Fuchen's physical strength reached an astounding 750 kilograms. But at this time, Li Fuchen was at a bottleneck. The qi and blood circulation method differed from person to person. The Crimson Battle form only served as a guide. Whether or not one could cultivate it depended on the individual's perception, willpower, and fate. Fortunately, Li Fuchen wasn't lacking in any of these 3 aspects. 3 days later, Li Fuchen broke through this bottleneck and also broke through the limits of his physical strength. His physical strength continued to rise. 800 kilograms. 850 kilograms. 900 kilograms. The further he went, the more impatient Li Fuchen felt. It was hard for him to calm down and cultivate, as if there was an invisible force that was disturbing him. Sometimes, his qi and blood would even go berserk, causing Li Fuchen's heart to develop violent emotions. Sometimes, Li Fuchen's lower body would get erect for no reason and overflow with desire. In the end, Li Fuchen endured it all. 920 kilograms. 950 kilograms. 970 kilograms. 990 kilograms. On this day, Li Fuchen's entire body was crimson red, as if he was being boiled. His entire body was steaming hot. This was due to the intense qi and blood circulation. Ah! With a loud roar, Li Fuchen's body could vaguely hear the sound of something exploding. In the next moment, the crimson red on Li Fuchen's body slowly receded and his bloodshot eyes gradually returned to normal. No wonder the crimson battle form is so hard to cultivate. It actually requires one to endure so many negative emotions. Those with a weak willpower would definitely break through. During the cultivation process, once one breaks through, it would be several times harder to continue cultivating. Thinking up to here, Li Fuchen couldn't help but envy Yang Kai and the others. These people only soaked in the tempering pool for a short while and already had a physical strength of 1,000 kilograms without any setbacks. Chapter 45. With his strength reaching 1,000 kilograms, Li Fuchen could feel his skin getting tighter. His muscles felt as hard as a rock. In addition, from the shallow footprints in the yard, Li Fuchen estimated that his weight had increased by a few kilograms. At the later stages of body refinement, would my weight be 10 times that of a normal person? Li Fuchen was curious about this question. He felt that this was a very likely possibility. The reason why the human body had its limits was because the human body was too fragile and couldn't withstand too much force. But if the body refinement technique was used to modify the body would be able to withstand even more force, just like demonic beasts. With the first rank of the Crimson Battle form at completion, Li Fuchen tried to cultivate the second rank. The second rank's qi circulation technique was much more complicated than the first rank. A slight mistake could easily cause the qi to collapse. Thus, every circulation of qi had to be done meticulously and without the slightest bit of carelessness. In addition, the body tempering pill had to be able to keep up. The most important thing was to be able to withstand intense pain. To cultivate the second rank, one needed to be immersed in boiling water. Without the use of qi, the human body was still made of flesh and blood and couldn't withstand the pain of being boiled. This required a strong will. A large cauldron was set up in the yard. Underneath the cauldron was a pile of lumber that was as thick as an arm. The cauldron was filled with water. Li Fuchen sat within, leaving only his head outside. Gurgle, 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 under the heat of the flame, the water in the cauldron gradually boiled. Li Fuchen's skin was like a cooked prawn, flushed red and his face twitched constantly. It was too painful, as though his entire body was on fire. There were a few times when he thought of giving up. But in the end, he persevered. Only those who suffered the most hardship could rise above the rest. This was an ancient saying. If he couldn't even endure this little bit of hardship, he would definitely regret it in the future. Enduring the pain, Li Fuchen circulated his qi again and again, trying to alleviate the pain with his qi. Finally, an hour had passed. Bang! Using both hands, Li Fuchen jumped out of the cauldron. One could see that Li Fuchen's skin was covered with dense blisters. It was as though a layer of his skin had been scalded off. The unbearable pain was indescribable. Had it not been for the pain of soul-spirit dissipation, Li Fuchen wouldn't have been able to endure it. Covered in blisters, Li Fuchen couldn't even sit, stand, or lie down. Ha! Not caring much, Li Fuchen got into a stance and executed the fist art, Crimson Battle form, Crimson Battle Fist. The Crimson War Fist allowed one to exercise all the bones and muscles in the body, and this was not something that could be achieved by just circulating one's qi and blood. In the evening, the blisters on Li Fuchen's body turned into dead skin and fell off. In addition to leaving a faint scar, there was no trace of a burn. Cultivating sword arts in the morning, diligently cultivating the Scarlet Fire technique in the afternoon, diligently cultivating the Crimson Battle form in the afternoon, and soaking in medicinal liquors at night. Li Fuchen lived every day to the fullest. Bit by bit, the bitterness and pain turned into the foundation. On the 5th day of cultivating the second rank of the Crimson Battle form, Li Fuchen's body emitted a crackling sound. Every inch of his flesh and every inch of his bones was transforming. Leaping out of the cauldron, Li Fuchen grabbed a 500 kilograms rock and lifted it effortlessly. This meant that Li Fuchen's physical strength had exceeded 500 kilograms and officially attained the second rank of the Crimson Battle form. But there was still a long way to go before the completion stage of the second rank, and Li Fuchen's body tempering pills were all used up. In for a penny, in for a pound. Li Fuchen redeemed his remaining 6,000 contribution points for body tempering pills. A total of 24 pills. On average, he consumed 3 pills a day. 8 days later, Li Fuchen's body tempering pills were all used up again. Right now, Li Fuchen could easily lift a 1,500 kilograms boulder and create a small pit in the ground with a single punch. His skin and muscles were abnormally tight, a few hundred kg of force hitting his body didn't even feel a thing. I have no more contribution points and body tempering pills. I have to think of something. At this stage, Li Fuchen couldn't go fishing for treasure fish at Sanglan Lake. He was sure that there would be many eyes on him and he didn't want to do anything for others. Maybe I can go to the Ore Mountains to look for ores. The Sanglan Mountains was a mountain range that was rich in resources and had countless ore mountains. Ore mountains produced metallic ores. According to their grades, metallic ores were divided into yellow class ores, mystic class ores, earth class ores, etc. Just like the iron used to forge steel swords, it was smelted from the yellow class, mid-tier, fine iron ore. Just like treasure fish, metallic ores were sold according to their weight. Yellow class, low-tier ores were worth 1 to 3 points per kg. Yellow class, mid-tier ores were worth 5 to 10 points per kg. Yellow class, high-tier ores were worth 15 to 30 points per kg. Yellow class, peak-tier ores were worth 50 to 100 points per kg. As for mystic class and earth class ores, they were extremely rare and couldn't be easily found. There was once an outer sect disciple who found a 1 kilogram mystic class, peak tier ore and received 50,000 contribution points. Kengchang Mountain, an abandoned large-scale ore mountain in the Zhanglan Mountains. When Li Fuchen arrived, it was already the afternoon of the third day. The Kengchang Mountain was covered in ruins. Under the illumination of the sun, it gave off a layer of pale metallic luster. Maybe it was because the rocks were too hard, the vegetation here was sparse and the vitality was dim. Kengchang Mountain is one of the largest abandoned ore mountains. There should be quite a number of ores missing. Taking a glance at Kengchang Mountain, Li Fuchen nodded to himself. Within the Zhanglan Mountains, only abandoned ore mountains allowed outer sect disciples to search for ores. Those that were still mining were forbidden to enter. So searching for ores was a job that was left behind. Kengchang Mountain might be called a mountain, but it was actually a combination of several large mountains and dozens of smaller mountains. The valleys between the mountains were intricate and complicated. Those who weren't familiar with the routes could easily get lost. Following a valley, Li Fuchen entered Kengchang Mountain. There really are ores here. After a few steps, Li Fuchen found a piece of pig iron ore. This was a yellow class, low-tier ore and was worth 1 contribution point per kg. Playing with it in his hand, Li Fuchen threw it away. Pig iron ores weren't worth much, unless it was a few hundred to 1,000 kg. The deeper they went into Kengchang Mountain, the more ores there were. Many of them had fallen from the mountain walls. After all, Kengchang Mountain had been mined for decades, and cracks had appeared in many places. Under the erosion of the natural environment, collapses were a very common thing. Perhaps it was because Kengchang Mountain was too gloomy, Li Fuchen didn't see many outer sect disciples. It's a snow silver ore. Arriving at a dark and towering valley, Li Fuchen took a quick glance and found a piece of dark silver ore. Snow silver ore, yellow class, high-tier ore. 5 kilograms was worth 20 contribution points and this piece was around 4 to 5 kilograms. Subconsciously, Li Fuchen lifted his head and looked at the mountain walls on both sides of the valley. Soon enough, Li Fuchen found a fresh spot on the left side of the mountain wall that was tens of meters high. Chapter 46. Putting down the basket on his back, Li Fuchen leaped into the air like a gecko and sucked on the cliff. Before arriving at the Zhanglan sect, Li Fuchen memorized the Li clan's high-tier, yellow class, red jade palm. After a period of cultivation, it was already at sub-completion. The red jade palm was the same as the red jade sword style. The first move was called Touch of Red Jade, which produced a suction force. The higher the cultivation and the higher the rank of the palm technique, the stronger the suction force. Li Fuchen could now easily suck in a few hundred kg of items. Using the suction force to climb the cliff wasn't a problem at all. Soon enough, Li Fuchen climbed to a fresh spot on the cliff. This area had clearly collapsed and fractured. The broken rocks and the snow silver ore should have fallen from here. Taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen pressed his right hand and injected his qi into it. As time elapsed, Li Fuchen's soul spirit was now 80% green. With an increase in perception, Li Fuchen's consciousness became more condensed and could be attached to his qi and extended outwards. When fishing for treasure fish, Li Fuchen relied on this move to catch plenty of them. With his qi injected into the cliff, Li Fuchen's consciousness saw the situation within. Suddenly, a dark silver glow filled his consciousness. Revealing a smile, Li Fuchen increased the suction force on his left hand and slammed on the cliff with his right hand. Crackle! Li Fuchen's palm strike was so strong that a crack appeared on the cliff. Following which, the cracked rocks started to fall, revealing the dark silver ore within. As expected, Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. He wasn't sure if there was a snow silver ore here, but he didn't want to let go of any opportunities. He didn't expect his luck to be this good, finding a large amount of snow silver ore on his first try. Taking out the steel shovel, Li Fuchen began to excavate the snow silver ore. The steel shovel was at least a few dozen kg. With Li Fuchen's 1,500 kilograms of physical strength and his valiant qi, it was like a godly weapon. Like digging tofu, he easily dug a hole on the cliff. Inside the hole, a snow silver ore the size of a water tank appeared in front of his eyes. At least 3,000 kilograms. Li Fuchen's breathing hastened. The snow silver ore was worth 20 contribution points per kg. 3,000 kilograms would be 60,000 points and 4,000 kilograms would be 80,000 points. This much snow silver ore is too eye-catching. People will definitely try to steal it on the road. I have to split it up and bring it back in small pieces. Li Fuchen expanded the pit to a height of 2 meters and width of a few meters. He then drew his steel sword and sliced off 20% of the snow silver ore. He lifted it up and shook it. It weighed about 700 or 800 jin. I hope we won't be discovered here. Pushing the snow silver ore out of the pit, Li Fuchen slid down the mountain wall. He raised his head to take a look. The hole was blocked by a protrusion, and it wasn't very obvious. After a closer look, he discovered a small hole. The fate of life is really incredible. Placing the snow silver ore into the basket, Li Fuchen sighed. The fact that he was able to find such a large piece of snow silver ore was partly due to luck, but it was also due to his own fate. Fortunately, he found a small piece of snow silver ore that had fallen not long ago. Had it not been for the golden amulet, his soul spirit wouldn't have evolved and his mind wouldn't be this agile. Even if he found a small piece of snow silver ore, he wouldn't have thought that there might be more on the mountain wall. Apart from that, without the golden amulet, he wouldn't have been able to master the red jade palm in such a short period of time. Naturally, he wouldn't have been able to climb up the mountain wall that was a few dozen meters high. Fate was like the most primordial force. Pulling a hair would trigger the entire body and completely change one's fate. Carrying the snow silver ore, Li Fuchen walked out of Kangchang Mountain. Along the way, many outer sect disciples cast curious glances at Li Fuchen. Based on the footprints, they knew that Li Fuchen's basket contained something heavy. This shitty, your harvest isn't bad. Can I take a look? An outer sect disciple with a strong qi presence walked over and raised his eyebrows. Li Fuchen stopped. You want to take a look? Sure. Finishing his sentence, Li Fuchen took off the cloth covering the basket. The outer sect disciple went over to take a look. It was filled with raw iron ores. Some were the size of chicken eggs, some were the size of a fist, all piled up high. Raw iron ores. Not bad. The outer sect disciple had a flash of disappointment on his face. Raw iron ores cost 1 contribution point per kg. Even if it was 1,000 kilograms, it would only be 1,000 points. To offend an outer sect disciple that shouldn't be trifled with just for 1,000 points, it wasn't worth it. Who knows what price he would have to pay in the future. Just like that, Li Fuchen arrived at the Zhanglan sect's mission hall. Snow silver ore. The mission elder sized up Li Fuchen. This outer sect disciple wasn't simple. Previously it was a treasure fish worth over 10,000 points, now it was a snow silver ore worth over 10,000 points. He didn't think Li Fuchen was just lucky. After tallying the items, the mission elder said, 100 kilograms of raw iron ores is worth 100 points. 780 kilograms of snow silver ore is worth 15,600 points. A total of 15,700 points. Even though Li Fuchen knew that his harvest this time was around 15,000 points, but when he saw that he had an additional 15,700 points under his name, Li Fuchen was still excited. In for a penny, in for a pound. After leaving the mission hall, Li Fuchen headed towards Qingchang Mountain again. A few days later, he returned with a snow silver ore that weighed close to 1,000 kilograms. But on the way back, Li Fuchen met with some problems. 2 8th level Qi Realm Outer Sect disciples suspected that there were other ores in his basket and wanted to rob him of his harvest. Without a choice, Li Fuchen defeated the two of them with lightning speed. With his physical strength increasing from 250 kilograms to 1,500 kilograms, Li Fuchen's combat ability increased by a lot. He was confident that if he were to meet Zhou Huailong again, he wouldn't be severely injured in a single move. If he were to meet Luo Kai again, Li Fuchen could easily crush him. 50 kilograms of raw iron ores, 950 kilograms of snow silver ore. A total of 19,050 points. The mission elder was dumbfounded. He suspected that Li Fuchen found a huge pile of snow silver ore and brought it back with him every time. Li Fuchen, tell me the truth. Did you find a lot of snow silver ore? The mission elder questioned. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He shook his head. I did find a lot of snow silver ore, but it's all here. Really? The mission elder examined Li Fuchen, trying to see if he was speaking the truth or not. Li Fuchen remained calm and didn't show any signs of abnormality. All right, you can go now. The mission elder said with an emotionless face. Leaving the mission hall, Li Fuchen let out a breath of relief. Seems like I can't go back to Qingchang Mountain for the time being. I need to keep a low profile for a period of time. With 34,750 contribution points, Li Fuchen was much more confident. Without any hesitation, he used all his contribution points to redeem a total of 139 body tempering pills in one go. Chapter 47. Time flowed like water. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. In the yard, Li Fuchen exerted strength in both his arms, lifting up a 3,000 kilograms boulder. He was only wearing a pair of shorts. His skin was as smooth as silk, tough and dense, as if it could not be cut by a sword. His slightly immature body had well-defined muscles. He did not look like a 14-year-old boy, but more like a 16-year-old boy. Boom! Putting down the boulder, Li Fuchen didn't even blush or pant. A small human body with 3,000 kilograms of physical strength was extremely terrifying. It was a known fact that Li Fuchen only weighed 65 kilograms. Every kilogram of flesh and blood could produce an average of 20 kilograms of strength. Split! Using his arm like a blade, Li Fuchen sliced off a large chunk of the boulder cleanly. 3,000 kilograms of physical strength sure is terrifying. With the second rank of the Crimson Battle form at completion, Li Fuchen felt an endless amount of energy within his body. Concentrating his energy and exhaling, his breath was like an arrow, able to shoot down leaves from a dozen meters away. With a single punch, an ear-piercing sound could be heard. The air around the fist was compressed by the fist, causing a loud bang as it ruthlessly smashed onto a boulder a few meters away. Other than the increase in physical strength, the biggest change to Li Fuchen was the change in the density of his skin. The current Li Fuchen felt that his skin wasn't like human skin, but demonic beast skin. It was unimaginably tough and the meat inside was demonic beast meat. Every inch of his flesh contained a huge amount of strength. When soft, it was weak, but when hard, it was comparable to the hardest rock. Li Fuchen tested it before. Even when a few thousand kg of force hit his body, he didn't feel anything, it was just like a massage. Of course, it had to be the strength of a fist or palm. If a few thousand kg of force was used on a sharp blade, it could still pierce through his body. Even though Li Fuchen spent most of his time on the Crimson Battle form, he didn't give up on other aspects of his cultivation. Just a week ago, Li Fuchen successfully broke through to the 7th level of the Qi realm. The higher the Qi realm, the harder it was to progress. According to the Zhanglan sect's rules, if one couldn't break through to the origin realm before the age of 20, they would be demoted to an outer sect deacon apprentice. Every year, hundreds of Zhanglan sect disciples would be demoted to an outer sect deacon apprentice because they couldn't break through to the origin realm within the stipulated time. Li Fuchen wasn't worried about this problem, after all, he was only 14 years old. But to break through to the origin realm earlier was everyone's dream. It is said that the earlier the breakthrough, the smoother the process of breaking through the Earth realm in the future, and after the Earth realm there is the Heavenly Dipper realm, and after the Heavenly Dipper realm there is the Shedding Body realm. Every major realm was a huge barrier, and each barrier was harder than the one before. Breaking through the first checkpoint was already extremely difficult. Wanting to break through the second checkpoint was basically impossible, unless there was some kind of heavenly opportunity. It's time to be a little more reckless. With the breakthrough in both strength and cultivation, Li Fuchen had a certain amount of confidence. Now, he no longer had to worry about being intercepted. At worst, he would just have to fight a few more times and establish his own reputation. Kengchang Mountain Canyon. Li Fuchen pushed all the remaining snow-silver ores into the pit on the mountain wall. Rumble. The earth trembled as the snow-silver ore smashed into the ground, sending rubble flying everywhere. The remaining snow-silver ore weighed around 1,800 kilograms. Even though it was a little heavy, it was still within Li Fuchen's limits. Carrying the snow-silver ore, Li Fuchen walked out of Kengchang Mountain step by step. If he was tired, he would rest for a while. If he was thirsty, he would drink some water. 5 days later, Li Fuchen neared the Zhanglan sect. Li Fuchen, what are you carrying? Let us help you. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen was considered a celebrity in the outer sect. After the treasure fish incident, Li Fuchen received over 10,000 contribution points. Afterwards, Li Fuchen didn't go to the Zhanglan Lake, but to the ore mountains instead. Even though his first harvest was a pile of pig iron ore, and his second harvest was also pig iron ore. But it was rumored that Li Fuchen redeemed a total of 139 body tempering pills in the resource hall. That was over 30,000 contribution points. Everyone suspected that Li Fuchen found a large pile of high-grade ores in the ore mountains. In order to not attract attention, he covered up the high-grade ores with raw iron ore. A group of outer sect disciples at the 8th level of the Qi realm surrounded Li Fuchen with ill intentions. Get lost! Li Fuchen glared coldly at this group of disciples. Li Fuchen, you better not be too arrogant. Haven't you heard of this saying? Better to share than to be happy alone. It isn't a good habit to keep everything to yourself. A tall and sturdy youth pointed at Li Fuchen and berated him. Senior Lu, why are you wasting your breath on him? With so many of us here, just a spit from each of us would be enough to drown him. Another youth spoke ruthlessly. Rumble. Putting down the snow-silver ore that was wrapped in a coarse cloth, Li Fuchen cracked his neck and said lightly, let's go together. Save us the trouble. Arrogant. A strong gust of wind could be heard as a thick-boned youth sent a punch at Li Fuchen's head. Pang! With a cold smile, Li Fuchen lifted his right leg and sent his opponent flying with a kick, causing him to vomit a large mouthful of fresh blood. With a strength of 3,000 kilograms, Li Fuchen's physical fitness was unparalleled. At this moment, he didn't even need to rely on his combat skills. With his speed and strength, he could crush most people. Go together. The leader of the group had a vicious look in his eyes as he shouted. 7 or 8 youths rushed at Li Fuchen at the same time. Their chi presence was like a violent storm, airtight. Just in time. In Li Fuchen's eyes, this group of people were too slow. With a whip kick, Li Fuchen sent one of them flying. With a twist of his body, he dodged the attacks of 3 others. At the same time, Li Fuchen sent 2 more flying with a series of kicks. Raising his left arm to block a punch from one of the youths, his right fist was like a venomous snake, drilling into the opponent's stomach, crackle, crackle. In just a few breaths, on this vast empty space, no one was left standing except for Li Fuchen. They were all groaning in pain, some of them even had their ribs broken by Li Fuchen. Such strength. Not far away, some of the outer sect disciples who were glaring at Li Fuchen were dumbstruck and speechless. Too strong. Even some of the outer sect disciples who are at the 9th level of the Qi realm can't do this. He has only been here for 3 months, how can he be so strong? Could he be another Guan Shui class expert? Acting like he had just done something insignificant, Li Fuchen carried the snow silver ore and continued on his way. Li Fuchen, just you wait. The leader of the group pointed at Li Fuchen and said viciously. Li Fuchen stopped in his tracks, seems like I am too kind. As he spoke, he walked in front of the leader. What do you want to do? The leader stuttered. To let you remember. Crack, Li Fuchen broke the leader's calf with a kick. Ah! The leader hugged his calf and screamed in pain, his eyes rolled back. Too vicious. This Sun Yubao has a cousin who is one of the top 500 outer sect disciples. Just you wait, Sun Yubao will definitely look for his cousin. Chapter 48. Back at the Zhonglan sect, Li Fuchen went straight to the mission hall. The mission elder gave Li Fuchen a meaningful look but didn't say anything. Even though he was an outer sect elder and was in charge of the mission hall, it didn't mean he could disregard outer sect disciples. The last time he asked Li Fuchen if he found a large amount of snow silver ore was already a small violation of the rules. If he were to pursue the matter of Li Fuchen lying to him, he would only be asking for trouble. Without knowing Li Fuchen's potential, he didn't want Li Fuchen to hate him. Leaving the mission hall, Li Fuchen let out a breath of relief. He was originally worried that the mission elder would find trouble with him, but he didn't expect anything to happen. 36,800 contribution points, it shouldn't be enough for me to reach the 3rd rank of the Crimson Battle form. Li Fuchen's cultivation speed was too fast, but at the same time, his consumption of resources was also fast. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that if it was someone with the same perception as him, they wouldn't be able to cultivate as fast. For body refinement techniques, perception was important, but so was willpower. During the year when his soul spirit dissipated, it strengthened his willpower, allowing him to endure what others couldn't. Little bastard, last time Elder Chen was around and couldn't do anything to you. Let's see who can save you this time. On the way back, an overbearing figure blocked Li Fuchen's path. Who else could it be but Zhou Huailong? He heard from others that even though Li Fuchen didn't go back to the Zhonglan Lake, he seemed to have found a large amount of high-grade ores in one of the ore mines and was now doing well. Since you delivered yourself to my doorstep, it saves me the trouble of looking for you. Li Fuchen wasn't a saint. Zhou Huailong broke one of his arms and he couldn't just ignore it like nothing happened. Zhou Huailong broke one of his arms. Do you want to die? Zhou Huailong couldn't believe his ears. His eyes were filled with a murderous aura. His fist was covered in a layer of black qi. Zhou Huailong was at the 9th level of the Qi realm and had reached the 7th rank of the entry technique, the Iron Shell technique. Using all his strength, he could manifest qi on his palm and wrist. Don't underestimate the 7th rank of the entry technique. Even though the sect rules stated that if a disciple could reach the 7th, 8th, or 9th rank within a year, they would be rewarded too. But this was a reward for the true geniuses. For an ordinary outer sect disciple, reaching the 7th level of the entry-level technique within 2 years was already very good. Zhou Huailong was 18 this year, and it took him 2.5 years to reach the 7th stage of the iron armor art. Look, it is Zhou Huailong Shixiang and Li Fuchen. Last time, Zhou Shixiang broke one of Li Fuchen's arms. This time, he will probably cripple Li Fuchen's limbs. The Zhonglan sect had 30,000 outer sect disciples. Basically, no matter where he went, there would be people. A group of people observed from afar and pointed at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen didn't speak, revolved the 7th rank red jade technique and stared at Zhou Huailong. Little bastard, I will break your limbs and make you lick my shoes. Zhou Huailong was infuriated by Li Fuchen's attitude. With a flick of his knee, he shot towards Li Fuchen and sent out a lightning-fast punch. The punch was so fast that the sound of cloth tearing could be heard in the void. But today's Li Fuchen wasn't the Li Fuchen from 2 months ago. Raising his left hand, Li Fuchen easily caught Zhou Huailong's fist. Impossible! Zhou Huailong tried his best to break free, but couldn't budge an inch, as though he was clamped down by an iron clamp. Go to hell! Zhou Huailong's left fist came at Li Fuchen. A pale black chi covered the fist, just like an iron fist. Paw! Raising his right hand, Li Fuchen caught Zhou Huailong's left fist. Without waiting for Zhou Huailong to continue, Li Fuchen stomped on Zhou Huailong's abdomen, bending his back and causing fresh blood to spurt out. Don't you like to beat people up? Today I will let you have a taste of what it feels like to be beaten up. Li Fuchen stomped on Zhou Huailong's abdomen again and again. I want you dead. Zhou Huailong let out a venomous roar. Revolving the iron shell technique to the limit, a terrifying force burst out and broke free from Li Fuchen's grip. Pang! A fist landed squarely on Zhou Huailong's chin, sending him tumbling back a few times. Finally, he fell flat on his face on the ground. This is what it feels like to be beaten up, isn't it? Li Fuchen walked over and stomped on Zhou Huailong's head, causing it to sink into the mud while kicking with both legs. Gasp! Gasps could be heard one after the other. The crowd was dumbfounded. Is this really Zhou Huailong Shixiang? He actually got beaten up by Li Fuchen. Did you guys notice? Li Fuchen's speed is so fast, my eyes can't even follow his movements. Could it be that Li Fuchen's ability improved so much in these 2 months, that's why he dares to challenge Zhou Huailong Shixiang? Life is full of ups and downs, it seems we have all underestimated Li Fuchen. Everyone felt a sense of sorrow. The Zhonglan sect had tens of thousands of disciples and every day, there would be people who were bullied. But few were like Li Fuchen, who grew at such a rapid pace and beat up the bullies. Even if it was retribution, it came too quickly. This shitty, isn't this a little too much? Not far away, Luo Kai and a youth with flat brows walked over. Li Fuchen lifted his head and when he saw Luo Kai, his eyes flashed. It's Luo Kai, beside him is Luo Zhongtian Shixiang. He is stronger than Zhou Huailong and is also at the 9th level of the Qi realm. Someone recognized the identity of the youth with flat brows. What has it got to do with you? Li Fuchen didn't let go of his foot. Luo Zhongtian laughed arrogantly, Zhou Huailong's reputation shouldn't have fallen in your hands. You humiliated him like this, which is a huge mistake. How can I not care? Li Fuchen sneered, I think you have nothing better to do. Presumptuous, how dare you speak to my brother like this? Li Fuchen, kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Luo Kai pointed at Li Fuchen and raged. Luo Zhongtian was his cousin. In a family, it was normal for there to be a few members of the younger generation in the sect. The more prosperous the family, the more brothers and sisters in the sect. Cousins, 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 there were a lot of them. Kneel? Luo Kai, I didn't intend to find trouble with you. But since you came looking for trouble, don't blame me for being impolite. Releasing his foot, Li Fuchen walked towards Luo Kai. Are all the newcomers these days so arrogant? Luo Zhongtian twisted his neck and suddenly threw a punch at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's expression didn't change as he countered with a punch. Pang! As if two boulders collided, both Luo Zhongtian and Li Fuchen each took 3 steps back. Your fist is rather hard. Li Fuchen was a little surprised. Through the exchange of fists, he could feel that Luo Zhongtian cultivated a body refinement technique. It wasn't as simple as just having a strong qi. In fact, when comparing the combined strength of their fists, Luo Zhongtian had the upper hand. Fortunately, Li Fuchen's physical strength was stronger. Even though his strength wasn't as strong as his opponent, his endurance was much better. After all, the difference in strength between the two wasn't that much. What body refinement technique did you cultivate? Luo Zhongtian's expression was gloomy. With the combination of qi and physical strength, his strength exceeded Li Fuchen's. But sometimes, strength didn't mean anything. Li Fuchen's fists were too hard. For example, under the same level of strength, one was wood and the other was steel. When the two collided, the wood would definitely suffer some damage. Chapter 49. You don't need to know. Let alone the fact that the opponent's strength was only slightly superior, even if it was much superior, Li Fuchen wouldn't put the opponent in his eyes. His actual combat ability and martial arts realm were his true advantages. With a spin, Li Fuchen was like a whirlwind as he sent out a dozen kicks at Luo Zhongtian. Iron Skin. Luo Zhongtian was shocked. Compared to Li Fuchen's fist, Li Fuchen's leg arts were much sharper. Lowering his center of gravity, Luo Zhongtian tightened his muscles and crossed his arms, preparing to take on Li Fuchen's leg arts. Bang! Dozens of leg shadows merged into one, shocking the heavens. Luo Zhongtian was sent flying, and the taste of blood rose from his throat. So you're cultivating the iron skin shirt. Li Fuchen understood. Even though the iron mantle was not as good as the crimson battle form, it was still a body tempering technique. Once trained to a certain level, it could circulate blood and qi, contract muscles and fat, and increase the defense of the body. 7-star sword art. Forcefully swallowing the blood in his throat, Luo Zhongtian drew his wooden sword and swung it at Li Fuchen. It was impossible to describe the brilliance of this sword. The wooden sword, wrapped in a faint purple aura, flashed 6 times in a row like a purple star, and every time it flashed, it was breathtaking. 7-star sword style. It only flashed 6 times. Seems like it isn't at the completion stage. Li Fuchen let out a faint smile and executed the second move of the Red Jade sword style, Red Jade Kill. If the first move of the Red Jade swordplay, the touch of the Red Jade, was said to contain a suction force. The second move, Killing of the Red Jade, was a sword that contained force. As the sword force spat out, the air surged, accompanied by a brief state of vacuum restriction. Most importantly, Li Fuchen's Red Jade sword style was at completion. Crackle. With the 7-star sword style broken, Li Fuchen pierced Luo Zhongtian's abdomen, causing traces of blood to ooze out. The iron skin shirt was, after all, the iron skin shirt. Even its qi and blood were very condensed, so it was not easy to lose blood. Drawing the wooden sword, Li Fuchen slammed it on Luo Zhongtian's face, sending him flying and unable to get up for a long time. Roche, it's your turn. Li Fuchen pointed his sword at Luo Kai. Li Fuchen, what are you trying to do? This is the Zhonglan sect, how dare you act so presumptuously? Luo Kai, who regained his senses, acted as though he saw a ghost, trying to put on a brave front but feeling weak inside. He couldn't understand how Li Fuchen could improve so quickly in just 2 months. His cousin, Luo Zhongtian, had been in the Zhonglan sect for more than 4 years. Not only did he reach the 9th level of the Qi realm, he also cultivated the body refinement technique, iron-clothed shirt. Even 3 or 4 regular 9th level Qi realm martial artists wouldn't be a match for his cousin. It is too late to think that this is the Azure Water sect. Li Fuchen slammed his sword on Luo Kai's head like lightning. Bang! Just like Luo Zhongtian, Luo Kai's entire body flew out and spun a few rounds in the air before finally landing heavily on the ground and fainting. Looking around, Li Fuchen's eyes carried a trace of warning before he left indifferently. Everyone was frightened by his gaze and didn't dare to make a sound. After Li Fuchen left, they began to speak one after another. He's too arrogant. Does he think that he alone can intimidate all of us? Then why didn't you say anything earlier? Wasn't it because I didn't react in time? After all, Zhou Huailong and Luo Zhongtian were both defeated by him. Keep on bragging. I don't want to provoke him anymore. This Li Fuchen is obviously a malefic star. If you don't kill him, he will kill you. That's right. Us small fries shouldn't participate in this. Let those influential figures have a headache. Let them fight it out, we shall just watch the show. All along, no one took Li Fuchen seriously. They thought he was just lucky and obtained a large amount of contribution points. But now, no one thought the same. To be able to defeat Zhou Huailong and Luo Zhongtian was no ordinary person. Most importantly, 2 months ago, Li Fuchen was oppressed by Zhou Huailong. But after 2 months, he actually turned the tables on Zhou Huailong. It was simply heaven-defying. As for those influential figures, they were the outer sect top 500 disciples. Zhou Huailong and Luo Zhongtian may be strong, but they were still a distance away from the outer sect top 500 disciples. Damn it! Zhou Huailong and Luo Zhongtian crawled up with sullen expressions. After this battle, Li Fuchen became famous in the outer sect. His name even reached the outer sect top 500 disciples. 1st grade outer sect disciple region, east side. This was an exquisite courtyard. There were plenty of plum blossoms planted in the courtyard. The plum blossoms had yet to bloom, but the vigorous branches revealed a trace of pride. An absolute beauty with a face like a painting and fair skin was practicing her sword art. The sword art was extremely mystical, like the plum blossoms, agile and graceful, with hidden killing intent. Guan Shui Shiji, congratulations on mastering the plum blossom sword style. A delicate young lady walked in from outside the courtyard and spoke with admiration. Plum blossom sword style, Canglan sect's peak tier, yellow class sword art. Normally, only Origin Realm martial artists could master it. Of course, mastery didn't mean completion. I am only at the sub-completion stage. Guan Shui didn't mind. After being in the Canglan sect for half a year, she had already cultivated the Guan clan's high tier, yellow class, water moon sword style to the completion stage. A few months ago, she spent 1,500 contribution points to redeem a peak tier, yellow class, plum blossom sword style. This is already incredible. I haven't even reached the completion stage for a high tier, yellow class sword art. The delicate young lady sighed. Why are you looking for me? Guan Shui asked. The delicate young lady replied, Guan Shui Shiji, have you heard? There is a new star in the outer sect. He has only been in the Canglan sect for 4 months and he has already defeated Zhou Huailong Xixiang and Luo Zhongtian Xixiang. Oh? What does this have to do with me? The delicate young lady blinked her eyes. I heard that this person is called Li Fuchen. He is from Yunwu City just like Guan Shui Xixiang. Guan Shui Xixiang, do you know him? Li Fuchen. Guan Shui's eyes flashed with a strange glow. Guan Shui Xixiang, you know him. The delicate young lady observed and instantly understood that Guan Shui knew Li Fuchen. Guan Shui nodded, I do. We were once engaged, but it was annulled before I entered the Canglan sect. So he is Guan Shui Xixiang's ex-fiancé. No wonder he is so incredible. The delicate young lady didn't know about the relationship between Guan Shui and Li Fuchen and was shocked. Guan Shui shook her head, he wasn't this incredible in the past. This is rather strange. Li Fuchen was only slightly talented and was still within the range of a normal person. Her emotions didn't have much of a change. Li Fuchen's news only caused a slight ripple in Guan Shui's heart. But soon enough, this ripple vanished. To Guan Shui, she pursued the peak of the sword Dao. Her other half must be a dragon or phoenix amongst men. It was obvious that Li Fuchen didn't meet her standards. I hope you are not here for me. Pestering me is useless. Chapter 50. On top of the Canglan Lake, there were no waves as Li Fuchen quietly fished. As of today, Li Fuchen's soul spirit was already 90% green. just 10% more and it would completely transform. Along with the transformation of his spirit soul, Li Fuchen's awareness was getting stronger. In the past, his awareness could only stay on the hook for less than 15 minutes, but now it had increased to 15 minutes. Walala! A normal treasure fish that weighed around 10 kilograms broke out of the water. At noon, Li Fuchen began to cultivate the Scarlet Fire technique. After cultivating the Scarlet Fire technique to the peak of the 4th rank, Li Fuchen could feel traces of blazing intent rushing through his body every time he revolved the Scarlet Fire technique. It was hard to imagine what would happen when the Scarlet Fire technique broke through to the 9th rank. On the first day, Li Fuchen caught a normal treasure fish that weighed over 10 kilograms. On the second day, he caught a normal treasure fish that weighed 20 kilograms. On the third day, not only did Li Fuchen catch a 10 kilograms first-tier treasure fish, he also broke through to the 5th rank of the Scarlet Fire technique. The 5th level of the Scarlet Fire technique had an obvious burning intent. Even though its power was not as strong as the 7th level of the Red Jade technique, the difference was not huge. It is said that the Scarlet Fire technique is the most domineering technique in the Zhanglan sect. It is indeed true. Li Fuchen couldn't help but praise in his heart when he punched at the void and the blazing fist wind distorted the air. As the days passed, Li Fuchen's harvest increased. On the 10th day, Li Fuchen's luck exploded and he caught a 2 to 5 kilogram second-tier treasure fish. On the 22nd day, Li Fuchen caught another second-tier treasure fish. On the 30th day, Li Fuchen hooked up a normal treasure fish that weighed over 100 kilograms. It was so strong that Li Fuchen had to expend a tremendous amount of effort to reel it in. On the 31st day, something big happened. After half a year, Li Fuchen's soul spirit finally evolved from the pale green class to the green class. The moment his spirit soul transformed, an indescribably wonderful feeling descended. Li Fuchen felt as though his spirit soul had learned how to breathe and was able to breathe freely. At the same time, a variety of martial arts flashed in Li Fuchen's mind, and in the blink of an eye, instantly evolved. The half-moon sword art had reached the acme of perfection. The tiger fawn cross slash had reached perfection. The crushing stone palm had reached perfection. The clear breeze sword technique had reached perfection. Xiao Shang swordsmanship had reached perfection. The mountain-splitting palm had reached perfection. The red jade swordsmanship had reached the peak. The red jade palm had reached the pinnacle. This feeling is too wonderful, as if all the martial arts martial truth is integrated by Li Fuchen. At this moment, Li Fuchen knows that there is a deep connection between martial arts. Crackle! On Li Fuchen's soul spirit, traces of green lightning were scuttling. Every time it scuttled, Li Fuchen's thoughts became clear. The red jade technique intent rose from the 7th rank to the peak of the 7th rank, then the 7th rank extremity. Finally, a solidified flame was imprinted in Li Fuchen's mind. Li Fuchen didn't understand what this meant, but it shouldn't be a bad thing. It was a sleepless night. The next day, the sun rose. Li Fuchen sat cross-legged by the window, bathed in the golden sunlight and began to cultivate the Scarlet Fire technique. The Scarlet Fire technique, which was extremely difficult to cultivate in the past, was extremely smooth today. After circulating his true Qi 36 times, the Scarlet Fire technique's intent was the first to break through to the 6th level, followed by his cultivation technique. The 6th rank of the Scarlet Fire technique was too strong, it was no weaker than the 7th rank of the Red Jade technique. 2 weeks later, Li Fuchen persisted and pushed the Scarlet Fire technique to the 7th rank. 1 month later, it was at the 8th rank. Everything seemed to have returned to the time when he first obtained the golden amulet. At that time, Li Fuchen used a short period of time to push the Red Jade technique from the 3rd rank to the 6th rank. Snowflakes floated in the sky, it was now winter. Revolving the 8th rank Scarlet Fire technique with all his might, Li Fuchen's body emitted an invisible heat. When the snowflakes were 3 feet away from Li Fuchen, they melted. When they were 1 foot away from Li Fuchen, they evaporated into steam. Clenching his right fist, a pale red flame qi enveloped Li Fuchen's fist. It looked as though Li Fuchen's fist was on fire. Qi manifestation. After the Scarlet Fire technique broke through to the 8th rank, Li Fuchen was finally able to instantaneously manifest his qi. But he was only at the 7th level of the qi realm. From the density of his qi manifestation, it was much denser than Luo Kai, who was at the 8th level of the qi realm and at the 6th rank of the Iron Shell technique. Chasing after Zhou Huailong and Luo Zhongtian. Boom! Li Fuchen exerted all his strength to deliver a punch. The blazing fist force melted a large patch of snowflakes. Amongst the snowflakes, a trail was carved out. Golden amulet, where did you come from? Stopping revolving the Scarlet Fire technique, Li Fuchen's consciousness went into his mind. Within his chaotic mind, a green ball of light floated in the middle of the chaos. In the center of the ball of light was a simple golden amulet. The golden amulet was so mysterious. Not sure if it was Li Fuchen's illusion, but where the golden amulet came into contact with the green ball of light, there would be traces of pale blue threads appearing and fusing into the green ball of light. Could it be after the green soul spirit is the pale blue soul spirit? Li Fuchen took in a deep cold breath. Every time the soul spirit evolved, there would be a drastic change. After the green soul spirit would be the pale blue soul spirit, and after the pale blue soul spirit would be the blue soul spirit. As for after the blue soul spirit, Li Fuchen had a feeling that there would be a higher grade soul spirit. He couldn't imagine what would happen if the soul spirit was pale blue in color. Not to mention the blue soul spirit and the higher grade soul spirit. By then, he would probably be able to cultivate the Scarlet Fire technique to the highest rank within 2 hours. Who? Forcefully letting out a breath, Li Fuchen thought to himself, even though I have the golden amulet, I cannot slack off. The golden amulet has greatly increased my perception, but I still have to work hard in other areas. The snow was getting heavier, but the Zhanglan Lake didn't show any signs of freezing. It was said that the Zhanglan Lake never froze. There was a year when the Zhanglan region experienced a snowstorm, but the Zhanglan Lake didn't even freeze. Quietly fishing, Li Fuchen's heart gradually calmed down and wasn't as turbulent as before. Now that his soul spirit was at the green class, Li Fuchen's consciousness could stay on the hook for 15 minutes, which doubled the time. Don't underestimate the additional 15 minutes. There were many times when Li Fuchen's consciousness was about to dissipate, he would hastily catch a treasure fish and didn't have the time to choose a better one. In addition, the range of his consciousness's perception was also doubled. Previously in the water, it was only 10 meters, but now it was 15 meters. Just as his consciousness was about to dissipate, Li Fuchen finally found a target. A first-tier treasure fish that was at least a few dozen kilograms. After catching so many treasure fish, Li Fuchen realized that a normal treasure fish, according to its weight, could burst out with 20 kilograms of strength for every kg. A first-tier treasure fish could burst out with 50 kilograms of strength for every kg. This first-tier treasure fish was at least a few dozen kilograms and had at least 2,000 to 3,000 kilograms of strength in the water. If it was the previous Li Fuchen, he wouldn't have been able to catch it. Chapter 51. Rumble. Waves splashed everywhere, and a half-meter-long rainbow fish broke through the waves. Under the sunlight, it shone with a myriad of colors, as if it was a fish carved out of rainbow jade. What a big first-tier treasure fish! The outer sect disciples who were on the same fishing platform as Li Fuchen exclaimed. They had been at the Zhanglan sect for many years and had never seen a half-meter-long first-tier treasure fish. First-tier treasure fish cost 100 contribution points per kg. Their skin and flesh were tougher and they weighed at least 40 to 50 kilograms. That was 4,000 to 5,000 contribution points. As for this, Li Fuchen didn't feel anything. He had caught 2 second-tier treasure fish previously. Second-tier treasure fish cost 1,000 contribution points per kg, so 4 kilograms was equivalent to this first-tier treasure fish. In the blink of an eye, another half a month passed. Li Fuchen had been fishing at Zhanglan Lake for 3 months now. In these 3 months, Li Fuchen caught 69 normal, 15 first-tier, and 3 second-tier treasure fish. It's time to return. Li Fuchen was satisfied with his harvest this time. Finding the snow silver ore at Kingchong Mountain was luck. But fishing at Songlon Lake was all about skill. This skill had to be put to good use, to not let his status as a Songlon sect disciple go to waste. Cousin, that's him. From what I know, he got at least a few tens of thousands of contribution points from both the Songlon Lake and the Ore Mountain. The tall youth pointed at Li Fuchen and spoke to the determined youth beside him. Li Fuchen immediately recognized the tall youth. 3 months ago, before he beat up Zhou Huailong and Luo Zhongtian, he beat up another group of outer sect disciples. The leader of the group was this tall youth, who seemed to be called Sun Yubao. So you are Li Fuchen. The resolute youth sized up Li Fuchen and frowned slightly. Li Fuchen said indifferently, before I get angry, I advise all of you to get lost. He had enough of everyone treating him like a fat sheep. He wasn't afraid of trouble, but that didn't mean he could spend all his time dealing with them. Interesting, this is the first time someone spoke to me, Wang Hu, in such a manner. Wang Hu felt that Li Fuchen wasn't someone to be trifled with. Li Fuchen seemed to be stronger than what Sun Yubao described. But he was still one of the top 500 outer sect disciples. Even if he was ranked last, he wasn't someone Zhou Huailong or Luo Zhongtian could compare to. Cut the crap, make your move. Li Fuchen couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with the opposition. Cousin brother, teach him a lesson. Sun Yubao glared at Li Fuchen. Smiling, Wang Hu's eyes gradually sharpened. At the same time, a powerful aura spread out from his body. Both of Wang Hu's hands were wrapped in a layer of light green true qi, giving off a feeling of being as heavy as wood. Evergreen technique, one of the Azure Water sect's entry techniques. Cultivating this technique not only allowed one to recover quickly, but their strength was also quite heavy. When fighting with someone who cultivated the evergreen art, if one couldn't defeat the other party in a short period of time, it would be dangerous if the battle dragged on. Heavy wood fist. Wang Hu used his full strength right off the bat. He blasted a high-tier, yellow-class fist art, heavy-wood fist at Li Fuchen with a whistling chi force. It was a pity, it was all in vain. With the Scarlet Fire technique at the 8th rank, Li Fuchen's ability almost doubled. Gently reaching out with his left hand, as if grabbing a child's fist, Li Fuchen's right fist greeted Wang Hu's face with lightning speed. Bang! Blood splattered. Wang Hu was stunned. He saw stars in front of his eyes and couldn't see anything. Li Fuchen didn't stop and followed up with another punch on Wang Hu's face. He then sent Wang Hu flying a dozen meters away with a kick and fainted. Walking step by step to the front of Sun Yubao, Li Fuchen said, "If you provoke me again, I will make you pay 10 times the price." Finishing his sentence, Li Fuchen sent a punch to Sun Yubao's stomach, spitting out his overnight meal and gastric juices. "You're on your own." Li Fuchen carried the fish basket and left. Looking at Li Fuchen's departing back, Sun Yubao's eyes were filled with fear. Too horrifying. Was he still human? His cousin was one of the outer sect's top 500 disciples. But he was crushed just like that without any chance to retaliate. Songlon sect's mission hall. The mission elder felt that all the surprises he had for the past half a year were all used on Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen's harvest this time was a total of 55,000 contribution points. This was a humongous amount. Even an outer sect elder would need a few years to gather such a sum, but Li Fuchen only took a few months. Calming down the raging emotions in his heart, the mission elder started to feel jealous of Li Fuchen. If only he had this many contribution points, it would be enough to bring his ability to the next level. But there were no ifs. With the addition of 36,800 contribution points, Li Fuchen now had a total of 91,800 contribution points. After redeeming 300 body tempering pills, he was left with 16,800 contribution points. Body refinement techniques aren't meant for humans to cultivate. The requirement for resources is too high. Li Fuchen suspected that if he was at the Li clan, even with the Li clan's wealth, it would still be a waste for him to cultivate the Crimson Battle form to completion. After all, body tempering pills cost 500 gold coins each. Up till now, with the addition of the 300 body tempering pills, He had redeemed a total of 500 body tempering pills. That was 250,000 gold coins. Not in a rush to return to his courtyard to cultivate the crimson battle form, Li Fuchen once again went to the martial hall to redeem a peak-tier, yellow-class sword art. Tripart sword style. Disorder split wind sword style. Snake eye sword style. Squall swift sword style. Blood drain sword style. Dripping sword style. Golden snake sword style. Soul chasing sword style. Soaring dragon sword style. Petal chasing butterfly sword style. Devil cloud sword style. Scarlet fire sword style. Raging wave sword style. Flowing cloud sword style. After going through all the sword art manuals, Li Fuchen finally chose the Scarlet Fire sword style. The Scarlet Fire sword style was a sword art that complemented the Scarlet Fire technique. It might only be considered a mid-tier sword art by itself, but when combined with the Scarlet Fire technique, it was able to burst out 120% of its power. The Scarlet Fire sword style only cost Li Fuchen 1,300 contribution points. As for the remaining 15,500 contribution points, Li Fuchen decided to keep it for now. Returning to his courtyard, Li Fuchen went into seclusion. The first rank of the Crimson Battle form required one to beat the body with a rod. The second rank required one to boil the body. The third rank didn't require any of these processes and only required body tempering pills to cultivate. It might look easy, but it wasn't easy to cultivate. The third rank's qi circulation method was unique. Every time the qi was circulated, it felt as though his flesh and bones were being pierced by needles or bitten by ants. The soreness was indescribable. Li Fuchen clenched his teeth and persevered with his cultivation. As the body tempering pills were consumed one by one, Li Fuchen felt his flesh and bones getting tighter. With a flick of his finger, a strong wind like an arrow could easily shatter a teacup from a few feet away. But there were plenty of obstacles for the third rank. Sometimes, as he was cultivating, Li Fuchen's abdomen would suddenly expand, as though he was 6 months pregnant. Sometimes, his vision would turn black and he would lose his sight. Sometimes, it was as though thunder was rumbling in his ears. Li Fuchen knew that this was because his body refinement technique cultivation speed was too fast. The body needed time to adapt. Without this process, the body would occasionally lose control. The solution to this problem was simple. And that was to speed up the adaptation process. Chapter 52. Improving one's qi circulation wasn't a joke. It required a deep understanding of one's own body and a strong perception. Without a deep understanding of one's body, problems would easily arise. If one's perception wasn't strong enough, problems would also arise when improving the qi circulation. If Li Fuchen was to slow down, he wouldn't have to improve the qi circulation. But he didn't want to slow down. Body refinement techniques vary from person to person. With some slight modifications, there shouldn't be any problems. On this day, Li Fuchen sat in the yard and scanned his body with his powerful awareness. It was said that only Heaven Realm martial artists knew how to use their awareness. Those below the Heaven Realm only had awareness, but didn't know how to use it. Of course, the main reason was that those below the Heaven Realm didn't have a strong enough awareness. Scanning his body over and over again, Li Fuchen had a more detailed understanding of his body. Every meridian and acupoint that his awareness could detect, Li Fuchen could clearly see them all. So these acupoints differ from person to person. Different people have different locations. No wonder when I circulate my qi, there would always be blockages which would affect my cultivation. Spending a few days, Li Fuchen modified his qi circulation technique. Actually, it wasn't considered a modification. 99% of the technique was still the same, but Li Fuchen made some adjustments based on his own body. With the adjustment of the qi circulation technique completed, Li Fuchen's qi circulation was unobstructed and his body didn't lose control again. 4,000 kilograms. 4,200 kilograms. 4,500 kilograms. Li Fuchen's physical strength was changing every day. The density of his skin was also changing every day. Previously, Li Fuchen was around 130 kilograms. Now he was 140 kilograms. The crucial point was that with a height of 1.7 meters and 140 kilograms, Li Fuchen didn't look too strong. At a glance, he was at most 130 kilograms. 4,800 kilograms. 5,000 kilograms. When there were only 20 body-tempering pills left, Li Fuchen's Crimson Battle form was finally at the completion stage. The completion stage of the Crimson Battle form was incomparably strong. Not only was the density of the skin, but the toughness of the skin was also greatly increased. Clang! Li Fuchen drew his steel sword and cleaved at his body. Li Fuchen used around 3,000 kilograms of strength in this cleave. The sharp blade didn't cut through his skin. Increasing his strength to 4,000 kilograms, he was still unscathed. After increasing to 5,000 kilograms, a shallow wound finally appeared on Li Fuchen's body. As soon as the wound appeared, it closed up. Instead of slashing, Li Fuchen used thrusts. Li Fuchen found that 4,000 kilograms of force was enough to pierce through his skin. Taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen revolved the 8th rank Scarlet Fire technique. A surging scarlet fire chi covered his entire body. Clang! Li Fuchen ruthlessly cleaved at his body. The strength of this sword strike was 6,000 pounds. But other than a white mark, there was nothing left on his body. 7,000 jin. 8,000 jin. Only after increasing his strength to 8,000 kilograms, did Li Fuchen slash open the skin and flesh, causing traces of blood to spurt out. As expected of the Crimson Battle form, although it is not really invulnerable, but at the mortal realm, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is invulnerable. 8,000 pounds of strength was already at the peak of the mortal realm. Zhou Huailong and Luo Zhongtian's strength was around 6,000 kilograms, and Wang Hu's was around 7,000 kilograms. Li Fuchen estimated that he could exert more than 10,000 kilograms of force. The so-called force path refers to the amount of force that can be exerted. Physical strength, cultivation, techniques, and martial arts will all affect the force path. 10,000 kilograms of force can send an object that weighs 10,000 kilograms flying for a certain distance. Did you hear? Li Fuchen defeated Wang Hu. Is that for real? Wang Hu is one of the top 500 disciples. Even though he is at the bottom, he is still not someone that Zhou Huailong and Luo Zhongtian can compare to. I suspect it is fake too. According to those who saw it with their own eyes, Li Fuchen easily crushed Wang Hu. Fake, it must be fake. How can a person improve so quickly? I don't believe it. In just a few days, the news of Li Fuchen defeating Wang Hu spread throughout the outer sect. But everyone's first reaction was disbelief. Of course, there was a minority that believed it. After all, some things wouldn't come out of nowhere. Since it was spread, it had some degree of credibility. By the time Li Fuchen completed the Crimson Battle form and walked out of his courtyard, the news had already spread like wildfire. Those who met him along the way looked at him with a strange gaze. Li Fuchen, when you were in Yinwu City, did you offend Shintu Liang? A figure slowly walked over. It was Shintu Ju. The current Shintu Ju was already at the 7th level of the Qi realm. What is it? Li Fuchen raised an eyebrow. I need a large amount of body tempering pills. You just need to give me 50 and this debt will be written off. Shintu Ju said. Even though Li Fuchen was doing well in the outer sect, but compared to his Shintu clan, it wasn't even worth mentioning. Li Fuchen laughed, you think I will give it to you? Why? You dare to defy my Shintu clan? Shintu Ju replied with dissatisfaction. I am now an outer sect disciple of the Zhonglan sect, and a first-grade outer sect disciple at that. What qualifications do you have to speak to me in such a manner? Finishing his sentence, Li Fuchen left. Li Fuchen, a moment of pride doesn't mean anything. Once you reach the origin realm, the importance of your bone frame will slowly show itself. By then, with your normal bone frame, you will definitely be at the bottom. Shen Tuju forcefully suppressed his anger. The reason why he needed the body-tempering pills was because he had just redeemed the iron-clothed shirt manual. But to cultivate the iron-clothed shirt, it required a large amount of body-tempering pills. If he relied on himself to slowly cultivate, who knows how long it would take for him to succeed. Li Fuchen, who was already far away, didn't put Shen Tuju's words to heart. Others might not know, but he knew his own condition. Maybe his bone frame was indeed lacking, but if his perception was heaven-defying, nothing would be an obstacle. Arriving at the third floor of the dining hall, Li Fuchen ordered a high-class meal. Ever since he started cultivating the Crimson Battle form, Li Fuchen no longer ate a single silver coin nutritious meal, but a single gold coin high-class meal. The high-class meal was made from demonic beast meat. After cleansing the demonic qi, demonic beast meat was extremely chewy. After eating it, one wouldn't feel hungry easily and could replenish one's stamina and energy. The vegetables were specially grown by the Zhanglan sect. Although they were called vegetables, they were no different from herbs, as they contained many of the essences required by the human body. Finding a place to sit down, Li Fuchen ate in a refined manner. Dense footsteps could be heard as a group of people came from the second floor to the third floor. Li Fuchen lifted his head and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. It was Guan Shui. Wearing the ordinary outer sect disciple attire, she stood out from the crowd and had an elegant demeanor. Her slightly slender eyes carried a trace of arrogance. Beside her were two equally attractive young ladies. Chapter 53. It was obvious that Guan Shui saw Li Fuchen too. The current Li Fuchen was completely different from the one Guan Shui remembered. Following the transformation of his soul spirit and the completion of the Crimson Battle form, Li Fuchen's aura wasn't inferior to anyone and had his own uniqueness. From afar, he looked like a star. Even though he wasn't as dazzling as the sun, he had a deep and unfathomable aura. His body wasn't strong, but it exuded an iron-blooded aura that couldn't be ignored. When did the outer sect have such a charismatic disciple? The phoenix-eyed disciple beside Guan Shui had a sparkle in her eyes. The number of male disciples in the outer sect that could make her eyes sparkle was less than 5. The rest were all prodigies of the outer sect. Senior Guan Shui, it's Li Fuchen. The delicate female disciple beside Guan Shui couldn't help but say. Guan Shui nodded and walked towards Li Fuchen. Long time no see. Arriving at the table in front of Li Fuchen, Guan Shui stroked the hair on her forehead and spoke. Yes. Li Fuchen didn't put down his chopsticks and nodded to Guan Shui. Guan Shui frowned. Had it been anyone else, they would have stood up. About the engagement, I'm sorry. Guan Shui replied. Li Fuchen laughed, it is a good thing that it is dissolved. You can relax and so can I hope you really think so. Guan Shui sized up Li Fuchen, trying to see through his eyes. A pity. His eyes were deep and dark, without any emotions. Pursing her lips, Guan Shui said, your method of obtaining contribution points has already attracted the attention of many people, especially those in the top 500 of the outer sect. You better pay attention. If you really can't solve it, you can look for me. Regarding the annulment of the engagement, it was her Guan clan who was in the wrong. She hoped to make up for it, as it would clear her mind and be beneficial to her future cultivation. Thank you for your kindness, but I can resolve it myself. Li Fuchen rejected her good intentions. The phoenix-eyed disciple interrupted, Li Fuchen, right? Don't be stubborn. Although I don't know how you defeated Wang Hu is only ranked 485 out of the top 500 disciples. Senior sister is untalented, ranked 452 out of the top 500 disciples. But compared to junior sister Guan Shui, I'm still far from being ranked 366. She found Li Fuchen rather pleasing to the eye. Of course, it was merely pleasing to the eye, everything still depended on one's potential. Thank you. I've finished eating. You guys take your time. I'll take my leave first. Li Fuchen didn't want to be entangled with these people. He put down his chopsticks and left. This fellow. The female disciple with phoenix eyes frowned. Guan Shui said, forget it, he has always been like this. It seems that you know him quite well. The female disciple with phoenix eyes giggled. Guan Shui's expression was cold as she said, so what if we understand him? He is destined to be someone from a different world from us. His bone frame is just a normal bone frame. Normal bone frame? The pretty female disciple exclaimed in shock. The three of them all had extraordinary bone frames, and Guan Shui had the best bone frame as she was a 4-star extraordinary bone frame. Which was why they were so close to each other. Birds of a feather flock together. This phrase was applicable at all times. Impossible. How can a normal bone frame improve so quickly? The female disciple with phoenix eyes had a face of disbelief. Guan Shui said, something must have happened to his body that caused his perception to be abnormally high. But unless he obtained an earth-class herb, it is impossible for his bone frame to have any changes. Yellow-class herbs were just normal herbs. Mystic-class herbs already contained the mysteries of heaven and earth. But to change a person's bone frame, it wasn't enough. Earth-class herbs were required. But earth-class herbs were hard to come by. Even for a sect, it would be extremely difficult to obtain one. There were many types of earth-class herbs, but herbs that could change one's bone frame were extremely rare. A high perception would at most reach the earth realm. To break through to the heaven realm, just having perception isn't enough. The female disciple with phoenix eyes said. The pretty female disciple nodded. On the way back, Li Fuchen saw He Ping. But He Ping seemed to be in some trouble as he was surrounded by a few people. Junior apprentice brother He Ping, don't be so shameless. Senior apprentice brother Fong has invited you to become his follower. It's your honor. The fierce-looking young man put his hand on He Ping's shoulder and said in a vicious tone. He Ping mocked, follower is just a formality. His true purpose is to have me contribute pills to him. The Zhonglan's sect had many disciples and factions. Strong disciples would have many followers, and these followers would offer a certain amount of pills every month. With these pills, the stronger the disciple, the stronger the faction. But not everyone had the qualifications to create their own faction. Once a faction was established, it would face challenges from other factions. Once defeated, the faction would immediately collapse. To maintain a faction, one's personal ability must be absolutely strong. If one's personal ability wasn't strong enough, others wouldn't be willing to submit to you. Apart from that, it would be even better if you had a strong background. For example, if you had a strong inner sect disciple backing you, others wouldn't dare to touch you. Apart from that, having a shocking potential was also a huge deterrent. If you were a 4-star bone frame, then other than 4-star bone frames, no one would dare to touch you. Why? You don't agree? I advise you to consider carefully. If you reject Fang Shixiang, you will never have a day of peace. The fierce-looking youth threatened. He Ping replied, sorry, I will not agree. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. I'll teach you a lesson today. The fierce-looking youth used his strength and locked onto He Ping's shoulder. Crunch, crunch. The fierce-looking youth was at the 8th level of the Qi realm, while He Ping was only at the 7th level. Under the strength of his 5 fingers, He Ping broke out in cold sweat and couldn't even struggle free. Shaking his head, Li Fuchen walked over. Hey, you guys stop before you go too far. Li Fuchen's voice traveled into the ears of everyone present. Kid, who are you? Do you want to die? A long-faced youth beside the fierce-looking youth spoke fiercely. It's Li Fuchen. One of the youths recognized Li Fuchen. Hearing the response, the fierce-looking youth released his hand and turned to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen, right? I advise you to stay out of this matter. It was impossible for him not to know of Li Fuchen's infamy. Without an expert around, he didn't dare to challenge Li Fuchen. Get lost. I don't want to repeat myself. Li Fuchen's expression was indifferent. You. The long-faced youth was flustered. Let's go. Li Fuchen, you will regret this. The fierce-looking youth was rather calm as he led the group away. Rubbing his shoulder, He Ping said, "You shouldn't have stood up for me." Li Fuchen laughed, "Why didn't I agree with them?" He Ping replied helplessly, "Becoming the follower of that Fang Shixiang may have saved me a lot of trouble, but it would also slow down my progress." I see. I heard that there are factions in the outer sect that protect the weak. You should join them. Li Fuchen said. What about you? He Ping originally didn't want to join any faction, but now it seems like he had no choice. I am used to being alone. Li Fuchen shook his head. He Ping frowned, that Fang Shixiang isn't a normal person. He is one of the 10 prodigies of the outer sect and is ranked in the top 10 of the top 500 disciples. His potential is astounding, he will definitely find trouble with you. Chapter 54. With the Scarlet Fire technique at the 8th rank, Li Fuchen's cultivation speed increased tremendously. The 6th rank of the Scarlet Fire technique was already equivalent to the 7th rank of the Red Jade technique. Peak of the 7th level of the Qi realm. I should be able to break through to the 8th level in another month. The winter sun shone on the body, giving off a warm feeling. Li Fuchen slowly opened his eyes on the fake mountain in the courtyard. The Qi realm was getting harder and harder to break through, but Li Fuchen's perception was too heaven-defying. He forcefully cultivated the Scarlet Fire technique to the 8th rank. To him, the further he progressed, the easier it was to break through, because he would be able to improve his technique to a higher rank. Swish! 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 In the first-grade outer sect disciple region, there was a small lake. This lake separated the first-grade outer sect disciple region into 4 smaller regions. On the sparkling lake, a figure was sprinting as though he was running on flat ground. The sprinter had long and powerful legs, his feet were wrapped in a layer of pale blue qi. Every time he stepped on the surface of the lake, the qi was like cotton candy, flattened and bounced up. So, as he neared the shore, the sprinter bounced up and landed lightly on the ground. It should be this region. The youth had long legs, which took up 60% of his height. His narrow eyes were filled with arrogance. In just a short moment, the youth found Li Fuchen's courtyard. Swish! With a flash, the youth stood on top of the courtyard wall. In the courtyard, Li Fuchen was practicing his sword arts. Sensing the commotion, he lifted his head. Their eyes met in an instant, and there seemed to be invisible electric sparks flashing in the void. Such a strong gaze. The arrogant youth squinted his eyes. Quite a strong qi presence. Li Fuchen was afraid of small troubles, but if the opponent was strong, he would be interested in playing with them. This youth's qi presence was twice as strong as Wang Hu's. Among the top 500 disciples, he would probably be in the top 400 or even top 300. You are Li Fuchen? The youth asked. That's right. Li Fuchen sheathed his wooden sword. I am Nie Ming, let's have a spar. Why? No reason, because you offended Fang Shixiang. I see. Seems like this Nie Ming was that so-called Fang Shixiang's underling. Not just any underling, but one of his experts. This is not the place to fight. You and I will go outside. Pushing open the courtyard door, Li Fuchen came to the open space outside the courtyard. On the spacious ground, the two of them stood 10 meters apart. What's your ranking among the top 500 disciples? Li Fuchen carefully sized up Nie Ming. Nie Ming's legs were much longer than the average person and his thighs were very strong, giving off a feeling of agility like the wind and speed like thunder. Untalented, 272. Nie Ming was very proud. The outer sect top 500, each one more abnormal than the other. Many of them had been stuck at the 9th level of the Qi realm for a year or two. These people had accumulated a lot of experience, and their martial arts had basically reached the 8th or 9th level. Adding on their other advantages, they could easily crush more than 90% of the outer sect disciples in the 9th level of the Qi realm, 272. This ranking was much higher than Guan Shui's. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that Guan Shui hadn't revealed her true strength yet. Make your move. Li Fuchen didn't draw his sword. If he did, even if he went easy, his opponent wouldn't be able to withstand more than a few slashes. He wanted to know the ability of the top 300 outer sect top 500 disciples. Interesting. Be careful. Nian Ming's body flashed, both legs attacking Li Fuchen like a torrential storm. Yellow class, high-tier kick art, cloud shifting kick. Li Fuchen grinned and used both his legs to welcome the attack like a violent storm. Yellow class, mid-tier kick art, cyclone kick. Crackle, crackle. In just a few breaths, the two of them had exchanged countless kicks. Within a radius of a few meters, it was filled with the sound of qi explosions. Nian Ming's cultivation was at the 9th level of the qi realm, his entry technique, white wave technique, was at the 8th rank. With the addition of his yellow class, high-tier kick art, he should have surpassed Li Fuchen in every aspect. But Li Fuchen's entry technique, Scarlet Fire technique, was also at the 8th rank. The mid-tier, yellow class, cyclone kick might not be as high as his opponent's cloud shifting kick. But Li Fuchen's own cultivation level was higher. He had already cultivated the cyclone kick to the trance stage. Apart from that, Li Fuchen's physical strength was at an astonishing 5,000 kilograms. Not only did it make up for his disadvantage in cultivation, it actually exceeded his opponent's. Sure enough, the rumors say that his physical strength is astounding. When I exchanged kicks with him earlier, that hard feeling almost scattered my qi. Nian Ming's expression turned serious. Before coming here, he didn't put Li Fuchen in his eyes and thought that with his ability, it would be easy to defeat him. But now, he didn't think so. What body refinement technique are you cultivating? Nian Ming asked. He too cultivated a body refinement technique, but it was just a normal golden bell canopy, which was slightly stronger than the iron-clothed shirt. Stronger body refinement techniques were too difficult to cultivate. He didn't intend to waste a large amount of time and resources on a body refinement technique. Crimson battle form. Li Fuchen didn't intend to hide it and replied. What? You actually cultivated the crimson battle form? This guy. Nian Ming was shocked. The crimson battle form was famous for its difficulty. Among the outer sect disciples, only one had successfully cultivated the crimson battle form. The rest had either given up or were still in the process of trying. According to the records, only one outer sect disciple would successfully cultivate the crimson battle form every 5 years. Li Fuchen, let's fight on the water. Nian Ming stomped on the ground and like a rock spreading its wings, he skimmed into the lake. On land, he wasn't certain he could defeat Li Fuchen. But on the water, he had a chance. This was something he didn't expect before he came. Sure thing. Li Fuchen's feet were wrapped in a layer of pale red qi. With a leap, he also skimmed into the lake. Splash, 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 the two of them were like water spiders, gliding freely on the surface of the lake. This guy's perception is too high. He can actually manifest qi. Nian Ming's mouth twitched. Manifesting qi from the limbs was the easiest. Looking at the concentration of qi on Li Fuchen's feet, his entry technique was at least at the 8th rank. This can no longer be described as having a high perception. Sick. This was Nian Ming's only thought. Look, there's a battle on the lake. There were a few hundred first-grade outer sect disciples residing in the first-grade outer sect area. Due to the small size of the lake, many of them witnessed the battle on the lake. They couldn't resist their curiosity and jumped into the lake. Using the manifestation of qi, they easily stood on the surface of the water. It's Nian Ming, he is one of the 7 experts under Fang Lai Hai. Not bad, Nian Ming is ranked 5th amongst the 7 experts. His ability is pretty good. I wonder who his opponent is. Why haven't I seen him before? I know who he is. His name is Li Fuchen, the one who has been the talk of the town recently. So it's him. I heard it's easy for him to earn contribution points. I wonder if it's true. Chapter 55. Toppling mountains and overturning seas. The cloud-shifting leg was stronger in water. The white wave technique was also stronger in water. On the lake, Nie Ming stomped on the surface of the lake. Under the cover of the crystal waves, Nie Ming swept his leg at Li Fuchen. This kick was extremely ferocious. The crystal waves were swept away by the leg force, increasing the power of the leg force. Nie Ming is really smart. Who doesn't know that in places with water, the white wave technique and cloud-expelling kick can display greater power? Among the spectators, a tall youth with a righteous face shook his head and said with a smile. The youth beside him said, Li Fuchen can only blame himself for being too stupid to actually fight with Nie Ming on the lake. They all acknowledged Li Fuchen's ability. At the Qi realm, bone frame didn't have much of an impact. Only at the origin realm did the importance of the bone frame become apparent. Even though Li Fuchen's bone frame wasn't good, but his perception was high. This allowed him to have the ability to shake the heavens and earth at the Qi realm. His improvement speed was comparable to the 10 prodigies. Gale flash. Li Fuchen's figure suddenly became blurry. On the lake, it was as though there was a condensed gale sweeping across. Nie Ming's leg shadow couldn't even touch Li Fuchen. The gale flash was the first move of the cyclone kick style. It focused on footwork and was the entry-level quintessence of the cyclone kick style. Mastering this move would allow one to be as fast as the wind. Swish 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 swish, on the lake, the waves undulated. Li Fuchen flashed around Nie Ming at high speed, his movements unpredictable. Suddenly appearing behind Nie Ming, Li Fuchen sent a palm strike, using the most ordinary stone-shattering palm. With the cyclone kick and stone-shattering palm at the trance stage, Li Fuchen's moves were as fast as lightning, without any gaps. At the crucial moment, Nie Ming's body spun, his palms were like iron bars, blocking Li Fuchen's stone-shattering palm. With a boom, the surface of the lake exploded into a ball of water. Nie Ming's figure retreated rapidly, the lake water was up to his calves. Li Fuchen took 7 to 8 steps back, as though it was light. Swish 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 swish, just as Nie Ming thought he was safe, Li Fuchen's hands suddenly sucked the water into his palms and shot it at Nie Ming like a concealed weapon. Nie Ming's old force was used up and he had no choice but to draw his wooden sword. Pa 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 pa, balls of water the size of eggs were shattered one after another, and the sword dance was watertight. I have to admit that your ability is much stronger than I imagined. But, Nie Ming will not allow myself to lose. Using strength from his legs, Nie Ming soared into the sky and slashed at Li Fuchen. This sword was like rippling water, and the sword's momentum covered an extremely wide area. Combined with the splashes of water that flew into the air, it gave people the illusion that the wind and rain were coming together, and it was unstoppable. Condense. Li Fuchen wasn't arrogant. He drew his wooden sword and executed the touch of ruby jade. The wooden sword in Li Fuchen's hand drew a semicircle in midair. The water splashes that filled the sky seemed to be drawn by an invisible force and converged around Li Fuchen's wooden sword. Accompanied by Li Fuchen's sword presence and blazing sword force, it suddenly turned into a pale red mist that covered the sky and attacked at Nie Ming. An eye for an eye. Not good. Nie Ming was shocked. The light red mist had blocked his vision, causing him to be blinded. The only thing he could do was to retreat with all his might. Once he was enveloped by the light red mist, he would have no chance to turn the situation around. Guanshui shimmy, it seems we have underestimated him. No wonder he was so confident. On the other side of the lake, Guanshui, the phoenix-eyed female disciple, and the delicate female disciple had arrived. The three of them were in deep thought. The one who spoke was the phoenix-eyed female disciple. Guanshui replied, "Yes, it seems like there will be some interaction between me and him. I hope it won't be too deep." Even though she was shocked by Li Fuchen's ability, she didn't lose her composure. This was because she hid her true ability well. After consuming the white wave pill, her white wave technique had already broken through to the 8th rank. Because she had been at the Zhonglan sect for a full year, she was unable to break through to the 9th rank. Hence, she could only claim the 30,000 contribution points reward. If it was only the 8th rank of the White Wave technique, she would only be ranked 300 or 400 among the top 500 outer sect disciples. But the 4-star soft water bone frame had a huge amplification effect on the White Wave technique. Her ability wasn't as simple as it looked. After witnessing Nie Ming's battle, she was 100% sure she could win. As compared to her talent in techniques, her talent in sword arts was much more outstanding. Guanshui Shiji, was he really like what you described him to be in the past? The delicate female disciple couldn't help but ask. These few days, Guanshui had told them about Li Fuchen. The Li Fuchen of the past had some perception, but it wasn't this insane. But the current Li Fuchen was comparable to the 10 prodigies. He might even be superior. It wasn't like they didn't know that some normal bone frames could ignore the limitations of the bone frame and break through to the earth realm. These people usually had high perception and were comparable to 3-star bone frames. But they were only comparable to 3-star bone frames. Li Fuchen's perception was comparable to 4-star bone frames. No, many 4-star bone frames didn't even have the perception of Li Fuchen. What the 3 of them didn't know was that before his soul spirit turned green, Li Fuchen's perception was already comparable to a 4-star bone frame. The current Li Fuchen had a perception that was at least 5-star bone frame, maybe even higher. Guanshui didn't say anything. She had some doubts. Was this really Li Fuchen? This Nie Ming is rather strong. A pity that I am stronger. Li Fuchen's ability rose so quickly that he didn't even know what level he was at. To deal with Nie Ming, he only used about 50% of his ability. Except for cultivation level and technique rank, he was able to crush Nie Ming in any aspect. Tiger Fang Cross Slash. The simple Tiger Fang Cross Slash was like a god in the hands of Li Fuchen. The pale red cross slash flashed and the pale red mist was split open. Nie Ming retreated again and again, his blood boiling. This won't do, I will definitely lose if this carries on. I have no choice but to use this move. Nie Ming gritted his teeth and revolved the White Wave technique to the limit. An extremely viscous pale blue chi flowed from his right arm to the wooden sword. The next moment, the wooden sword emitted a faint sound of waves. The water around the wooden sword was also absorbed, increasing its prowess. Raging waves rise. Taking a deep breath, Nie Ming swept his sword horizontally. The sound of waves was vast and mighty, and the sword presence was abundant. Peak tier, yellow class sword art, raging waves sword style. Looking at the incoming sword shadow and the mighty water sword force, Li Fuchen's expression changed slightly. This sword move was truly majestic, like a tidal wave, approaching from afar. If both parties had the same ability, they would definitely be subdued by the opponent's sword presence. Executing the second move of the Red Jade sword style, Kill of Red Jade, Li Fuchen forcefully countered his opponent's sword move. If the first move of the Red Jade sword style, Touch of Red Jade, was a sword that contained a suction force, the second move, Kill of Red Jade, was a sword that contained a release force. With the release of the sword force, the air surged and was accompanied by a short period of vacuum weightlessness. Pang! In midair, a huge ball of water swelled up and then exploded with a loud bang. Nie Ming felt as though he was struck by lightning, his body was sent flying backwards. Chapter 56. Nie Ming lost. This is unbelievable. This Li Fuchen can at least be ranked in the top 200 of the outer sect's top 500 disciples. It can only be higher. That's right, Nie Ming has the upper hand on the lake. Li Fuchen's ability is much higher than expected. The spectators were in a heated discussion. Li Fuchen, let me try you. Not far away from the crowd on the lake, a figure skimmed out. When he was about 4 to 5 meters away from Li Fuchen, he leapt up and swung his sword. This sword was like a flying dragon, the sword path was straight and unrestrained, domineering and unconstrained. Peak tier, yellow class sword art, soaring dragon sword style, it's Fang Liahai's number 3 of the 7 experts, Mei Ruolong. Ranked 198 among the top 500 disciples. someone recognized the identity of the newcomer. Go back! With a swing of his wooden sword, Li Fuchen instantly blocked the opponent's sword. With a swing of his right arm, Mei Ruolong was involuntarily sent flying back. The sword has a suction force, what a cool sword move. Many cheered for Li Fuchen. Courting death. Mei Ruolong's face turned black. His opponent's timing was too perfect. Not a second too early or too late, it was just the right timing to block his attack. If not, that suction force wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Stepping on the lake water, Mei Ruolong flew out diagonally. As he neared Li Fuchen, the wooden sword in his hand trembled and formed 3 agile sword shadows that enveloped Li Fuchen. This move was called Triple Cloud Dragon Appearance, the second move of the Soaring Dragon sword style. A mere subcompletion, yellow class, peak tier sword art can't do anything to me. Li Fuchen's arm strength increased as he raised his wooden sword and cleaved down. Crackle, crackle. The earth-shattering sword easily broke Mei Ruolong's Cloud Dragon's 3 appearances. You take a blade from me too. Li Fuchen took a big step forward and cleaved at Mei Ruolong again. The Xiao Shang sword style had a clean sword path and a domineering sword force. When executed by Li Fuchen, who had 5,000 kilograms of strength, it was like adding wings to a tiger and was unstoppable. Mei Ruolong didn't expect Li Fuchen's sword style to be so domineering and swift. He didn't even have time to dodge, and if he tried to block, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand the force. Insolent, go back! Right at this moment, another figure skimmed over and blocked in front of Mei Ruolong. With a slanted sword, he sealed Mei Ruolong's Xiao Shang sword style. The water in the lake exploded, and the splashes of water shot out in all directions like sharp arrows. Amidst the undulating waves, the distance between the two widened. Li Fuchen took a closer look and saw that the one who blocked his sword was a handsome youth. He wasn't tall or short, but he gave off a feeling of nobility and dominance. Hiss, it's Fong Lihai. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Fong Lihai, one of the outer sect's top 10 prodigies, ranked 12th in the top 500 disciples. He had a 4-star extraordinary bone frame and was also the young city lord of one of the main cities in the Zhanglan region, Shanghai City. He was doted on by everyone and had a prestigious status that wasn't inferior to the children of the inner sect elders. How strong is this Li Fuchen's ability? Not only did he defeat Nie Ming, but he also subtly suppressed Mei Ruolong. Even when facing Fong Lihai, he didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. Fong Lihai definitely didn't use his full strength. If not, Li Fuchen wouldn't be a match for him. That's true, Fong Lihai is ranked 12th in the outer sect. The difference between 12th and 200th place isn't on the same level, it is several levels apart. Outer sect top 500 disciples, each one was more insane than the other. But after the top 100, there wasn't much of a difference. If there was a difference of a few dozen ranks, only a fight would determine who was stronger and who was weaker. After all, winning or losing wasn't based on who had a better foundation, but rather on one's performance and combat ability. But it was a different story for the top 100. The top 100 were the true elite outer sect disciples. To be able to enter this list, every single one of them was at least at the peak of the Qi realm. Be it their foundation or combat ability, they were all top-notch. As for rank 12, it was an even higher level. Outer sect disciples of this level were undoubtedly the overlords of the Qi realm and had the ability to instantly kill others. It didn't matter if Fong Lihai used his full strength or not, everyone had a higher opinion of Li Fuchen. Had it been anyone else, Fong Lihai would have defeated them with a single blade. Stepping firmly on the surface of the lake, Fong Lihai raised an eyebrow. Your ability isn't bad, to actually be able to block 30% of my strength. You aren't bad either. Li Fuchen replied. Kiki. Fong Lihai laughed, am I saying you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, or that you have no brain? Am I, Fong Lihai, what qualifications do you have to comment on? Li Fuchen laughed lightly, you may be strong, but you aren't the absolute strongest. I think you are just overconfident. Is that so? Fong Lihai grinned, his eyes flashing with a dangerous glow. Fong Lai Hai, the outer sect doesn't belong to you alone. Let's just forget about today's matter. Seeing as Li Fuchen and Fong Lai Hai were about to make a move, a righteous-looking youth walked over. Fong Lai Hai turned his head and spoke with a gloomy expression, Gao Changtian, you want to meddle in this matter? Gao Changtian was also one of the 10 prodigies of the outer sect. He was a righteous person and wouldn't allow anyone to bully the weak. Which was why he established a faction to protect the weak. Of course. Gao Changtian replied forcefully. Fong Lai Hai held back his anger, Gao Changtian, don't be so shameless. I didn't bother with you in the past, but if you dare to stop me today, I will make you pay. Gao Changtian stood with his hands behind his back, then I would like to see how you are going to make me pay. Ever since the two entered the Zhonglan sect a few years ago, they couldn't see eye to eye. But their abilities were on par. One was ranked 12th and the other was ranked 10th. They were evenly matched and couldn't do anything to the other. Courting death. Fong Lai Hai was enraged. Revolving the 9th rank iron shell technique, a horrifying chi was emitted. At the same time, the wooden sword in his hand was covered with a layer of pale black chi. The chi's density and range far exceeded Nye Ming's and Mei Ruolong's. Afraid of you. Gao Changtian revolved the 9th rank Elder Jade technique as well. A towering chi presence was emitted and went against Fong Lai Hai's. The wooden sword in his hand was covered with a layer of green-white chi. Crackle. As the two chi presences clashed, a chi explosion could be heard in the air. So scary, is this the strength of a prodigy? A duel between two prodigies is a grand occasion in the outer sect. The last time it happened was about half a year ago. Everyone was in a heated discussion. Seeing the chi presences of the two, Li Fuchen's eyes were filled with battle intent. The two of them were indeed strong and had already cultivated their entry technique to the highest 9th rank. Even though the Zhonglan sect's entry technique was a peak tier, yellow class technique, but with enough time, it could still be cultivated to the highest rank. Of course, the prerequisite was that one had to have a 4-star bone frame. Anyone below the 4-star bone frame wouldn't be able to achieve this, even with the help of cultivation techniques and pills. Generally speaking, the cultivation of a technique was a step-by-step process. At the start, everyone would start with the foundation technique. Then it would be the family heirloom, yellow class, high-tier technique, followed by the sect's entry technique. With every change of technique, due to the accumulated experience and the number of opened meridians, the cultivation speed would increase. If not, even if you were given a high-grade technique, you wouldn't be able to cultivate it. Chapter 57. In terms of cultivation level, Li Fuchen couldn't match up to them. In terms of technique rank, Li Fuchen couldn't match up to them either. But in terms of physical strength and defense, Li Fuchen was far superior to them. In the entire outer sect, other than Li Fuchen, there was only one outer sect disciple who cultivated the Crimson Battle form to the completion stage. Boom! Fong Lai Hai and Gao Changtian clashed. The violent chi force was like a thunderstorm, exploding in the air above the lake. Raging waves. It was the same raging wave sword style, but in the hands of Fong Lai Hai, it was at least twice as powerful as Nye Minglan's. With the sword's presence, all the water droplets on the surface of the lake were attracted towards it. Along with the sword force, the droplets turned into waves that rushed towards Gao Changtian. Cloud Sea Surge. Gao Changtian's flowing cloud sword style was similar to the raging wave sword style, one was a surging wave while the other was a surging cloud sea. In the hands of Gao Changtian, the intricacy of his sword style wasn't inferior to Fong Lai Hai's. With a single slash, the water droplets were attracted towards it, increasing the power of the sword style. Boom, 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 the battle between the two prodigies was exceptionally intense, comparable to a battle between low-leveled Origin Realm martial artists. Both of you stop before you go too far. Do you think that Zhonglan sect's rules don't exist? Finally, the commotion on the lake attracted the attention of an outer sect elder. This outer sect elder was like a sharp arrow, piercing through the air. With a wave of his hand, a strong chi force separated the two of them. Elder Fong Lihai and Gao Changtian greeted respectfully. Everyone disperse. What is the meaning of gathering together? The outer sect elder didn't intend to punish the two of them. In the Zhonglan sect, disciples were encouraged to fight amongst each other, as long as it wasn't too much. Just like that, the grand battle on the lake came to an end. But everyone knew that it wasn't over yet, it was just waiting for the day it would ferment. In the blink of an eye, Li Fuchen had been at the Zhonglan sect for 9 months. The Zhonglan sect's outer sect had a 3-story tower of tribulations. According to the sect rules, if a first-grade outer sect disciple didn't pass the first floor of the Tower of Tribulations, their first-grade outer sect disciple status would be revoked and they would be demoted to a second-grade outer sect disciple. If they could pass the first floor of the Tower of Tribulations within a year, no matter what status they had before, they would be promoted to a first-grade outer sect disciple. Other than the sect rules, the Tower of Trials was also where the outer sect disciples' rankings were determined. Passing the first level of the Tower of Trials means that you have the strength to rank within the top 5,000. Passing the second level of the Tower of Trials means that you have the strength to rank within the top 500. Passing the third level of the Tower of Trials means that you have the strength to be in the top 100. The time taken to clear the Tower of Trials would determine one's ranking. For example, if everyone had passed the third level of the Tower of Trials, and you were slower than others, your ranking would naturally be lower than others. This was also the reason why there wasn't much of a difference in strength even though there was a difference of a few dozen ranks. This was also why there was such a huge gap between the top 100 and the top 100. Li Fuchen was afraid that he would forget to attempt the Tower of Tribulations and wanted to try it in advance to see what his ranking would be. The Tower of Trials was located in the depths of the outer sect district, and there were many outer sect disciples queuing up. One by one, ring the trial bell first. If you can't even ring the trial bell, then there's no need to attempt the trial tower. Outside the Tower of Trials that was tens of meters tall, a few outer sect deacons and a large group of outer sect deacon disciples were maintaining order. Excuse me, let me go first. An outer sect disciple with a tyrannical chi pushed his way through the crowd and snatched the first position. The outer sect deacon disciples who were maintaining order pretended not to see anything, as they were already used to such incidents. Dang! This outer sect disciple was very strong, a simple punch from him was enough to ring the trial bell. Alright, you can go in now. The outer sect deacon waved his hand. After about a dozen breaths, the light on the first floor of the Tower of Tribulations was extinguished. This meant that this person had passed the first floor. 15 minutes later, the light on the second floor of the Tower of Tribulations was extinguished. Note it down, time used, 48 ticks. One of the outer sect deacons said to the deacon disciple who was recording the time 48 ticks. Before coming, Li Fuchen did some research. The Tower of Tribulations used a water hourglass to measure time. An hour was divided into 360 ticks. 45 ticks represented 15 minutes, 48 ticks represented a little more than 15 minutes. Unlucky, didn't pass the third floor again. Soon enough, the outer sect disciple walked out with an unhappy expression. Lu Deshang, your result is the second floor of the Tower of Tribulations. Time used, 48 ticks. Rank 250. The outer sect deacon disciple who spoke hung a wooden plaque with the name Lu Deshang on the stone wall. The stone wall was huge and was filled with wooden plaques, a total of 500 of them. Every wooden plaque had a name on it. Behind the wooden plaque, there was a smaller wooden plaque with the time written on it. 250 might not sound nice, but it is at least 10 ranks higher than the previous time. Lu Deshang's expression finally looked better. Alright, next. The outer sect deacon waved his hand and allowed Lu Deshang to leave. One by one, the outer sect disciples challenged the Tower of Tribulations. A small portion of them didn't even manage to ring the trial bell. Most of them only passed the first floor of the Tower of Tribulations, and only a few made it to the second floor. Arriving at the stone wall, Li Fuchen lifted his head to take a look. First place was Yuan Tian, third floor of the Tower of Tribulations, time used, 15 ticks. Second place was Shang Guanhong, 3rd floor of the Tower of Tribulations, time used, 21 ticks. 10th place, Gao Changtian, 3rd floor of the Tower of Tribulations, time used, 30 ticks. 12th place, Fong Lihai, 3rd floor of the Tower of Tribulations, time used, 30 ticks. 366th place, Guan Shui, 2nd floor of the Tower of Tribulations, time used, 60 ticks. Interesting. But the ranking of the Tower of Tribulations isn't very accurate. Li Fuchen was rather interested. Some were good at quick battles, while others were good at slow and steady battles. Some were good at offense, while others were good at defense. Some were good at burst strength, while others were good at endurance. The true ranking of ability was very complicated and required a 1v1 match. The ranking of the Tower of Tribulations could only be used as a reference, and it wasn't a very accurate reference. It fluctuated a lot. Buzz! Just as Li Fuchen was looking at the stone wall, the light from the 3rd floor of the Tower of Tribulations suddenly extinguished. Someone passed the 3rd floor of the Tower of Tribulations. Incredible! The crowd burst into an uproar. Those who were able to make it here were basically those who had the ability to enter the top 5,000. To them, the top 500 were already considered influential, while the top 100 were the influential of the influential. Every single one of them had a bright future ahead of them. Time used, 54 ticks, rank 59, not bad. The outer sect deacon smiled and said to those who came out. 1 hour later, it was Li Fuchen's turn. Dang! Li Fuchen rang the Tower of Tribulations bell without any mishaps. As this was Li Fuchen's first time attempting the Tower of Tribulations, he didn't have a wooden token. The outer sect deacon secretly circulated his chi and carved Li Fuchen's name on an empty wooden token. Let's go in. The outer sect deacon didn't have high expectations for Li Fuchen. For a first-time challenger like him, passing the 1st floor would be considered a great achievement. Very few could pass the 2nd floor. Chapter 58. The Tower of Tribulations was dozens of meters tall and each floor was at least a dozen meters tall. Upon entering the 1st floor of the Tower of Tribulations, the floor, walls, and ceiling all had a layer of patterns. As the patterns lit up, a glowing demonic beast appeared in the center of the 1st floor. The Tower of Tribulations was actually a formation tower. There were countless of formation patterns that could absorb energy from the heaven and earth to maintain the formation. The energy beast formed by the formation rushed at Li Fuchen. From its speed, it wasn't any slower than a Class 1 high-tier demonic beast. PFFF. Drawing the wooden sword, Li Fuchen turned and dodged the attack of the demonic beast while thrusting the wooden sword into its neck. He passed the 1st floor in such a short amount of time. Outside the Tower of Tribulations, everyone was shocked. The faster one passed the 1st floor of the Tower of Tribulations, the stronger one's ability was. I have underestimated him. The leader of the outer sect deacons nodded. Arriving at the 2nd floor of the Tower of Tribulations, the formation lit up and an even stronger energy beast rushed at Li Fuchen. When the sword slashed on the energy demonic beast, Li Fuchen found that this domineering sword actually only made the other party's body dim a little. Soon enough, with the support of the formation, the energy beast's body lit up again. Seems like I have to attack the weak spot. Li Fuchen was just testing the waters and slashed at the head of the beast, which was the toughest spot. After a few rounds, Li Fuchen thrusted his sword into the beast's neck. Pang! The energy beast exploded and dissipated into formless heaven and earth energy. He only took 12 ticks to pass the 2nd floor. There shouldn't be any suspense in passing the 3rd floor. The outside world was in an uproar again. The key is, how long does he need to pass the 3rd floor of the Tower of Tribulations? I am guessing it should be within 60 ticks. Isn't that too little? I am guessing 90 ticks. Everyone was in a heated discussion and expressed their opinions. 3rd floor of the Tower of Tribulations, Li Fuchen could feel that the formation patterns here were the strongest and the energy was the densest. Howl! A giant Yuan Chi wolf was formed, its two eyeballs were like two glowing gems. So fast. The energy giant wolf's speed was too fast. With a flash, its claws were like 5 sharp knives, clawing at Li Fuchen's face. Li Fuchen quickly dodged and didn't have time to counterattack. After fighting for a dozen rounds, Li Fuchen's sword struck the weak spot of the energy giant wolf. What surprised Li Fuchen was that this sword didn't defeat the energy giant wolf, but it dimmed the energy giant wolf's figure. With the support of the array, it gradually brightened. So that's how it is. The third layer's Yuan Qi demonic beast's defense is extremely strong. Even if I hit its weak spot, I won't be able to destroy it in one strike. Unless my attack power reaches an extremely high level. However, the Yuan Qi demonic beast's recovery will be much slower when its weak spot is hit. It won't recover immediately. The outside world. The water had already flowed to the 45th level. 46 ticks. 47 ticks. 50 ticks. Time passed slowly, but the third level of the Tower of Trials was still lit up. Die! The attacks of the Yuan Qi monster beasts condensed by the formation were not profound, but they were extremely fast. Moreover, they could only defeat them by continuously attacking the weak points. As for the other areas, no matter how many times they attacked, it would be useless. After spending some time, Li Fuchen finally grasped the pattern of the energy beasts. He could predict their movements in advance and finish them off with 4 consecutive blades. With the formation extinguished, Li Fuchen walked out of the Tower of Tribulations. 54 ticks, rank 60. The leader of the outer sect deacons smiled. 54 ticks, huh? Li Fuchen wasn't too surprised. At the current stage, his ability was slightly inferior to Fang Lihai and Gao Changtian. The two of them had a higher cultivation technique rank than him, 2 levels of cultivation, and a decent body refinement rank. Their basic ability was much better than Li Fuchen's. But Li Fuchen had his own advantage too, which was his tough physical defense. If he were to fight head-on, Li Fuchen might not lose to Fang Lihai and Gao Changtian. On the stone wall, Li Fuchen's wooden token was hung at the 60th position. This was an incomparably glorious position. So he is Li Fuchen. He is actually so strong. Among the crowd, more than half of them had heard of the name Li Fuchen. What a ferocious individual. This rate of improvement is comparable to the 10 prodigies. Speaking of which, I am curious. Since his rate of improvement is so fast, why wasn't he selected as a prodigy? You don't know about this, right? Li Fuchen is just a normal bone frame. A normal bone frame, no matter how good his perception is not worthy of being a prodigy. TSK, in the history of the Zhanglan sect, there has never been a normal bone frame with such a high perception, right? After knowing that Li Fuchen was just a normal bone frame, those who didn't know were even more shocked. In just a few days, the news of Li Fuchen obtaining the 60th rank of the Tower of Tribulations was spread throughout the outer sect. Even though the Tower of Tribulations ranking didn't mean anything, it at least meant that Li Fuchen's ability was within the top 100. This was without a doubt. Even though I don't need any contribution points now, but in the future, I will need at least 10 or even 100 times more. If I don't accumulate some contribution points, I will have to struggle for a long time in the future. In the sect, one could never have too many contribution points. Redeeming a peak tier, yellow class martial arts manual required at least 1,000 contribution points. Redeeming a mystic class, low tier martial arts manual required at least 10,000 contribution points. Mid-tier, mystic class, martial arts manuals required at least 30,000 contribution points. A mid-tier, yellow class pill was worth a few hundred contribution points. A high-tier, yellow class pill was worth 1,000 contribution points. A peak-tier, yellow class pill was worth a few thousand contribution points. As for a low-tier, mystic class pill, even the upper echelons of the sect cared about it and was worth tens of thousands of contribution points. Other than that, treasured swords and armors all required contribution points to redeem. Even if he didn't need it now, it didn't mean he wouldn't need it in the future. If he waited until he truly needed a large amount of contribution points to earn, it would be a waste of time. After pondering for an entire night, Li Fuchen decided to try his luck at the ore mines. Compared to searching for ores in the ore mines, fishing for treasure fish was much more stable. With Li Fuchen's ability, he would be able to earn tens of thousands of contribution points every month. Ore mines depended on luck. If he was lucky, he might be able to earn tens of thousands of contribution points in one go. If he wasn't, it was common for him to earn tens or hundreds of contribution points in a month. Li Fuchen felt that his luck was great. If not, he wouldn't have been able to find so many snow-silver ores at once. What Li Fuchen didn't know was that during the few days he was searching for ores in the ore mines, Guan Shui also attempted the Tower of Tribulations. Rank 198. Even though this rank wasn't as high as Li Fuchen's, but in terms of improvement speed, she was one of the top 10 prodigies. Unknowingly, the news that Guan Shui and Li Fuchen came from the same city had unknowingly spread. This attracted the attention and alertness of others. Half a month later, Li Fuchen had no results. He had to admit, he was really lucky the last time. It was already difficult to find a large, yellow class, low-tier ore in the ore mines, not to mention mid-tier or high-tier ores. With no other choice, Li Fuchen headed to Zhanglan Lake and began his life as a fisherman. At the same time, as his Scarlet Fire Technique's 8th rank technique intent stabilized, Li Fuchen decided to consume the Scarlet Fire Pill. With the Scarlet Fire intent from the Scarlet Fire Pill, it shouldn't be hard to break through to the 9th rank. Chapter 59. Blaze. In a room with a skylight. Under the sunlight, Li Fuchen was like a flaming man, emitting a blazing and ferocious qi. Gradually, a blazing red flower appeared on top of Li Fuchen's head. Sparks converged. Scarlet Fire Technique 9th rank phenomenon. And at this moment, Li Fuchen's cultivation, under the stimulation of the 9th rank Scarlet Fire Technique, naturally broke through to the 8th level of the qi realm. At this moment, Li Fuchen felt like his body was a volcano that was about to erupt, with nowhere to vent his immense strength. With a loud roar, Li Fuchen punched at the wall of the room. Crack! A few cracks appeared on the sturdy wall of the room. From a few meters away, the wind generated from his fist could cause cracks on the wall. The strength of Li Fuchen's qi was obvious. Is this the 9th rank of the Scarlet Fire Technique? If the 8th rank of the Scarlet Fire Technique was an ordinary furnace, then the 9th rank of the Scarlet Fire Technique would be a blazing furnace with a lot of fuel. It would constantly emit heat, and with a slight circulation of true qi, the Scarlet Fire true qi would spurt out, burning and devouring everything. Scooping up a first-tier treasure fish from the pond, Li Fuchen opened his palm and a dense Scarlet Fire qi gushed out. In just a short moment, the first-tier treasure fish was cooked. Now that I have cultivated a blazing heat technique, I won't have to worry about a fire source in the wild. Li Fuchen laughed, feeling rather good. Even though the life of fishing was peaceful, the 15-year-old Li Fuchen enjoyed this rare peace. A big fish. Attaching his consciousness to the hook, Li Fuchen looked through the water and saw a 2-meter-long red treasure fish swimming a dozen meters away. It's a normal treasure fish, rainbow fish. Looking at its size, it's at least a few hundred kilos. Li Fuchen was speechless. A normal treasure fish was worth 10 contribution points per kilo, a few hundred kilos would be a few thousand points, a huge fortune. But it was too big, carrying it back would be troublesome. Forget it, let's fish it up first. Li Fuchen moved the hook to the mouth of the rainbow fish. The rainbow fish was just a normal treasure fish, it loved first-tier bait and swallowed it in a few bites. A pity, after swallowing it, it would be hard to spit it out. Li Fuchen exerted strength on his arm, straightened the line and hooked the rainbow fish's mouth. Walala! The waves on the lake rose and fell, and one wave after another soared into the sky. What a big treasure fish, at least a few 100 pounds. No wonder he is the fishing king, Li Fuchen. Unknowingly, Li Fuchen gained the nickname of Fishing King. On the fishing platform, everyone was in a heated discussion. Li Fuchen didn't clash head-on with the heaven rainbow fish. This sky rainbow fish seemed to weigh a few hundred kilograms and had a physical strength of close to 10,000 kilograms. Li Fuchen's chi burst and physical strength was only around 10,000 kilograms. Furthermore, he could not use martial arts while fishing. He could only rely on his basic explosive strength to resist. Tense for a while, relax for a while. Li Fuchen was slowly exhausting the heaven rainbow fish's energy. When Li Fuchen felt that the heaven rainbow fish was only left with half of its strength, he exerted himself and pulled the heaven rainbow fish out of the water. "Senior brother Li, you're really lucky." The outer sect disciples at the side congratulated. "Don't be envious. Before I leave, I will gift you a few treasure fish." Li Fuchen had a good impression of this average-looking outer sect disciple. His name was Zhang Dafu. He was originally a servant disciple, but with his own hard work, he was promoted to a third-class outer sect disciple. Only 1 out of 100 disciples would be promoted from an odd job disciple to an outer sect disciple. Normally, these people were extremely hardworking and had willpower that surpassed the average person. Since he met one, Li Fuchen didn't mind helping him out. Anyway, a few treasure fish wasn't much to the current Li Fuchen. Really? Zhang Dafu's eyes lit up. The treasure fish that Li Fuchen caught weren't those 1 or 2 kilograms normal treasure fish. They were either a few dozen kg normal treasure fish, or 7 or 8 kilograms first-tier treasure fish. Sometimes, they could even catch second-tier treasure fish. Not to mention first-tier or second-tier treasure fish, just a few normal treasure fish that weighed a few dozen kg would be worth at least 1,000 contribution points. Not sure if it was the luck of the ore mines that was transferred to fishing. The next day, Li Fuchen found a 100 kilograms first-tier treasure fish and caught it. As such, Li Fuchen's earnings from this trip was at least 20,000 to 30,000 contribution points, which was more than double of what he expected. Calling upon Zhang Dafu and a more honest-looking outer sect disciple, Li Fuchen transported the treasure fish back to the Zhanglan sect. Before entering the mission hall, Li Fuchen gave each of them 1,000 plus points of treasure fish, making it worthwhile for them to make the trip. 24,000 contribution points, in addition to the remaining 15,500 points, I can redeem a Mystic class, mid-tier martial arts manual. Taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen arrived at the martial arts hall and prepared to receive his cultivation technique reward. The martial arts hall's elder had some impression of Li Fuchen and thought that Li Fuchen was here to redeem martial arts manuals again. "Elder, I would like to receive my cultivation technique reward." Li Fuchen replied. "Oh? Which rank are you at? 7th rank or 8th rank?" The martial arts elder laughed. Li Fuchen replied, "Scarlet Fire Technique, 9th rank." "What? Are you sure you have cultivated the Scarlet Fire Technique to the 9th rank?" The martial arts elder was stunned for a moment, but after regaining his senses, he had an interesting expression. Even with the help of the cultivation pill, but to reach the highest 9th rank of the entry technique within a year was still an extremely difficult task. Among the 30,000 outer sect disciples, only one managed to do so, and that was the top 10 prodigies, Yuan Tian. Trying his best to control his emotions, the martial arts elder extended his hand and said, "Revolve the Scarlet Fire Technique first, let me confirm." To be honest, he still didn't believe that Li Fuchen had cultivated the Scarlet Fire Technique to the 9th rank. Only by seeing it with his own eyes would he believe it. Hearing the elder's words, Li Fuchen used his mind and revolved the 9th rank Scarlet Fire Technique. With Li Fuchen as the center, a surging heat spread out in all directions, just like a furnace. It is indeed the 9th rank Scarlet Fire Technique. The martial arts elder's eyes widened. "Elder, is the reward 100,000 contribution points?" Li Fuchen asked to confirm. The martial arts elder laughed, "Of course, it won't be any less for you." Immediately, the martial arts elder registered Li Fuchen's information and added 100,000 contribution points to Li Fuchen under the contribution points column. "Oh right, since you have already cultivated the Scarlet Fire Technique to the 9th rank, I will issue you a glory token. With this glory token, you can redeem a Mystic class technique in the inner sect." The martial arts elder reminded Li Fuchen. "I can redeem Mystic class techniques?" This was definitely an unexpected surprise. Even the usually indifferent Li Fuchen couldn't help but reveal a joyous expression. Naturally, the martial arts elder had high hopes for Li Fuchen. In his opinion, a normal bone frame limited Li Fuchen's potential. Chapter 60. The next day, with the glory token, Li Fuchen arrived at the Zhanglan inner sect for the first time. The atmosphere of the inner sect was vastly different from the outer sect. Even though the competition in the outer sect was intense, everyone was at the Qi realm and it wasn't that intense. But the inner sect disciples were all at the origin realm. Once they revolved their Qi, their bodies would be enveloped in a colorful Qi. The horrifying Qi presence was like that of a demon, which could be felt from far away. Inner sect martial hall, glory token, not bad. From what I see, you don't have to choose. There is only one technique that suits you and that is the Mystic class, mid-tier Scarlet Flame Mystic technique. 50,000 contribution points. The inner sect elder had a good attitude towards Li Fuchen. Elder, I would like to choose another body refinement technique. Li Fuchen replied. The inner sect elder's eyes lit up. What body refinement technique did you cultivate in the outer sect? Is it at the completion rank? Crimson battle form is at the completion rank. Good. The inner sect elder was full of praise. Even though you only have a normal bone frame, don't underestimate yourself. A normal bone frame may be able to cultivate to the heaven realm. As long as you have enough opportunities, anything is possible. The inner sect elders were all heaven realm martial artists, but the inner sect martial arts elder was only a 1-star bone frame. Hence, he admired those with lower bone frames but higher perception. Entering the martial hall, Li Fuchen began to choose his body refinement techniques. First up was a low-tier, Mystic class body refinement technique. A regular low-tier, Mystic class martial arts only cost 10,000 contribution points. But low-tier, Mystic class body refinement techniques cost at least 20,000 contribution points. Celestial Cloud Battle Form, at the completion rank, gives a physical strength of 7,000 kilograms. Worth 20,000 contribution points. Iron Dipper Form, at the completion rank, gives a physical strength of 7,500 kilograms. Worth 22,000 contribution points. Rhino King Bone, at the completion rank, gives a physical strength of 8,000 kilograms. Worth 25,000 contribution points. After looking through a dozen of low-tier, Mystic class body refinement technique manuals, Li Fuchen wasn't satisfied. His Crimson Battle Form at the completion rank already had a physical strength of 5,000 kilograms. It wasn't any weaker than a low-tier, Mystic class body refinement technique. Thinking about it, Li Fuchen came to the profound level middle rank body refining cultivation technique secret bookshelf. Copper Dipper Body, when trained to perfection, one will have a physical strength of 6,000 pounds, worth 62,000 contribution points. The Tiger Crane Flying Cloud Force, when cultivated to perfection, will allow one to have a physical strength of 13,000 gene, worth 65,000 contribution points. Crouching Wave Fist, when trained to perfection, one will have a physical strength of 13,500 pounds, worth 68,000 contribution points. Interception Form Dao, when cultivated to perfection, will allow one to possess a physical strength of 15,000 gene, worth 75,000 contribution points. Seeing the Mystic class mid-tier body refinement technique, Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. A Mystic class body tempering technique was different from a peak-tier yellow class body tempering technique. A peak-tier yellow class body tempering technique purely focused on training the skin, flesh, and bones, tempering the body. Profound level body refining techniques contain the mysteries of the body. For example, the Tiger Crane Soaring Force could not only greatly increase one's physical strength, but it could also allow one to cultivate the strength of a ferocious tiger and the agility of a crane. Another example would be the Crouching Wave Fist. It might sound like a fist art, but it was actually a body refinement technique that used fist arts to move the body. Once cultivated to perfection, one could easily neutralize the force of an opponent's attack. As for the Interception Form Dao, it was the most profound. It was a quiet technique. Relying on the intent to change the body, there was basically no need to train the body. Of course, body-tempering pills still had to be consumed. I shall choose this then. Li Fuchen liked challenges that were difficult, it would be a waste of his perception. 50,000 contribution points for the Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique. 75,000 contribution points for the Interception Form Dao. Li Fuchen's contribution points were reduced by 125,000, leaving him with 14,500 points. Leaving the intersect region, Li Fuchen returned to his courtyard. The Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique is indeed the advanced version of the Scarlet Fire Technique. The Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique had a total of 15 ranks. Cultivating the Scarlet Fire Technique to the highest rank, 9th rank, was equivalent to cultivating the Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique to the 7th rank. To a large extent, it saved Li Fuchen a lot of cultivation time, if not, he would have to start from scratch. Slightly understanding the intent of the Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique. Like a hot knife through butter, Li Fuchen converted the Scarlet Fire Technique to the Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique in a single day. Even though the 7th rank Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique's firepower was about the same as the 9th rank Scarlet Fire Technique, but the efficiency was much higher. With the same amount of qi, the Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique could last longer and recover qi at a faster rate. As for the Interception Form Dao, it was the same as the Crimson Battle Form, separated into 3 ranks. First rank completion, 5,000 kilograms of physical strength. Second rank completion, 10,000 kilograms of physical strength. Third rank completion, 15,000 kilograms of physical strength. Even though Li Fuchen had 5,000 kilograms of physical strength, it didn't mean he could immediately cultivate the Interception Form Dao to the completion rank of the first rank. The Interception Form Dao focused on intent and not form. Physical strength was one aspect, but the intent of the body was another. Just like the Crimson Battle Form, 5,000 kilograms of physical strength was one aspect, but the Crimson Battle Form represented defense. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Li Fuchen used his intent to visualize himself doing different movements, imagining his qi and blood circulating intensely. Gradually, sweat appeared on Li Fuchen's forehead. His skin turned red and his veins popped out. This was a sign of intense movement. Interesting. Li Fuchen's willpower was firm and his intent was condensed. Hence, the first rank of the Interception Form Dao wasn't too difficult for him. Huff! With a punch, Li Fuchen realized his punches were much faster and had a concentrated force. The majority of body refinement techniques didn't cultivate the body's strength, but the power of speed. With the completion rank of the Crimson Battle Form, Li Fuchen's absolute speed was already very fast. Now that the Interception Form Dao was at the first rank, his absolute speed went up another notch. On this day, Guan Shui once again arrived at the Tower of Tribulations. Her previous score was 198. This time, she officially entered the top 100 with a score of 98. Li Fuchen's appearance made Guan Shui feel a sense of danger and unease. A person she didn't care about in the past, was now enjoying the limelight in the outer sect. His results in the Tower of Tribulations exceeded hers by a huge margin. This made her feel indignant. Even though Li Fuchen was just a normal bone frame and couldn't be compared to her in the future, but as a 4-star extraordinary bone frame, she wouldn't allow herself to be surpassed by anyone. The sense of danger and unease ignited Guan Shui's fighting spirit. In just a month's time, Guan Shui finally completed the 7-star forged body. Her physical strength reached 3,000 kilograms and her cultivation broke through from the 8th level of the Qi realm to the 9th level. Give me a few more months and I will surpass him. Guan Shui had a 4-star water bone frame, which allowed her to cultivate the white wave technique with half the effort.